double kill Alexis, an ace for Gambit. He's got a red buff on, that's dangerous. Svenska once again in the right place at the right time.
He's just going to pounce in Google form, come on towards him, the claws come out, and Froggen gets a kill.
Silent did get the dragon. The Smite Master strikes again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS, coming your way live from our studios in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, along with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we're deep into week 9 as these teams move ever closer to the end of the spring split.
This crowd is super excited, and Joe, with all the games left in the split, 7 left for the two teams, the chances are getting smaller and smaller as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the spring split. Today we're going to find out how these teams will handle the pressure, because as we mentioned, with only 7 games left, we're going to be playing one of those here today, and we're getting closer to the playoffs and relegation.
But before we get into today's games, let's take a look at some of the big stories from around the world. Let's start with the GPL, which is currently in their quarterfinal stages, and each of those series is a best of 5.
Yeah, so on Wednesday this week, AHQ Esports managed to destroy the Singapore Sentinels. They went 3-0. Earlier today, the Saigon Jokers managed to edge out the Saigon Fantastic 5 3-1. So both of those teams have advanced to the semifinals, and they're going to carry on their playoff bracket next week.
And over in Korea, the Masters tournament is still running, and SK Telecom T1 was able to overcome Najin EM Fire 2-1, but it was far from a clean victory.
Yeah, so those games were incredibly exciting. And SK T1K actually managed to come back from way behind. They had their Nexus turrets destroyed, their inhibitors were down. They bounced back, closed out the win, and secured the series. But sticking with the team, it's interesting to see how some of the other teams in Korea are able to push T1K to their limits.
Yeah.
Just earlier today, in their regular OGN spring matches, T1K was unusually sloppy against Prime O. They almost lost the game, but they managed to win it, and the next game was a lot more clinical. So maybe some chinks in that T1K armor.
And back here in Europe, Alliance are now on a 5-game winning streak and looked good again yesterday against Gambit.
Yeah, we are seeing a much more objective-based gameplay and far less individual errors and misplays, which is what has allowed them to secure those 5 games back-to-back. Let's see if they can keep up those winning ways, because with only a few weeks left before the end of the split, Alliance needs to make sure they have an ability to consistently win games. It's something that they've not had. Think back to their curse of winning everything one week, losing everything the next week from earlier in the split. As a team, they have grown. Their current performance is good, but we need to see if it's going to stabilize and stay at that high level.
And SK Gaming, of course, are now top of the table and look to be the team to beat. They've won 9 games out of their last 11.
Yeah, SK Gaming is the 4th team to actually sit in first place position of the European LCS. They've joined teams like Fnatic, Roccat, and Gambit. However, in my opinion, SK have held a higher standard of play for a longer period of time. Because they've won 9 out of those 11 matches that you mentioned, it demonstrates an ability to perform in 5 weeks of games. No other team has had that stable, high-level performance from anybody else. They've all dropped off. Think about Gambit, think about Roccat, think about Fnatic. So we'll see if SK can keep it up.
Now, let's see where the teams stand then after yesterday's matches. And before we begin today's, up at the top of the table is SK Gaming, as we mentioned. 13 wins, 8 losses to their name. In second is Gambit at 12-9. And then in third, we have a 3-way tie once again here in Europe. Alliance, Fnatic, and Roccat both are 11-10. The question is, will Alliance continue that 5-game winning streak? And can Roccat snap out their 4-game losing streak?
Big questions. We'll have to see if they get answered today. 6th position, though, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. They are 10-11. Super Hot Crew, remember, they got their new guy in the mid lane, Selfie. They are now in 7th position, 9-12. Not out of the running just yet for playoffs. Millennium, however, things are looking very dark for them at 7-14. They cannot afford to accrue more losses, otherwise they're very seriously looking at a relegations position.
Indeed. Now let's take a moment to highlight some of the plays from yesterday that had you guys cheering on Twitter. Here's your top 3 hashtag LCS big plays. First up was the big moment from the big man in the Roccat versus Fnatic game. At Larderhaug said the Xpeke body slam flash combo at about 33 minutes and 15 seconds in, very precise there. Godlike. This is your 3rd most talked about play.
Zaza's going to get stunned up. Not sure they've got the damage to deal with him. They need to get rid of Overpower and Vander, and that's exactly what they do. Both of those go down. Zaza still at about a 1/3 of his HP.
That body slam was great. The next one also came from the same game, just a few minutes later though, and it featured the same big, bad, bearded barrel man. It comes to us from @SharpPractice. Xpeke with that triple kill to win the game. This was your 2nd big play. Caught Soas again. There goes Reckless with the pallet.
Not the dragon you're looking for here from this one. Jankos is going to kick Reckless away from the team. The knockup comes through from Overpower, but they're going to destroy him here. Jankos now the next target. That will be another kill for Peke. The inhibitor will be finished off as Vander gets knocked back by the barrel. Finished off as well.
A day full of big Gragas plays yesterday, that's for sure. But the biggest play of them all came from the explosive debut of Super Hot Crew's new mid laner, Selfie, against Millennium. Dan Stewart sent this one in. He said, Selfie with a 1v4 into the kill on Nidalee, the clone juke for the K ulti. Welcome to the LCS. This is your #1 LCS big play.
The Stan United is available, the hook on Mima, but that's just going to trigger. They're all grouped up. That's perfect placement. And Selfie just catches all 4 of them with his distortion.
Jerry just got exploded there, and the fact he hits 4 members with distortion, so much damage. And now
Curb's going to get caught out. That's going to stun him up there. The finish should come through. Wow. There it is. And now on towards Aranea. Can he get a second one? He will not.
It's the clone.
Oh,
it's the clone.
It's the clone, though. Oh, and he gets Aranea. No, not quite managing to finish him off there. Good turnaround from Kraton.
Such a great play, and it has to be such a big confidence booster for his first game on the big stage.
Yeah.
Well played to Selfie indeed. For you guys at home, remember that you can keep sending your big plays our way on Twitter @LOL Esports. Remember to use that hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And we'll be looking for even more big plays today as these teams look to battle and improve their spots in the table. We'll be kicking off first of all with Gambit versus Millennium. Important match for both of them to improve their position. And then Roccat will face off against SK Gaming.
Then we'll have an Alliance crew going up against the Super Hot crew. And finally closing things out in the LCS will be Fnatic versus the Copenhagen Wolves. But immediately afterwards, we'll have more matches for you with the Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Reason Gaming in the European Challenger semi-finals.
And for more details about today's matches, player statistics, VODs, and a whole lot more, head over to lolesports.com. That's also where you can vote on our games today and call the winners as you see them. Just check on the schedule link at the top of the page and make your selections.
Yeah, we will be checking your picks throughout the day, so cast your ballot now and support your favorite teams. While you're on the site, be sure to click the tickets link on top of everything you need to know to join us here live in the studio to see the pros compete in person.
And we'd also like you to give us a bit of a knowledge buff on Twitter. Today we're asking you, which European LCS team do you think is the most likely to be in the top seed going into the playoffs, and why?
I always try to answer these questions, and I think if we go based on recent games, SK Gaming has to be considered. They really have to. They've been playing very well, and we'll see if they can keep it up. You guys can always find us at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS so we can read some of your answers later in the show.
So while you're sending us those tweets, we'll head over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 players from Roccat, who will be facing SK Gaming later today.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello there, Summoners. I'm Evie Shox supporter, and I have Rockat's Vander and Jankos here to talk about their upcoming match. But I'd also just like to talk to you guys a little bit about the season, because it hasn't been going that well as it has in the beginning. Let's start with yesterday, coming into this weekend in the game versus Fnatic. Vander, how did it go from your perspective? Because you guys weren't doing that bad in bottom lane.
Well, we had some early advantage from the lane swap. We took the tower first, but the only downside was that Renekton was a bit behind. Then, like, when the first dragon came, it was like 7 minutes. We got a bit caught in the jungle. They used it, took the dragon. Then they got the lead back, and from that moment, it just went down for us.
Jankos, in a couple of words, how was the game for you?
Yeah, exactly. I think we pretty much lost when we lost the first Drake. There was no point to give it to them for free, and they took it. After that, they just snowballed. They went middle lane to push mid turret. We couldn't do nothing about that. We tried to fight, but we lost it 1-0, and they took turret, and they just snowballed.
All right, let's take a step back and look at the other games, because in the last 7 games, you guys have only won 1, and that's a huge difference with the beginning of the season. Vander, what do you maybe in your play notice that has changed, or is it more of a team thing, something that shifted going into these games?
I think we just play the same. Like before, we play that's exactly the same, and that's the problem. Like we didn't adapt to the new game that well because I think we didn't train as much as other teams, and I think that's the main problem.
Yeah, and Rated also mentioned that all the teams have kind of figured each other out. So you guys were coming up with innovative picks in the beginning of the season. Why is that something that you're not been trying anymore?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
In the beginning of the season, we saw you getting out those new picks with the Mordekaiser and special builds. Why is that not something you want to try anymore?
No, I don't think that was winning our games. We picked more than only in 2 games. One was victory, one was defeat. It was more that we played better. In my opinion, we are playing much worse right now. We didn't play that much the entire last month. So I think we are losing just because we didn't practice that hard.
So it seems that you really know what the problem is or where the problem lies. So how are you going to try and change that? Is the team morale still up to par? Do you still believe you can get back in the standings?
Well, it's like we don't know the exact problem, but we can try and fix what's the issue. But yeah, I think we just have to play better, and then we have to see what happens. So I think we have a chance to come back.
All right, Jankos, what do you think? If you look at your performance individually, do you feel if you can get better, you can pull the team with you? Or?
Yeah, of course, I think I need to play a lot more because I'm playing way less right now. I should play more solo queue and I should try hard more in scrims, and maybe I will be able to carry my team harder. Like right now I'm not that good. Like every jungler in LCS pretty much outscales me right now.
Very honest observation. It seems like you guys know what to do to get better, and one match you can use to get better or get confidence boost back is the one here today. Second match of the day versus SK Gaming. Sadly, already 0-3 versus SK. That always seems to be a tough matchup. Vander, what are you focusing on going into that matchup?
Well, we try to pick strong picks for the early and mid game, and we try to not let them out-rotate us as they did in previous game. And yeah, we just have to focus on the game and don't do the simple mistakes like yesterday.
Jankos, how big are your chances?
I think it's 50-50. Well, it's going to be hard for us because usually they outplay us on lanes, like they're giving us no chance. But we will try our best, and let's hope it will be enough to beat them.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. And of course, good luck in that matchup versus SK Gaming in the second match of the day. As for us, we'll take a quick break, but keep your browsers pointed right here because we'll be back with Gambit versus Millennium. See you in 3.5.
every time I see the Gambit ward, I have to run away. Like, no, please, no Gambit. For me, it's always funny because I like a lot playing against Gambit, because especially Diamond Prox is for me like the best jungler, and he's also a good friend. So I learn from them, and I also like try to step up my performance against them. It will be really important in my career to beat Gambit and be like recognized by Diamond Prox.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to head into our first match of the day with Gambit taking on Millennium. The series stands at 3-0 to Gambit right now, and this is the last chance for Millennium to try and redeem themselves against the Russians.
Yeah, and yesterday Gambit didn't look to be at their best. They played a composition that we've seen the Chinese teams playing at IEM, but they failed to execute anywhere near the same level. Now, I don't want to take anything away from Alliance, who played fantastic, but you can't deny the fact that Gambit gave up so many kills and simply made decisions that cost them objectives and their own lives multiple times.
Millennium got completely controlled yesterday as well, and their trouble in split continued as they lost to the Super Hot crew and their new brilliant mid laner Selfie. In general, Millennium just got caught out and gave up early kills, which didn't allow their poke composition to really get going.
Yeah, you're right. So first of all, we've seen Kerr playing on Nidalee. It was against Selfie on LeBlanc, and he actually went even on CS while playing very defensively. But the problem is that while he was playing super defensive in the mid lane, Kevin on Shen was playing defensive in the top lane, and Creatine and J-Ree didn't make any big plays at all. I have to call out J-Ree, because when you think back to the last time that Millennium played and destroyed the Super Hot crew, J-Ree was also playing Thresh, and he was monstrous, landing hook after hook, setting up his team for multiple kills. Yesterday, however, J-Ree just couldn't make any plays to help his team, and he really needed to step it up because he was their primary form of initiation.
And it can't be a match between Millennium and Gambit without touching on the junglers. Aranea gets a lot of flack for his gameplay, but if you compare the numbers between him and Diamond this split, their kills and assists are close, but their deaths, that's where the big difference is.
You heard Aranea coming into this little video. When he hears the Gambit word, he panics. And, you know, Aranea, he does have the lower KDA. It's entirely due to him being caught out. Whether he's caught in his jungle, or caught in the river, or caught invading, or caught in a bush, Aranea just gives up too many kills. But you did rightly mention, Joe, that they do have fairly similar kills, fairly similar assists. So at the very least, Aranea is making plays elsewhere. I do think that both Evelyn and Lee Sin are going to be fought over or even flat out banned for these two junglers.
Well, let's check out the starting lineup, starting with the blue side for Gambit Gaming. They are Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alexich in the mid lane, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side for Millennium, it is Kevin in the top lane, Aranea in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane with Creatine and J-Ree as the AD carry and support.
So let's talk about the champion select then and where the bans and picks are going to lie in this one. We've already touched a little bit on the junglers, the likes of Lee Sin, Evelyn, surely going to be featured, if not in the ban phase, but in the picks.
So Kha'Zix also has to be a consideration. It's something that we've been seeing a lot of teams picking up in recent weeks, and was actually banned multiple times yesterday. I think if we look elsewhere, other than the mid laners, junglers rather, for the mid laners, LeBlanc, I'm not expecting to make it through. I think both of these players favor that champion, and we know that Alexich likes to run Lulu. So we'll have to see how that goes through. Millennium also have a history of banning Castellan, whether they're blue side or red side. Kerp is just not a player that's picked up Castellan. And to remember, for you guys at home, we are on 4.3, so it's slightly nerfed Castellan, not reworked Castellan like on live.
So here we go then, into bans and picks between Gambit and Millennium. We're going to find out exactly what these two teams have got up their sleeves. Starting with Gambit here, blue side getting first ban and first pick, and taking their time about it as well. It will in fact be Ziggs the first ban out here, a champion that we have seen Kerp running multiple times.
Yeah, and the thing is, Kerp is actually very good on a multitude of champions. He can farm very well on these sort of mage type mid laners, but it does mean LeBlanc and Lulu are still up. With Ziggs and Castellan both off the table, I almost wonder if we're going to see an onslaught of mid lane bans coming out. We'll see what the teams decide to do.
Yeah, 7 in the last games, only 2 wins for Millennium, and those 2 were with Ziggs in the mid lane. Caitlyn will be the second ban here for Gambit. Other side, you mentioned it, Cassidy's got to be banned away by Millennium, and that Lulu, not wanting to let Alexich get his hands on that.
So with Gambit getting rid of Caitlyn, their AD carry of Genja has played a massive number of games on Jinx and Lucian this split. It's going to remove one of the big lane bullies that makes his life very, very difficult. It's also taking it away from Creatine, who's played Caitlyn in 5 of their games. we may see something like a very early Lucian pickup for the side of Gambit if they want to try and focus their picks that route.
Well, let's see, taking their time for these third bans, and we'll have to see exactly what comes into this one. And actually, Gambit didn't take a third ban.
No, they didn't. That's definitely not the case. There's no third ban on the side of Gambit. We'll get a confirmation that that is actually a decision from them, which you can only theorize. But we did talk about how the mid lane bans were going to be a focus. 4 out of the 5 coming in here for the mid. The only question is now, what do Gambit want to prioritize? There's still Elise is up and available. Lucian, as we've talked about. Thresh is there as well. So there's a lot of choices here for Gambit. They left one of the quote-unquote OP picks open by not banning a third champion.
Yeah, which they might be thinking, okay, Millennium are going to get 2 of them, but we're going to get a big list of them by the time it comes back around onto us. But where is the all-important first pick going to come in here? Will they give that Lucian over to Genja? The thing is about Genja, we've seen it time and time again, that he can run other AD carries. Varus, for example, over at IEM was brilliant for him. It is, in fact, going to be the Renekton here locked in for Gambit. RNA actually told me yesterday he's going to troll me by hovering over Soraka until the last second. I'm not falling for it.
Well, at least you knew the troll was coming, so we didn't get too excited. Just so you guys know, it was an intentional and deliberate decision from Gambit not to ban that third champion. So they wanted to leave maybe the Renekton up, they wanted to leave the Trundle up or something along those lines. So with Renekton being locked in, we know that Darian's going to have his strong lane bully, and he's probably going to be looking for that one-on-one matchup, trying to get in the face of Kevin. We've seen Kevin in the past running a lot of Shen. He's played 5 times this split already, and we actually seen how a Shen can do well against a Renekton once he gets some armor built up. But we'll see what they decide to lock in. Going to lock in the Trundle instead. So weak early game, strong late game is something that we've seen from Trundle time and time and time again.
And the lease in there for RNA, switching away from Soraka, trying to draw me into that one, not having any of it. Other side here then for Gambit, what is up their sleeve for this one? Already got themselves that Renekton for the top lane. I could well see them taking Lucian in this round of picks to stop Creatine having that.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And with the Thresh hover over, Gambit are also signaling they've got their top lane matchup already. They don't need to lock in a jungler just yet. Elise is still available. Diamond could also run Evelyn. It's something we talked about in the pre-game. And I think, depending on what the rest of Millennium lock in, may determine what jungler Gambit actually want to run in this matchup.
So for Millennium then, what are they thinking of? Will they go for the bottom lane? Expecting them to leave that mid lane pick until their last choice, of course, so they can counter whatever Gambit throws their way. And right now, hovering over Leona. In terms of AD carries, we've seen all sorts coming out of Creatine. This time around, will in fact be an Ezreal. Did open up the season actually with 2 Ezreal games in a row, and one of which was a win against SK. One of not many wins this season for Millennium with Leona this time around.
Truthfully, I have not been particularly impressed by Ezreal's this split. The other AD carries are simply outshining Ezreal in that bottom lane. And just to put things in perspective, when we see Genja on Lucian, this is maybe the 7th time that he's played Lucian this split. Out of the 22 games that Gambit will have played, he has 10 games on Jinx and now 7 on Lucian. So this is a super heavy focus for Genja on that AD carry. The next question is he going to build his Infinity Edge Blade of the Rune King Zephyr, which is something he's been trending to over and over the last couple of weeks?
I hope not.
We will see. We will see. I mean, he's going to need some armor penetration to deal with Trundle. He didn't get it at IEM. It cost him a little bit. It was against a Renekton that time round. Let's see what he decides today.
Are we going to see Kha'Zix? Yes, we are. And Ryze locked in here, an old favorite for Alex Hitch. That famous quote, see hero, kill hero. Loves to play himself some Ryze, and honestly feeling it this time around as well. Very interested how that one works out. We've been hearing a lot of, Ryze is really coming back into power.
Yeah, so the part of the reason that Ryze is so much more effective now, the additional range on his Q makes his laning phase so much stronger. It allows you to get in range. You throw the overload down Q, then W Rune Prison, and it reduces the cooldown on your overload to get another Q out. Meaning, against most of the mid/top laners, you get a spell reel off in relative safety. That was enough of a buff to his early game to allow Ryze to actually get the items he needs to scale into the mid and late game. The scary thing is, where Gambit have got strong early game champions with Renekton and Kha'Zix, their late game is also balanced out by the monster that Ryze and Lucian can become as well.
And we know that if anyone can really farm their way into a late game beast, then Alex Hitch would be one of them. He's going to be going up against Gragas here with Curb. We saw him in the LCS big play, some great Gragas play yesterday. How's he going to fare against this Ryze though?
So Gragas is going to be able to outrange Rise at the very least, and he can use his barrels to zone Rise away. So what Alex is going to be looking for is some early ganks from the help of Diamond on that Kha'Zix. Once he gets to level 6 and he can evolve that ultimate, he's going to have that stealth and the ability to run in there. What I like about Gambit's comp is they have 4 members of the team that want to be in your face. Renekton, Kha'Zix, Rise, and Thresh want to be running amok in the middle, with Lucian hanging around in the background. Because there's so many threats on the front line, it means that Kerp has to be perfect with his barrels to disrupt it. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult team fight for Millennium to win.
Really excited to see how Diamond does as well, bringing that Kha'Zix once again into the jungle. But let's take a quick look at your voting numbers for this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, you've picked Gambit by a whopping 89%. I was actually expecting a little bit more than that.
I have to be honest, I did expect the same. Millennium getting a little bit more votes this match, but I also think Gambit's average level has somewhat diminished from what we're used to seeing. I mean, if you compare them to the Spring Split last year, they were much more dominant. They were much more clearly ahead of the curve as far as the other LCS teams are concerned. This time around, I mean, Gambit are only 12-9 this split. They've only got 3 additional wins to their losses, which you don't really think about or expect from this team.
But on the other side of the coin, they were the team that pushed the KT Bullets closest at IEM just last week. We're going to find out how this one goes for them as we get in-game. Gambit versus Millennium, almost a must-win for both of these teams for very different reasons, though. Gambit trying to chase their way back up towards that first position, and for Millennium, they just desperately need points on the board at this stage.
Yeah, if Millennium accrue just 1 or 2 more losses, they are going to be sitting on the verge of mathematical guaranteed relegation. We're running the numbers now from this week and next week to see exactly what their chances are of making it into the playoffs, but a win here would make it a lot simpler. Jerry is about to get sight of the members of Gambit when they walk across, so we need to see if Edward can land some good CC, either with a flay or a death sentence. The moment they walk out, we'll see where Jerry's going to go. He's going to head down the river. There's no way for him to get away. He's going to be able to stay out of range and see if Edward can connect with a death sentence.
Is he going to go flashing in? The fact that the rest of the team have kind of gone the other way tells me maybe not here, as we see Kritzen doing some damage from the side, and actually Darian and Edward just going to walk off in towards that tri-bush. We'll see if Darian actually recalls here, whether he's going to walk to the top side. It does look like we will be seeing the duos facing off down bottom.
Yeah, it's something that I almost expect from Gambit. Even though the Ezreal Leona lane can get scary once they hit level 6, getting up to level 6, Lucian and Thresh should be able to punish them. Genji's going to get stunned up and take a lot of poke, but this is... I think he needs to recall and heal. It's a little risky because it's very early on. The one thing I do want to highlight just about the early items, Jairi has gone for that Relic Shield start, and Alex has actually gone for Boots as his first item in that mid lane. We talked about how Gragas' barrels can outrange Rise and zone him. Those Boots are definitely going to help Alex to just avoid that damage and also get in range of Gragas to get that harass down with his QWQ combo.
Good to see Alex Hitch coming back towards Rise in this mid lane. In terms of the jungle starts, though, there you go. After a little bit of action at level 1, 2 our standard starts, with Aranea being helped out there on his red buff on the top side of the jungle. Diamond going to be starting off his blue buff here. Won't have many problems with that one. And looking to replicate the kind of form and disruption that we saw out of Insect's Kha'Zix during IEM.
Yeah, so we'll see how Diamond makes that work. One of the great things about the 4.3 Kha'Zix and the damage reduction on his ultimate is that he can jump into a team, forces your opponents to put down a pink ward or to use one of those scrying lenses, for example, get vision on him. And even though he's, revealed, he's got 50% damage reduction if Diamond evolves at level 6. We'll have to see what his build path is. Jerry, once again, going for some early poke, but let's be honest, it's not the greatest at this stage.
No, not exactly doing tons of damage to each other, as Diamond there on his red buff. Aranea is doing his blue, so we'll see if the junglers now, after they have these double buffs, are going to be getting involved in these lanes. There's the first shot coming out from Edward, just skipping wide of the point there. Jerry, we talked about it, didn't have his best of days yesterday, was missing hooks left, right and center. He's going to have to be landing his Leona ultimates in particular if they want to get things underway today.
Yeah, and there's no room for error because of the team that Gambit has. Well, as we're talking about that, Diamond, he's going to go on Kerp.
Oh, Flash jumps in there as well. They've managed to get the slowdown. Kerp has already flashed here. Here comes Aranea from the side, but Aranea might go down. There is the kill on to Kerp. Aranea gets slowed. Alex Hitch is going to nuke him. Double kill. Disaster for Millennium.
That is terrible for Millennium. Alex Hitch not only gets first blood and a secondary kill, but the double buffs to boot. This is on a champion that wants to get items and wants to scale as quickly as possible. You never want to give any more gold than you absolutely have to Arise. And I think this should be an instant tier plus a Ruby Crystal potentially. Going to have to start working towards that Rod of Ages. That is a massive power spike for Alex. A 3-minute 50 tier plus blue, this is going to stack incredibly quickly.
It's not the only tier either. Millennium surely crying about this one. Not a good start whatsoever. Aranea comes around to try and protect Kurt from the damage. Ends up losing his life as well. And both kills, as we say, go over to Alex. There's Jerry diving in. Expert play from Edward.
Very, very well played by Edward. Cancelling out that play onto Genja. I actually think that even if it had followed through, I feel like Creaton was a little too far behind, but good reactions there from Edward to protect his AD carry. We'll see how that lane continues to play out. One of the other reasons that that gank sort of didn't really work out in Aranea's favor is he jumps into like this like no man's land where you're going to be able to just get isolated away from Diamond Procs and zoned out. You know, Kerp was in full retreat. I think Aranea maybe should have played that a bit more safely. We heard him saying in the pregame, whenever he sees Gambit, he gets sad and gets scared. That's exactly why.
Indeed, not the start that they were looking for from that one. Darian, as we expect here with this Renekton, doing a lot of bullying onto Kevin in this top lane. Does have a CS and an experience advantage at this point. We'll see if, you know, what usually happens to Darren if he gets ahead in the early game. He tends to kind of lose his head a little bit, go between the turrets. We'll see how controlled he keeps this one, because yesterday he did not have a good game for Gambit.
Oh, Alex is chasing Kurt, but here comes Aranea.
Aranea from the side. Double buffs on Alex Hitch there, and actually Alex just turns things around. Diamond Walls coming up from the bottom side of the river as well. Not really a threat there, and even if it were, Millennium don't have any flashes to chase in with afterwards. Well, you're going to get room prison, aren't you? Then you're not going to be able to chase, especially without the flash.
Well, here's Darren, as you talked about. He's got a little bit of a lead. He's got a matchup that he's comfortable in, so he's farming between the turrets in this top lane. I just want to quickly go back to that early tier that Alex was able to pick up about 1 or 2 patches ago. Tier did have a slight change and buff to it where it will passively give you mana without needing to cast spells, so it actually fills ever so slightly quicker. The only reason I highlight that, we haven't actually seen tiers built into anything because the champions have sort of fallen out of favor a little bit in the 2014 season.
There is Darian, another full wave in between the inner and outer turrets on the top lane. Leaves Kevin all alone to farm on that top side. Kevin does have himself the teleport, so we can see if he gets into the action. And Darcy and Aranea coming down towards the bottom. Edward going low, has to flash away. Genja trying to escape as well. The Q block, can they get the damage down? Oh, the hook onto Aranea. He's going down. Edward picks up the kill. Can you believe it?
It's not over, because here comes Diamond and Alex. They want Creaton and J-Ree.
And there's no flashes up. There is for J-Ree, but not for Creaton. Can he jump out of this one? They lock down J-Ree. Have they got the damage to finish off? No, not quite.
Not just yet. So they managed to get away with their lives, but the Thresh Prince arrives once more. Underneath the turret, Edward saves his flash till the last second, throws out the death sentence, connecting with Aranea, getting 2 additional turret shots, and that allowed him to pick up the kill with his ignite. That was turning around a gank, which truthfully should have been a kill for Millennium. That was great counterplay by the bottom lane of Gambit.
And Genja blocking out that Q, which would have meant the death, most definitely, of Edward. Funnily enough, the man that turns that one around. It leaves Gambit 3-0 up. A huge chunk of gold already. It's almost 10,000. That really would be a huge chunk. 2,000 gold. 7 minutes and 20 seconds only into this game. We see that both mid laners have now hit level 6.
Darian's in trouble.
Aranea, yeah, coming up towards Darian. This is the way that you catch Darian out. You make him feel comfortable, then you chase him down. There's the pillar coming in. They're going to follow him through. Kerp actually comes around with the explosive cast to get the kill.
That's actually very important. The fact that 3 members get that assist gold, they are going to just gain some additional power. Remember that Kevin on Trundle is already behind Renekton just because of the matchup. So good play. Aranea is about to hit level 6. He unfortunately has not had the greatest of starts to this game. But if he can find good knockbacks and allow the rest of his team to pick up kills, that Trundle and Gragas, they have the tools available to scale up and deal well with this Renekton and Rise.
Interesting to see now how Kerp does in this mid lane. He's brought himself that CS lead up, approaching 10 CS in his favor. His blue buff will be coming into play here in a second as well. Aranea just getting that one all kicked off. And well, Aranea then venture down on towards this bottom lane once again. We'll see about that, because Creaton is behind CS to Genja, and obviously that kill from a little bit earlier on onto Aranea kind of set this mid lane even further back for Millennium.
Yeah, what we actually seen there is as the blue buff was being secured there for Kerp with the help of Aranea, Alex actually threw down his ultimate to get that movement speed and try get in range to attempt to steal that blue buff away. That's a very aggressive play from Alex on that Rise. Now, his cooldown, you know, it does get reduced whenever he casts his spells thanks to his passive, so it's not a massive investment, but it's a nice signal that Alex is roaming, is invading, and he wants to play aggressively.
Well, Darian died in the top lane, but now he's come back in and managed to take the first tower of the game down almost for free there. Kevin had recalled, got himself the Vamp Scepter in there with a Chain Vest as well. And there is Alex charging on through. Has popped his ultimate. They get him towards Kerp, but Kerp flashes out.
Yeah, instant reply. The Kerp did not want to run the risk of getting slowed by Kha'Zix and then rooted by Rise. We see that Diamond Prox on that Kha'Zix has actually evolved his Void Assault, that ultimate, so he does have that additional charge, does have that damage reduction. Now the rest of Gambit have grouped around Dragon. Millennium looking to challenge, and Solar Flare is available from Jerry, so I think that's a smart call by Gambit to back away. In those tight corridors, the power of Leona and Gragas is actually going to be a little bit better than their team fight combo can offer at this point, so wise call to back away and not run the risk of multi-man ultimates.
There's Alex actually going in onto Kerp, gets altered back. This is good damage from Kerp. Alex forced to flash away.
Very well played by Kerp. The burst that's coming out of Gragas, even without much ability power, he's just sitting on 2 Doran's rings and his runes and masteries was enough to force Alex away. Now if Alex sticks in the lane, Arena's going to be looking to set something up, but you can see Alex has actually backed away. He's going to recall. Kerp, not too phased by those 2 early kills. Like we said, he's got the range, he's got the damage on Gragas to deal with that Rise right now.
Kevin going in on towards Darian once again, as I mentioned. Vamp Scepter was picked up. Darian has himself a Giant Spell and a Chain Vest as well, but look at this. The rest of Millennium are starting to close in. Kevin going to go awfully low from this one, but there is the ultimate thrown down by Kevin. Kerp just waiting off to the side here, and Darian, I'm afraid, is going to be going down once again, or is he? He's somehow managed to escape down the back. Ignite is ticking, but he is still alive. Kevin's got no mana to really chase this. It's going to have to be RNA landing the Q. Oh, he missed it. He flashes in, misses the Q. He's going to be getting another one up here in a second. He's still got full HP, so he can go under the tower, and Darian dodges behind. How in hell did he just survive that? Either way, it's opened up Gambit's first dragon.
The Swag Lord himself just trots out with his red pants on. He gets away. Now that play was going to allow Gambit to get positioning on Dragon to begin with, but he gets away with his life. Now it's not over. It's Jerry and Creatin already tremble. The hook doesn't connect.
Hook misses. There is a good solar flare. Creatin jumps in towards Diamond. The Culling coming out. Creatin now left on his own. Jerry going low as well. Diamond actually taking a lot of hits. There is the ulti out of Creatin, but they lock down Jerry. Low HP on 2 men, but a kill is a kill.
4 members of Gambit grabbed themselves assists. They got the Dragon a few seconds ago, and Gambit looked like a revitalized team. The mistakes of the roaming yesterday against Alliance have not repeated themselves here today against Millennium. Alex is thinking about going in on Kerp, and I think the epitome of what Gambit are doing right now is constant roaming. Alex has not been in that mid lane for a significantly long amount of time. He's tried to invade blue. He's gone bottom lane twice already at the 12-minute mark. This is quite unheard of.
And in that top lane, Darian just got back there and constantly annoying the hell out of Kevin. But here comes a push on towards Alex Ich. He gets knocked away. Aranea misses another point blank Q. We did see the ultimate pop from Alex Ich, but the rest of the team here are closing in. Alex Ich turns around, goes on towards Kerp, does get kicked away here by Aranea. Surely can't miss another Q at this range. Surely will finish him off, and he does have to dash out to the ward. Safety first. Millennium pick up a kill back onto Alex.
So Alex, once again, just getting bounced around by Kerp. This is actually a good sign for Millennium because Kerp's barrels have been on point. He's knocked Alex around. He's almost been able to solo Alex on 2 separate occasions right now. Enlisted the help of Aranea to secure the most recent kill. The problem for Millennium is they're giving up too much CS and too many objectives. They've lost a tower, they've lost a dragon, which means they're 3,000 gold behind. If they can stop that, if they can prevent losing any more gold and items to Gambit, and they can stall the game, they can actually pull themselves back in. But it's a very risky business they have right now.
Millennium, meanwhile, pushing out this bottom lane. Creatin has found himself regaining the CS lead here. And if we look at Genja's build, I don't want to call it too early, but it does look like he's going to go Bloodthirster first, which is very strange for Genja.
So we'll see if this actually gets over. I'm not believing yet. And the reason I say so, he's gone Bilgewater Cutlass into IE. Right now, Darien and Diamond, they're turning it on Kevin and RNA.
Yeah, no need to be scared here. They've got the damage coming out of Kha'Zix, and here comes LCS. Kevin going to get blasted, but can they finish him off? Chasing him down here. Kevin's got no more escapability. Darien thought about going there, I think, on towards the steps of the base, but they get the one kill nonetheless on towards RNA, who, again, he's struggling. 3 deaths for him already.
I'm actually disappointed with Darren. He had Flash and Ignite available. I think he could have got that kill if he went for it. But once again, Gambit just controlling this map. You see, Diamond has been roaming and in the lanes an immense amount. And with Darien moving from the top lane into the red buff, they were able to just stumble on top of Kevin and RNA in the jungle, turn that around. With the Dominus at this level and no real defensive stats for Kevin, he's got a Chain Vest and Ninja Tabi. It's not enough to deal with all of that damage that's coming out of Renekton and Kha'Zix.
This bot lane pushed back a little, and Genja regaining the CS lead that Creatine wrestled back from him earlier on. Meanwhile, Alex H is going to get a 3rd blue buff of the game, because let's not forget he did get the double buff of RNA right at the start. Made that lane a little harder for Kurt, but he's since caught up nicely in that one. He's 112 to the 94 CS of Alex H. And there is the Athene's Unholy Grail done. Jerry actually moving down because the rest of the team are going to start to close in onto this one. Edward puts down the box. That's going to slow them, but here comes Kevin from the backside. Puts down the pillar. Edward's definitely sacrificing himself here. I'm not sure that Genja gets away. A good barrel comes across. Kevin picks up the kill.
Very good play by Millennium. Now, if they stay on this bottom tower, they can actually drop this one. We see Kurt immediately roaming back to that mid lane. He wants to defend and prevent Alex getting damage onto his tower. Now, we'll see how quickly Millennium can get that bottom tower and rotate around. There's no dragon available, but that's what we talked about. Millennium have the tools at their disposal. With a teleport trundle and with very good barrels coming out of Curb, it is setting them up to grab some kills and not necessarily out of this game just yet.
1 minute and 40 seconds until the next dragon comes up, and there is the Cutlass for Genja, so I'll stand corrected on that one.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you know, the standard is Infinity Edge into Blade of the Rune King. Maybe, if he has a lot of kills back-to-back, it does allow him to grab a Stinger or an instant Zephyr. You can argue till the end of time the decision-making and whether or not it works, but right now Gambit are in control. They've got themselves that just shy of 3k gold lead. You see that Darien is counter-jungling the Wraiths. You can see Diamond is moving with him. They've set themselves up. They want to go in behind Kevin. I think Kevin will make it to the lane in time.
Already inside of that lane, there's the ultimate prop out of Diamond though. They're going to go in towards Kevin. Stun comes down, Pillar is in position, but Kevin is going very, very low. This will be a finisher. Darien picks that one up, while the rest of the Millennium are coming towards that top lane. Alex H did start moving up as well, but they're trying to escape. Meanwhile, Gambit did take down the outer turret on the bottom lane, and look at this, Diamond did start to move back, but Darien kind of stuck in place, gets kicked back here underneath the turret, flashes away, Solar Flare will lock him up. There's the finishing damage, Kurp gets the kill.
That was a very good kick from RNA. The problem is, the only kill that Millennium were able to secure in that top lane meant that they've lost 2 towers. The bottom outer turret and the middle outer is not going to go down. Good defense, good play from Edward.
Brilliant play. Edward being on point with those plays so far, as the Q from RNA did land, but I think was a little scared of going too close towards Alex H, who's really starting to build up now.
So I want to just go back to that top lane fight. I actually think Kevin may have killed himself. He put the pillar down right in front of himself, and he had to walk around it while Darien and Diamond were sitting right on top of him. I feel that pillar maybe could have been used a little bit more optimally to buy some time to run away. Nevertheless, Kevin was taken out. He's still farming okay in a matchup where he's been dealing with Darien. Now, Dragon has respawned. Both teams are grouping, and the action's going to carry on. Now, Edward's in trouble.
Himself stunned, but will they follow in? Actually, a lot of damage. Just sidesteps a true shot barrage from Creatine. And I think if that had landed, RNA may well have just followed up with his Q. As happens, it didn't, and Millennium have started to back away, but that's allowed the rest of Gambit to actually get in position. Darien has come down from this top lane. They're going to start Dragon.
Yeah, Gambit aren't even afraid of Millennium this time around. The previous Dragon, there was some respect to the tight quarters in the AoE. Right now, RNA, he's jumping in. He's been hooked.
Oh, he's been hooked, and you don't escape those easily, and will be finished off here. It's Darien that gets the kill in the end, and that turret didn't quite go down before. It will now. Kevin might get one in return, though.
So the Dragon secured by Gambit. They're going to siege up this middle outer turret. That's the last turret on the outer line of defense for Millennium down. Kevin at least gets something back. But the problem is it's too little. The gold lead is now up to 5,000. Creatine's been jumped on by Diamond.
Yeah, Kha'Zix. he's going to single him out completely from this one. We can see that Creatine using the barrier, which I'm not sure really why you would use your barrier and your flash in that scenario, but Diamond was always going to kill him in my eyes.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think Diamond had a better positioning on him, had so much damage. Now, it's not stopping. Darian's been jumped on by J-Reed.
Darian's been jumped on. We've seen how slippery he's been in the past. Can he get away from this one, though? He's doing a decent amount of damage to two of them. Got his ultimate running here. Of course, he does have a Sunfire Cape.
Again!
Look at this. Gragas is coming around. Here is Lee Sin as well. The Q is going to land. Can Darian survive this one? He's going to jump over the wall. Can you believe it? The Swag Lord, again, walks away. 3 men chasing him. Not even close.
I cannot believe that Darian has got away again. You can make a highlight reel of the number of times he's escaped in this game alone. 3 members of the team were on him. He even stood in the damage from Leona and Kevin's Trundle. For the entirety of 15-20 seconds, manages to get out alive. Unfortunately, Aranea didn't have the damage to execute him, wasn't able to follow up. So Gambit maintained their gold lead, they maintained control of the map, and it seems that every time somebody goes for Darian, an objective is secured by Gambit.
And he died 6 times yesterday against Alliance. To be honest, he probably should have died 5 times, I think, already in this game compared to the 2 that he actually has after getting away so nicely so many times. And if those kills would have come in, this could actually be a really different game from Millennium's side.
Definitely. And when you've got champions like Trundle and Gragas who, if they get gold and they get items, can do so much with it, it could have been a different landscape. Interestingly now, as we're hitting a 20-minute mark and we see Gambit in a pretty commanding lead right now, when Gambit beats Millennium, as they are 3-0 up in the head-to-head, they beat them faster than any other team that they beat in the LCS. So we'll see if Gambit can close this game out quickly. Traditionally, it's what they've been able to do.
Only 20 minutes in, 8-16 kills, but that gold lead's starting to become quite monstrous here from Gambit. And there's Darian doing what he does best, which is just running around the top side of the enemy jungle. Genja now has his Infinity Edge complete, by the way.
Infinity Edge plus Bilgewater Cutlass, I believe we're going to be seeing a Blade of the Rune King as his next big item. Gambit have started off Baron. They have got so much damage on this Baron. Millennium, they don't have vision in the pit. They have no idea this is going on. They haven't made a single move. Finally, Aranea is making his way towards the pit, but I think he's going to be there too late. We'll have to see how he plays this out. They've got to look for a steal.
And he looks that way. Oh, he's been hooked. They jump over the top. Aranea goes down. Baron not finished off. There goes the barrel in. They hook Kerp as well. Kerp's going to become the next victim to this one. Gambit got the Baron as well. What a play from them. Baron, 2 kills as well. They can really push here.
If they siege up on an inhibitor turret, I think they've got enough time to get a turret down. The question is, what sort of defense can Millennium put together? Their wave clear is gone. They do not have Gragas available. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself as it's only the inner turret that is there setting their eyes on. Gambit are just not stopping. They're going in again. Another hook. It connects.
Wow! I didn't even think that was going to be possible. J-Reed came in to protect Kevin. He finds his life. He's gone from him. And Gambit are going through. They've chased all the way through behind the inhibitor. They're going for Aranea. He gets played and finished off by Genja. He'd only just respawned. Now he's dead again. And Gambit are going back for the inner turret, by the way, which they didn't take down.
Edward is playing out of his skin. This is the Edward that we were used to seeing last split. He has not missed a single important hook. He continues to catch opponents until this very second. Damn you, Edward. Make me eat my words. But look at this gold lead, 10,000. Darian, there is no more swag than dancing in the face of your opponent's Ezreal. They are just in a brilliant position and playing this game fantastically.
And looking confident and having fun, and that seems to be the winning solution from Gambit when they're feeling confident. All right, then he's gonna have another go at this one. Where's he going this time? He's got 5 men from Millennium trying to chase him down. Well, here comes Diamond from the side. Darian has hardly lost any health from that one. They're going to do some good damage onto Kevin. Kerp's going to roll the barrels in, but I feel that Kevin is going to die. It's Edward that picks up that one. J-Reed's the next target, and Diamond helps along with Edward to finish off that one. And that's 2 kills after Mr. Swag Lord himself, by the way, didn't die at all.
Hashtag worth on the side of Darian. He played perfect bait, holding Millennium in place in the jungle. Gambit just collapsed on the members of Millennium, grabbed themselves 2 kills. There was no minions to work with underneath that inhibitor turret, so they didn't stick around on the map. Instead, they backed away. And if you actually look at how many minions are in the top and the bottom lane, Gambit, not the most ideal of sieging and pushing positions. So they have backed off. Going to get themselves some items, get themselves some CS, and we'll see how they push forward. We do want to note, though, Genji's picked up a Zeal, so there is a slight difference in his item pathing. So we'll continue to keep track of that as the game progresses.
We'll see what he ends up going for with that one. He just comes out here from Genji, trying to stop Millennium from taking what would be their third turret. They will take that one as well. So they do finish off the outer ring of turrets, but they've only got 2 inner turrets left in the bottom and the top lane. Middle lane is right down to that Nexus, no, not Nexus, sorry, Inhibitor turret at this point.
Yeah, you and I both getting a bit ahead of ourselves as far as the turrets are concerned. I think I want to touch on the item build here from Diamond Proc just a tiny bit more.
Forget Diamond, just talk about Darian. He's got Morellonomicon now.
Morellonomicon on Renekton. Now, he does have some AP scaling on that Dominus. There is some AP Renekton builds out there, but hey, cooldown reduction, it reduces healing from Trundle, who has built-in healing. I'm trying to theory craft this. It's Darian and it's Gambit. I mean, there's nothing more you can say.
Yeah. He's having fun.
The wizard of the top lane, and they jump in.
Yeah, Jerry actually going to throw down the solar flare. Alex is going to get caught out from this one. He almost took Creatine with him on the way, but the rest of the tanky beasts are right in the middle. And look at Darian. He's absolutely dumping on everyone. Double kill for him. Finally does start to go low. Kevin's going to be able to force him out of this one. Creatine's at half HP at the back. Darian dives in again. Does come out, but here comes Kha'Zix. Creatine going to get slowed. Ultimate use. Randuin's Omen. Creatine, you're a dead man. And Kevin might not escape this one either. Diamond forcing him right onto the fountain. He does get away though.
So the inhibitor turret falls. The rest of Gambit are now on the inhibitor. That was a very good barrel from Kerb that allowed them to pick up the kill on Alex Sitch. But the problem is they're so far behind, it does not matter. There's a 14,000 gold. The Gambit have got minions on the in the base, and now they're going to siege up this Nexus turret. They don't give a monkey.
They don't give a monkeys. They're going to fight this one, but the rest of Millennium actually spawning in, so Gambit have to be a little bit careful about this. And by a little bit, just back away. That's the wise thing to do at this stage. Darian, we all know that he doesn't like backing away at any point, even if he's got 5 guys chasing him through the enemy's jungle. He still somehow manages to get away from those scenarios. Gambit going to clean up a few buffs and what have you here. The blue buff going to go over towards Diamond. Genji is doing the red buff on the top side of Millennium.
They're being collapsed on though. They could be in trouble. Barrel Even's going to help them.
Oh, Kerb going a little bit too far out from this one. Another hook lands for Eddie, but not sure they really want this fight. The rest of the team starting to chase around. Diamond trying to escape off to the backside. When's he going to have that jump up? Edward, I don't think will get away. Solar Flare missed. The pillar didn't slow him, but surely Edward can't get away. Plays down. There is the kill. Kevin gets that one, but Alex is coming in from the backside. He's going to go straight towards Kerb. Here comes the burst. They turn around, try and get Alex down. There's a lot of damage back on towards Alex, and he will now have to turn around and back off.
I'd like to point out that that was Gambit engaging or re-engaging a 2v4, and Millennium not being able to actually keep them in place or have enough damage to get through Alex Sitch's rise. That is a super tanky rise. His Seraph's Embrace is completed. He's had his Rod of Ages for an age. Negatron Cloak and Chain Vest. Right now, Gambit are in just such a good position. Is that an Ohm Wrecker?
It is an Ohm Wrecker for Darian.
So, you know what? Gambit have tower dove so many times, and they've been in the face of Millennium so many times. They've picked up an Ohm Wrecker. This is Darian. This is Darian. I mean, there's nothing more you can say. You can't theory craft that. That is just him saying, I don't care who you are, I don't care what you're doing, I'm going to win anyway.
Well, he's going to kill J-Ray here, or is he? J-Ray flashes off to the side. Darian says, nope, I'm going to keep going on this one. It is actually Alex that picks up that kill. Well, that's going to leave them 5v4 as Gambit close in onto that inner turret in the top lane. And I'll tell you what, Darian might just step forward and think about having a fight from this one. He does. Just slicing and dicing in and out of the fight. That's turret number 6 here for Gambit. Their gold lead is astronomical at this point.
So just, you know, for curiosity's sake, with 125 ability power, he gains an additional 13 damage per second on Dominus. I definitely think that's hashtag worth in your itemization. Right now, Gambit, let's go. Ohm Wrecker active and tower dive. Don't even need the active because you're Gambit.
Oh, good knockback though there by Kerb. Gets a couple of them low. Who are they going to focus on? They were actually focusing Kevin, which is not the target. Solar Flare was a sun away from where they really needed it. And J-Ree now the focus from that one. Genjo is going to take down Aranea on Lee Sin as he picks up the double kill. And Gambit are just swarming in around. There's a flash in from Alex Sitch. One more will do it. He does get that one, but Kevin trying to finish off the rest. No, Alex secures the double. Only Kerb alive. Gragas, what are you going to do? The turret, they can't stop it on right now. They did manage to get that.
He's down. Ace for Gambit here. This is surely the game.
This is definitely game. There's so much damage on the side of Gambit. They're going to be able to just push in with the super minions in that mid lane, get onto the Nexus turret. Gambit have put on one hell of a show. They beat Millennium faster than they beat any other team in the LCS. This is 4-0 to Gambit.
4-0, not dropping a single game over the course of the split. They're not done just yet though. Millennium tried for a few more. All they're doing is giving Alex Hitch more kills to boost his KDA at this stage. 9-3-8 on Alex Hitch at this stage of the game. And there is Aranea, who not doing much for his KDA this game, that's for sure. 1-8-5 for him. Nexus going to be focused somewhat here, but Gambit are kind of low. Scared of losing out on a few deaths.
At this point in time, I think Gambit are definitely having some more fun with this one. Inhibitor's down in the mid in the top lane. Edward even gets Darien out safely. I think we have some very serious questions to ask at Gambit's theory crafters and Gambit's analysts, because they don't subscribe to the same item crafting theory that the rest of the world does. And I think they'll give you some humorous replies if you talk to them.
Let's have a look what comes out, because everyone's got quite a lot of gold here. Genja himself, I think, was sat on over 4,000 gold to go back with. 2,300 for Darien as well, so he can add something strange and beautiful into his build.
Put things into perspective. With Genja sitting at over 4,000 gold right now. Yeah, Hourglass, why not? When you've got over 4,000 gold on Genja, his team is 20,000 gold ahead of Millennium. So Genja has not spent half of the total gold that Creatin's earned this entire game. I mean, there's nothing you can do against that item deficit, even with an Hourglass, Morellinomicon, Omreka, Renekton.
Just finished off Blade of the Ruined King. He's actually waiting in base now. There's a static shift and a stinger. Yes. Going the same way as we've seen him. Zephyr as item number 4. At this point, it doesn't particularly matter, I feel, though.
Yeah, I think there's bigger things to talk about. Alex is going to get caught out. Not even. Millennium are too scared to go 3-on-1 against Alex's Rides because they have no idea where the rest of Gambit are. Right now, it is just a matter of formality. Gambit going to siege down this mid turret. There's only 3 of them. They are that strong. They're going to go on to the inhibitor with just 3 members.
Well, Darien does have the extra armor from that Sonya's Hourglass, which is definitely what he wanted with that item. Alex Hitch going to get closed down. Does have himself a Guardian Angel, though. Will he be able to escape afterwards? Here comes the damage back onto Diamond joining in. Alex only just going down from that one. Jerry going to be isolated. There was the shutdown on towards Alex Hitch, came in from Aranea. Jerry will fall in the end, though. And this is just a simple push in to finish off the Nexus. They may end up diving into the fountain at this rate. I'm sure Darien is kind of fancying that one. But the Nexus is going to start taking damage from those super minions. There's a ward in there. Is Darien going to dive in? The rest of the team catch-out curve is low, but he's going to go in there. Darien uses Sonya's at the end. And Gambit take down Millennium, having a bit of fun there at the end, but a dominating performance from the Russians.
The golden crocodile is the best crocodile. Darien having a performance of his life. 6, 2, and 14. From the opening minutes of that game, you just felt the Gambit aggression on Millennium over and over and over. And that was one hell of a game to watch. You have to applaud them for their showmanship and excitedness.
Yeah, for Millennium though, not really an end in sight to their woes at this stage. Another loss will leave them lingering at the bottom of the table, and they have to pick up some wins. The question is when and against who. They lost to the Super Hot Crew yesterday, the 7th place team. Not the team that's just one step above you. Where do you go from there?
Fortunately, when you're rooted to the bottom of the table, there is nowhere to go. As it stands, with a record of 7 and 15, there are only 6 games left in the split for Millennium. They only have 6 games. In a best case scenario, they'll be 13-15, which at this point in time, I don't know if that's going to be enough to actually guarantee them not being in 8th position. They're going to be in the same spot that MYM was last year, that they're going to face the #1 challenger team. And right now, their performance is just not there. I don't know what you would do if you were in Millennium shoes.
However, we have to talk about the positives in this one and Gambit, because that was a great win from. We saw Rise coming out once again here for Alex Hitch, but Edward, for me in particular, was so amazing today with those hooks.
I think every single member of Gambit played very, very well. Edward landed so many hooks. Darien was just a monster on Renekton. Alex on Rise, I mean, he got gifted double buffs and a double kill at level 3. I mean, it's hard to mess that up at this level of play when you have that sort of advantage. So as a team, this was the Gambit that we know. This was the Gambit that we watch. This is the Gambit that beats Korean teams at Intel Extreme Masters. And the problem is, we haven't seen them all that much this year. This is, this is only their 13th win with 9 losses. So we need to see if they can channel this ability more often.
Well, we do actually have a clip of Edward, because I mean we could have made a full-on highlight clip out of Edward, I think, from this game overall.
Yeah, I think Edward in particular stands out in my mind. Let's actually pull that first clip onto your screens right now. Now this is super, super early on in the game, starting with RNA actually coming in for the gank. So let's roll this clip out and we'll just talk over it very quickly. Basically, Genji and Edward are on the retreat, and you can see this is 3 versus 2, trying to set it up. A very good flash there from Edward. Throws out the lantern, gets the shield, and this is the moment that it turns. Hooking RNA underneath the tower while under all of that pressure, gets the ignite down, and it just carried on from there. Again and again and again. A brilliant performance. That is the Thresh that we expect from Edward, that hasn't been there the 8 other times we've seen him play the champion.
Yeah, needs to keep it a bit more consistent, that's for sure. As always, guys, remember that you can tag your favorite plays today by tweeting them to us at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS big plays. But if Gambit continue like that, this is where they start to get scary. I said it before, demotivated and not having so much fun Gambit is the Gambit that loses games. This kind of Gambit that looks incredibly good and like they're having a lot of fun are the scary Gambit.
Yeah, the wizard of the top lane. I mean, if anybody follows Skyen, and he's writing comics for Gambit right now for their own website, and he makes jokes about it, talking about how Darien, he doesn't follow rules and regulations. Deathcap Shyvana from Battle of the Atlantic. Now, Hourglass Morella, Nomicon, Renekton. What other bruisers is he going to build AP items on next? Who knows?
Well, we'll find that out in future games. We're going to flash over to Shox and Demon, who have Gambit's Alex Ich with them to talk about that last game.
Thank you very much, guys. I am indeed happy to have Lee Demon Smith here by my side as we were talking to Alex Ich from Gambit. After that, phenomenal win versus Millennium. Very impressive. Let's take it back to the beginning. You guys opted for only 2 bans. Was that an oversight or mind games?
So we thought about banning something like LeBlanc as the 3rd ban, but they banned it themselves. And we just saw that we don't need anything to ban, so we decided to play some kind of mind games.
So obviously you went for the Rise in the mid lane. The first time we've seen it in the European LCS. We saw Faker playing it as well in the OGN this morning. Is there anything that maybe made you go towards it? Obviously maybe seeing Leopard's performance over in the Intel Extreme Masters?
No, I just watched Faker's games and decided to play Rise.
Let's elaborate a little bit more, though, about the comp in general. Also, Diamond going for that Kha'Zix now. We know we've played it in the past, but was it maybe the performances at IEM of seeing Insect going for it that made him go for it again, or why this time?
So, as well with the Rise, we decided that Rise Kha'Zix is really strong 2v2 comp, so we decided to focus mid lane in the early, and we did it.
So we saw the bit of a difference between Edward from yesterday to today, playing out of his skin suddenly again. What is it that turns Gambit around as a team? Because it's always the fable. It's like if Gambit lose on one day, you do not want to face them the next day because they will come out strong.
So I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone, but I think that Millennium is underperforming a lot, and it is like when you're playing against worse team, it's easier to shine than playing against stronger team. So I hope Millennium will step up their game because they're really good players and I know them a lot. So I think that overall we played really good today, did some mistakes, but I think that if we played like this yesterday, maybe it would be a bit better.
Now, in the beginning of the season, a couple of times I'd ask you to maybe make some predictions about how the season would go, and you couldn't say anything in the beginning, but you just mentioned that Millennium is underperforming right now. Where do you kind of think you guys can realistically end up?
I think that we're aiming for the 1st place, and I think it will be the best. And it will be the best to finish even the schedule as top 2, so we won't be afraid to get out or get into relegation. So I think top 2 would be the best before the playoffs.
And how has the preparation gone for coming into this? Obviously, you had the Super Week, Intel Extreme Masters. Now you're straight into this week. Going one-on-one this weekend. You got, what, 2 more match weeks to go. How's the preparation going? Are you in the gaming house now? Are you settled anywhere?
So we were in gaming house. I think we will go home to get like our stuff with us, and we'll come back to gaming house before the last week, the playoffs. And I think that we preparing pretty much, and I hope that our preparation will get even better. And because everyone will focus more on the preparing because we think that playoffs is more important and even more important than IEM. But not like more important, but we got more time because before IEM we got around 5 days after the last LCS week, and here we will have around 10 days, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm really tired that I'm telling so all the time, and all people are saying it, but it's only because I'm thinking about the answer. I don't know. I hope that we will get the first place. Alliance is looking really good right now. SK is looking really good right now. So I wouldn't bet on anything and just hope we'll do the best.
All right, well, I'll let you off to prepare in just a second, but first I want to get your predictions because the next game coming up is SK Gaming as they take on Roccat. D-Man, what do you think?
SK Gaming are 3-0 up, if my memory serves correct, and HAL looking still incredibly strong. They are by far the strongest team, I think, in the European LCS right now.
Alex?
So the SK is performing really good. Roccat is underperforming, and statistics say it's 3-0, so I would believe statistics and say SK.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations once again on that phenomenal performance. We have to take a very short break, but when we return, Roccat will be looking to pick up their first win against the first place SK in their fourth and final game against each other this split. We'll be right back.
Looks that way. Oh, it's been hooked. They jump over the top. Baron here goes down. Baron not finished off. There goes the barrel in. They hook Kerp as well. Kerp's going to become the next victim to this one. Gambit got the Baron as well. What a play from them.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, we all know that players on the pro level are constantly looking to improve their performance, and SK Gaming recently added psychologists to the mix in order to
that was missing.
The mental work which I do is very, very dependent on evidence-based research from psychology and sports science, and I've got to translate these theories into practice and into esports and into a game. And this is what really is my work.
It makes my job very easy when it comes to this, because I don't have to do this and I'm not specialized in that.
My job is to make sure they train well and they play well and they get their maximum performance out of it.
When we played against Superhawk Crew, I didn't have much presence, even though I got like a few kills. I didn't do much.
An amazing job by Superhawk Crew, completely destroying Jessis. He's been a non-factor pretty much entire game.
Me having an advantage like that and not getting anything out of it really just shows that how afraid I am.
If you have a guy that literally did nothing the whole game, you just don't want to play with him.
If your cognition in the beginning is fear, your performance will suffer. And you've got to change that mindset going into the game. But you always have to make decisions with the player together.
You have to want it, you have to do it yourself. He's not gonna do it for you. He didn't help me get over mistakes. He helped me figure out how to not be afraid of making those mistakes.
Jessis is coming in from the side right now. The Cullings comes out, but look at this. He's just going to throw out the mines, throw out the bombs, throw out the rubber ducky. Fantastic play from SK.
The success which SK had in the last 6 weeks was because the players concentrated on their work. What I can work on is communication, decision making. Everyone has to work together, and if they learn that, they get better.
Really interesting to see that almost next level addition to some of these teams, and we saw a lot from Jessis there, and if anyone's benefited from that, it seems to be him.
Yeah, I completely agree. I distinctly remember interviewing him 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, and he was saying how his mindset, he was very negative. He was like introverted in his thinking, and this helped him blossom as the player we've seen. And what was very interesting is after seeing this piece and seeing how SK have grown, I actually seen Liquid from Team Curse tweeting out, hey, we're looking for sports psychologists in our area, in our neck of the woods, email us. So maybe this concept or this idea could filter through to some of the other teams. I like that idea of trying to level up your teams and your players that way.
Hard to argue with it when SK are on such a tear right now. But we are going to be seeing SK in action here in just a second. They're going to be taking on Roccat. SK are currently 3-0 up over Roccat, and yesterday they looked great, while Roccat just didn't really bring anything to the table. They lost to Fnatic after picking that heavy AD composition, and they needed to get ahead early and simply didn't manage to get any kind of lead to control the more well-rounded composition of Fnatic. We saw Jankos playing Lee Sin not brilliantly, and Xaxus didn't really perform on his Renekton either.
No, I really don't think that they did. And, you know, Roccat, they just took too long to get going. They didn't manage to gain any real lead early on, and their lane swap was immediately balanced out by Fnatic getting a reply in the bottom tower as well. Simply put, Roccat once again needed earlier aggression, and they did not deliver. The problem is, this isn't the first time it happened. The last time that these teams met, Xaxus and Jankos tried to combo their Aatrox and Wukong, and yeah, they got first blood on Freddy, but that was it. There were only 4 kills that their team secured for Roccat. They gave up 5 kills themselves over the course of the game, and those new picks, they just didn't pay dividends. Roccat experimenting and not finding success.
So with SK 3-0 and completely controlling Roccat in previous games, you've got to imagine that they're favourites coming into this match as well. Alex Hitch said it himself, statistics don't really lie when it comes to this kind of thing. And just looking at their previous head-to-head, you can see exactly why they're favourites. We said earlier in the season that Roccat are SK's kryptonite, or the other way around, actually.
So here are some numbers, right? SK Gaming has held Roccat to 0 dragons, 1 Baron, and 4 towers. This is over the course of the last 3 games. While they have taken 9 dragons, 2 Barons, and 24 towers across the split so far. Roccat simply haven't had any ability to dent SK Gaming, and in the previous matchups, like you said, the way Rocket have been playing recently, this is their final chance to start breaking that losing streak and bounce back up the ladder.
Yeah, and SK continued that fantastic form that we've been seeing from them yesterday as they took down the Wolves in a pretty controlled, one-sided match. And even though it started very action-packed with teams trading towers, we saw them both getting 2 apiece in the bottom and top lanes respectively, SK simply found opportunities to rotate around the map and grab the objectives away from the Wolves.
Yeah, SK once again demonstrated that objective-based gameplay we've come to expect from them. They had absolutely flawless dragon control. They took advantage of the openings in the Wolves jungle to grab towers without reply. This is not an isolated incident, though, as SK Gaming have been able to play a fantastic objective game. Throughout the entire split, they've secured 53 dragons. And when you consider they've only played 21 games, that is a great average dragon-to-game ratio.
Brilliant stuff so far. Well, let's check out these starting lineups for these two teams. Kicking off with Roccat on the blue side. They are Xaxus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celiva the AD carry, and Vander the support.
And on the red side, it is SK Gaming. Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane with Candy Panda and Enrated as the AD carry and support. So
let's talk about picks and bans then. What are we expecting from these two teams? We saw Orianna yesterday from Jesus. We mentioned that, we played a Zed last week, which wasn't brilliant, but also not terrible at the same time. I think we can expect him surely to go back onto these farm-heavy mid laners and I think therefore draw some bans.
Yeah, I agree with that. We actually seen yesterday Nidalee was banned against him, as well as LeBlanc. So you mentioned the Zed, and we've been talking about how SK have practiced playing with assassins in the off weeks. So seeing LeBlanc being banned against him means he is at least competent with that champion. The one thing I do want to highlight is in all 3 of the previous games, Vander's got Thresh. He's played all 3 games on Thresh, and when you consider Vander's played Thresh 12 times out of their 21 games, I think that's going to be a priority on the side of Roccat. You also have to consider AD carries. We've seen Vayne targeted against Candy Panda, and Caitlyn targeted against Celiva in the past as well.
So first ban out of the gate will actually be Sivir here towards Candy Panda. Now, if we think about what they went for in their last games, we've seen Kayle as a bit of a recurring theme from SK Gaming in that support role. Obviously got a nice speed boost from that one, but we'll move on here because more AD carry bans. SK taking away Lucian from Celiva. Then we see Nidalee come in actually as the ban again, aimed towards Jesus. Kassadin, standard red side ban from SK.
So Gragas and Ziggs are still up and available. Ziggs maybe a little bit more for Overpower, Gragas maybe a little bit more for Jesus. There's Orianna that we've seen them pulling out yesterday. Thresh is still on the table, as is Elise and Lee Sin. Lulu, for example. So there's a lot of priority picks. I almost wonder if a Renekton might be a consideration here as well, because we know Freddy loves to play that a lot, and as predicted, Roccat taking that away. They don't want Freddy on Renekton, because Xaxus has been struggling lately.
Has been struggling a little bit to have the impact. I mean, he's been a different player to what we saw in the early season. We put up some big numbers on the likes of Renekton. We saw him also bringing out Malphite, Shyvana, those kind of champions in the early season, but they've definitely, I think, as a team, not just to pick on Xaxus there, fell off the pace a little bit. The final ban coming out here will actually be Morgana, which is interesting for me because I feel like Roccat might have just gone Thresh either way.
Yeah, I agree with that. If Thresh was on the table, I think they would have gone their route. I feel like Vander's a slightly stronger Thresh player than Enrated, but we know Enrated likes to play those engaged supports. Leona's still on the table, Annie's still on the table. So if Enrated wants to play one of those aggressive supports, removing Thresh from the table makes his life a little bit easier for engaging, a little bit easier for landing those stuns and CC in the early game.
Lulu coming in for Roccat. We've not actually seen them play Lulu in that mid lane up until now. So Overpower going to be running that. I say Overpower going to be running that. Of course, it could end up in the hands of Xaxus. Other teams have gone for that one. On the other side for SK Gaming, hovering over the Candy Panda and locking that in for the Candy Panda. The Caitlyn for Candy Panda, which we've seen him play so well on. Last game against the Wolves, prime example.
I believe he's played Caitlyn 4 times this split, unless I'm mistaken, and this is a very smart pick for a number of reasons. Because Sivir was banned away, it means that sort of those top tier AD carries, Caitlyn, Lucian, and Sivir are off the table. SK removed Lucian from Celiva. Celiva's played that also 7 times this split. Celiva's played Caitlyn 10 times this split. So not only is Candy Panda on a strong AD carry that he played yesterday that helped them win the game, he's denying it from his opponent. Also, Kha'Zix was banned against SK yesterday. When SK did play the Copenhagen Wolves, it was banned. Now it's available, and Svenskeren basically instantly locks that in.
is the Elise, possibly. I was going to say, what are we going to see from the AD carry? And that's kind of just answered my question straight away. Jinx will be picked up here for Celiver, and if I'm not, he has played it actually. He played it against SK in the first time that they actually met in the season. Of course, that was a win for SK Gaming, and Elise as well picked up there for Jack. It's a champion which he was so scary on in the early parts of the season.
Yeah, so I have to be honest, I'm a little bit afraid about that Jinx pick, because if Svenskeren is able to get a little bit of a lead, get an early Elder Lizard or something along those lines, that is a super squishy Jinx. At this point in time, there is a wild growth. Yes, you can save Jinx for a moment or two longer, but if Kha'Zix can get onto him, there's no safety net, there's no escape mechanism on that champion. So we've got a lot of damage from both of the compositions so far, but the added utility that Rocket has with that sort of mid lane Lulu, could be top lane, we've seen it in top before and by a couple of EU teams, as well as escapability on the Elise. I think they've got a slightly more well-rounded team on Rocket so far, as long as Jinx doesn't just get instantly blown up.
So what are SK going to add into this one? They obviously banned out the Morgana support themselves, and it is going to be Karma coming in here for Enrated, and we'll see Freddy 1-2-2 on the Jax in the top lane. Funnily enough, last time that these two teams met, Freddy playing Jax in the top lane.
So the one thing that we are noticing from Freddy as a player, when the likes of Renekton and Trundle are not ideal or not preferred, Freddy tends to fall back onto Jax and Aatrox. Those are his preferred top lane picks. We've also seen Xaxus playing Aatrox in the past. So the question is now, what does Xaxus want to play? Does he want to go for an AP top laner? LeBlanc has made it all the way through to the second last round of picks. He's played LeBlanc in the top lane before. Or does he want to go for something a bit more standard and traditional, like a Trundle, which is something that Xaxus has also run a multiple of times in the past?
Definitely running down the clock on this one. Rocket hovering over that Sona at this point of things, and possible Aatrox for the top lane. Just to recap on the last game that these two teams played, it was Aatrox versus, oh, this could be interesting, Aatrox versus Jax in the top lane before, but they're going to lock in the Gragas. So it looks like we're either going to be seeing a top lane Gragas or a top lane Lulu out of these two, depending on what that final choice is going to be in the mid lane for SK.
I wish I could make an educated guess on what it's going to be, but Rocket as a team, their mid lane and top laner are very versatile. We've seen Overplow running Vlad in the past. I think if it's going to be LeBlanc mid, which is locked in, we are seeing Jez as an assassin. I thought it was going to happen this week. I almost feel like Lulu mid may be a slightly better option. Yes, you can play safe with Gragas, you can keep LeBlanc on the back foot, but I almost think that the LeBlanc v Lulu is a slightly preferred matchup. As it stands though, there is so much damage on the side of SK Gaming. When you see these team fights happening, SK are looking for a pick. LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, Caitlyn, they want to jump on a single target, delete him, and then let Freddy on Jax clean up. If they do not find a pick early in a team fight, I think Rocket's disruption and crescendo and wild growth is going to be enough to allow Rocket to survive the extended team fights. So that's what we're looking for, a well-timed wild growth to prevent resets from the side of SK.
And that Xaxus is going to be, that Lulu will be with Xaxus in the top lane. Funnily enough, there's not many top laners that are venturing out of the bruiser category, to be honest, but he is one of them. We've seen him playing LeBlanc, for example, already up in that top lane, so interested to see how Xaxus gets back on the horse. And the great thing, we interviewed the Rocket guys earlier, and they were so openly honest about how badly they're playing right now.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. I almost can't sympathize because you hear them saying, we just need to play more. If you know you need to play more. Play more. It is your job. You're on the stage. You're here to perform and, you know, deliver for your fans. Let's see if this is their game.
See if they can pick it up this week. Remember that you can tell us who you think will win these matches over at lolesports.com. For this match, it looks like SK Gaming is your team of choice, garnering 52% of a very, very close vote.
Yeah, very close indeed. I think as far as teams are concerned, SK probably slightly stronger coming into it, but we'll see how the game plays out.
So we are going to be getting into game here in just a second. Rocket, let's not forget, not in a good way here, losing the last 4 games in a row. This would, funnily enough, put SK into a 4-game winning streak if they can make it 4-0. And so many falls around this story. It's destined to happen somewhere along the line. Well, here we go, in-game. Can Rocket turn things around, and can SK keep this run going? Because they've only lost 2 out of their last 11 games. Phenomenal numbers they've put up.
Yeah, fantastic record. You know, I was doing the math just before we came on air about how many weeks that works out to worth of games, and it sits on the cusp of 5 weeks worth of games. And I think if you compare them to the other top-tier teams, Fnatic had a good 3 weeks. Gambit have been shaky and inconsistent the entire split long. Rocket, they had a good 3 weeks. So this is already approaching, you know, double the time at the top of the table that any of the other teams has been able to secure. SK need to find picks. When we look at the composition of Rocket, that is a super, super, super squishy bottom lane. So if Svenskeren is going to be looking for ganks or Jesus is going to roam, their target is a massive Jinx or Sona because they can just get popped very quickly.
And one thing that we've always given credit for to SK Gaming is that Svenskeren has been in the right place at the right time. He's not scared of getting involved on the bottom side of the map and making sure that Candy Panda and Enrated have a safer time. And they're just going to have a big target painted on towards the Rocket bottom lane because it's squishy. As, to be honest, is the top lane a bit more utility in Xaxus there, but certainly an open target for someone like Jackson and Jackson Kha'Zix, who got the slow and got the stun in there.
So to break down the lanes a little bit more, I think the duo lane of SK is significantly stronger in the early laning phase than that of Celiva and Vander. The Caitlyn and Karma is going to outrange both Jinx and Sona. And the way Sona wants to get her power chord poke off is going to open her up to a lot of Karma harass. If Karma's going to throw down that Mantra plus Inner Flamer Q, you can zone out Sona, slow her down, prevent her from getting in range. The thing is, Enrated has to be on point with that. In the mid lane, Gragas is going to have the advantage early. Once Jesus gets some damage, he should be able to look for an insta-kill on Overpower. But I actually feel like the laning phase of Lulu versus Jax is heavily in favor of Lulu. Glitzer wants to slow her down, and this is the damage talking about on Vander. Lulu's going to be able to Glitzer launch Jax. If Jax leaps in, turn him into a Munchkin. He's no longer a threat. You can run away with your own little whimsy and movement speed.
Look at Vander there, taken to way below half HP at this stage, and even when he's trying to get aggressive here and put the poke down of his own, he's just keep repeatedly getting hit there by Enrated. Yes, he has heals in that bottom lane, but is he going to be able to keep up with the constant spamming out of abilities that Enrated puts in?
At this point in time, Enrated's damage will be higher than that of Vander's, in addition to the fact that Vander needs to cast 4 spells before that power chord is available. However, Vander does have the sustain. The heal is on his side, so over time, Celiva and Vander should be able to get an advantage, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. Enrated casts the Mantra, then the Q, and the Inner Flame AoE on the floor is just going to slow Vander down.
Look at the top lane. There are 4 icons hovering over each other here. Jankos sat off to the side, ready to go in. Are they going to make the dive on towards Freddy? Svenskeren is there, but he's slowly but surely making his way down towards the Wraith camp. So this could leave Freddy quite exposed. We all know it's dangerous to jump in on towards that Jax when he's got his counter-strike spinning. Can lock you up underneath the turret. But will they actually go for it? More minion waves actually coming in from this one. They've actually spotted Jankos now, so they know he's there.
This is going to be a little bit of a difficult dive, but very luckily, all of the damage from Lulu's inner ability is not an auto attack. Let's see if the Cocoon lands.
Oh, damage first coming in. They're going to stun up Jankos. I think Xaxus is going to go down from this one. Jankos actually getting the first blood, repels away. Xaxus was very, very low in that fight, but it was nicely executed overall.
Yeah, decent attempt by Freddy to try get one back, and I think he needed to have flashed that Cocoon to get away from it, but that was a point-blank Cocoon coming out of Jankos, so it was going to be very difficult to dodge. Rocket with the early lead, and they need to make this stick further. The kill landed in Jankos' back pocket, so he needs to make this work for the rest of the lanes, because ideally you want that on your carries.
Bottom lane pushed up once again. Candy Panda and Enrated poking out as far as he can. Vander actually getting a good few heals off from this one. Actually, we see that missing, and Enrated might be in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get slowed down, but we'll be able to walk off to the safety of that back brush where there's no vision for Rocket.
Yeah, both of the teams putting a lot of damage onto the respective supports. If that W was available from Enrated, I can't recall the name, he's going to be able to root Celiva down as he chases in, but at this point in time, Celiva's just going to be happy with a poke, and he's going to back away for now.
And that's the problem that you have here with the Jax against Lulu. We see him diving in, he gets slowed down instantly, allows you to get off some free damage as Candy Panda goes low. Celiva actually taking damage from a Siege minion and a couple of others in there as well. And in the end, we see them both on similar health totals. Vander going to be able to top off Celiver a bit more, though.
So the longer this laning phase goes, the better it's going to be for Celiver because his rockets on his Q is going to be able to outrange some of the damage that's coming out of Candy Pan and Rated. The only catch is, of course, that it is mana dependent. So Celiver's got to really work with his resources. As it stands, that early advantage that Caitlyn and Karma had is slowly being mitigated. As Vander gets more levels, he's run out of mana now, so the heals are going to be dropped down. But you're going to have that kill potential with the crescendo, the splash damage from Celiver's Q, and then his ultimate of the Super Mega Death Rocket. We'll see if they can make it work.
This could be a risky dive. Svenskeren at half health, and I was going to say, I'm not sure you want to jump into a Lulu there who's going to immobilize you basically with that ridiculously strong stun. Svenskeren decides, you know what, I'll get a ward in there. We'll spot Jankos actually coming up from the Wolves at this point, and I think they did see Svenskeren there. There was a ping on towards his general direction. Svenskeren does back away and didn't really get much from the Roccat jungle on that pass.
Not a lot. He managed to get the big whites and was able to back away. What I do like, though, from Roccat is you can see on their first backs, there was a pink ward picked up by Jankos. He's just thrown that into his jungle. Oh, bottom lane, Rate is going in.
A lot of damage. Piltover does land. Vander force to flash away, but then Rate is going to be deep. He has to flash away as well. Both AD carries both thinking, what are you doing, guys? The support's going very deep there against each other. In the end, no kill, though.
None at all. Both of the AD carries have their respective summoner spells. And Vander is low on HP, low on mana. He needs to recall, get himself some maybe mana regen. Maybe the likes of, you know, I actually almost would have expected an Ancient Coin for the mana regen. Candy Panda feeling very brave with that shield from Karma, but not really winning in that trade. Sona's just going to heal Celiver off.
And almost approaching level 6, which makes him a little bit more dangerous. And speaking of 6, that's what we've got in this mid lane. Overpower at half HP. A bit more left there for Jesus. We'll see if he does decide to dive in for this one. Actually, credit to Jesus. He's ahead in CS right now with LeBlanc against Gragas.
That is a very difficult task, but it's one that, you know, we've seen Jesus on LeBlanc in the past. He has the ability to play the champion, and now that he's level 6, he's going to be working towards a little bit more ability power, and I want to see how he roams, because one of the things that we've noticed in Jesus as a player, in the opening weeks, he didn't move around the map, and it was costing SK. He wasn't there when they were challenging for objectives or trying to push other lanes. But as the split has gone on, Jesus was more mobile and he wasn't rooted in place. And on a champion like LeBlanc, you have to be moving around. You have to be looking for opportunities, looking for people to blow up.
I'll look at some of the items here, specifically that bottom lane, because you've seen their first recalls back home, and there's going to be a bit of disparity there. BF Sword and a single Doran's Blade for Jinx. On the other side, Vamp Scepter, double Doran's Blade there for Candy Panda. Needs that extra sustain that he can get from a lifesteal.
Yeah, you've nailed it. Because of the fact that there is no heal in that lane for Candy Panda and rated just a shield, it does look like Candy Panda's opted to go for a slightly more sort of early game type build with the double Dorans as well as that Vamp Scepter. We talked about Jez's roaming. You actually seen on the minimap, he was moving to the bottom lane. He's going to find Overpower, and that is a lot of damage from that barrel already.
Not quite got his Athenes in there. In fact, only has an Aptome and Doran's Ring at this point. Jesus does have his Chalice finished off, and of course has that blue buff as well, so he's going to have better cooldowns and the mana to keep diving in there and trying to harass Overpower out of that lane. And speaking of harassment, once again Roccat find themselves stuck underneath their turret in the bottom.
So what I like about Roccat so far is they do have much more wards in the map. They have 3 pink wards, one on their blue buff, one on the opposite side of their red buff, and then one in that bottom try. And they've also got a whole bunch of wards in their inventory. So now that Sven's roaming around the map, he hasn't even spotted that pink ward. He's not going to be able to clean it out. And you'll actually notice that Roccat seem to be responding. You can see Jankos moving in, and here comes Overpower as well. Sven's in trouble.
Oh, he's all kinds of in trouble. Actually, they're going to knock him by there, but that will help Svenskeren. He dives over the wall. Ultimate walls, of course, used for him, and Svenskeren quite happy to just back away from that, knowing that, okay, got a little bit close for me, but I'm safe now. I know that pink ward's there.
Yeah, on the assumption that Roccat keep the vision up and manage to respond, it'll be well, but Vander's going to die.
Oh, Vander is going to die. There is the tether procking off. Actually, we see Svenskeren stood on top of the Flame Chompers and still managed to get it with the rockets.
Yeah, managed to kill secure that one, I believe, is the terminology we're looking for. I wonder if Svenskeren actually even had his leap. I hadn't noticed if it was in cooldown or not. Does manage to just get rooted in place, but a kill back for SK Gaming. That was a problem that we see from that Sona support. She's so squishy. If you get enough damage or enough time, she can die. Now we do see Jankos coming in from behind. Candy Pan and Enrager, they want the fight.
Selva going a little bit though. There's a super mega death rocket. Jankos is going to come in for this one. The barrier already used. The flash there from Candy Panda. Rebel from Jankos, and he gets the finisher. Can Enrager get away? There's a lot of damage. There's a cocoon. He's not going to get out. Selva picks up that one.
That was a great play there from Jankos. Selva actually managed to pull members of SK towards him under the tower. He got some damage down and threw out the super mega death rocket to balance out the damage. Then Jankos was just on cleanup crew. He manages to get 2 kills. So Roccat are finally doing what they have not been able to do in many of their previous games. Get themselves an early advantage, get themselves an early lead. It does look like they're setting up on Dragon. People could get popped. Jesus goes in, he's going to catch Vanda.
No one getting popped. Jesus actually knocked down to half HP, and I think the Roccat are going to be able to push through from this one. Dragon already down to less than half HP, and this is going to be not only the first Dragon of the game here, but the first Dragon that they've got against SK Gaming all season long.
Yeah, in the 4th and final time these two teams meet, we will be seeing that Dragon going the way of Roccat. So, well played. They've got themselves a nice early advantage. It's about 1,500 gold. Jesus has not been allowed to roam. He's not been allowed to move around the map. And the 1 time or 2 times that he has tried, Overpower's had a decent enough response. So, first pink ward there, and it's going to get dropped. And I think Roccat need to replenish those wards. They need to keep vision on them, because at any time Svenskeren comes in with that ultimate, there is always the threat of him going unseen, going invisible, and making your life very difficult.
Well, let's have a look down some of the other items here from this mid lane chalice. In fact, let's forget that because Jankos is moving in. There is the crescendo. They're going to go for Enraged. Super Mega Death Rocket stepped by the side, but Enraged's dead anyway. Vanda picks up that one. Candy Panda might be able to put some good damage back. Gets him low, but can't finish off. 4-1 Roccat.
Very good play once again. That wasn't even a flash crescendo. So Vanda able to get his team yet another kill. And because he's got his flash available, they can actually rinse and repeat that another time. Jankos has had much more successful ganks than we've seen from Svenskeren, and this is going to be Sven's first real opportunity. Zazas, I think he's going to get away.
Lulu. Speed yourself up, run at the speed of light back behind the turret. Svenskeren was coming in stealth after he went through that bush, which actually gave his position away. And Lulu coming straight back into this lane here. He's going to do some good damage to Freddy, using the wild growth on himself. Freddy going to take a lot of damage from this one, but has he got enough to finish off? Is he going to go underneath the turret? Zazas at full HP. Freddy goes off to the ward with the leap strike and survives with hardly anything. Now Svenskeren's coming around. Zazas is going to walk in, walks back out. Yeah, indeed. Overpower coming in there for assistance. Svenskeren wisely backs off.
So that was good play by Zazas, using all of the tools to his, abilities. Got the speed buff to get away from Svenskeren very early on. And that is basically what we were expecting from this Lulu versus Jax matchup. You can see the tower's about to fall as well. So Roccat, they got the first dragon of the game. They're going to secure the first tower of the game as well. And this is a very, very good position to be in. The thing is, they're against a team that needs to find picks. So yes, if you can keep Kha'Zix down early, that's a very good position to be in. But the moment Kha'Zix or LeBlanc find 1 or 2 kills, they have the damage to kill these squishy targets often. So Roccat need to keep their vision up. That is very key to dealing with this pick composition.
Well, speaking of LeBlanc, she's coming down towards this bottom lane. However, blue buff is up, and Svenskeren already moving in to start that one. There's a nice deep ward, actually, from Roccat, just over the top of the wall from River. That's going to spot Jesus moving in there, and we'll also spot him not coming back in towards that bottom lane. So that'll be a little bit safer to actually start pushing out. But there's a lot of wards down now on both sides of the map, so we'll see how that all starts to carve out, with the first turret going down as well as in that top lane. See if there's any rotations coming in from Roccat.
Yeah, what we also seen from Roccat as far as the itemization is concerned, Zazas got himself a needlessly large rod as well as an Amtome. So not going for your traditional Athene's into Lichbane build for Lulu. So this is slightly different from what we're used to seeing. In addition, Vanda sold that spell piece very early. Jankos is very brave. He's going straight on Jesus.
Wow. A lot of damage coming in there as well.
That's just Sorceress Shoes and Elise's base numbers. Probably a big reason why they've been dropped at 4.4 on live. We are on 4.3 for those of you watching. But yeah, Vanda, he did sell that Spell Thief's Edge. He's going to be working himself towards that Talisman of Ascension. And when you can combine his E plus the Talisman move speed buff once he eventually gets it, that is a lot of power for both engage and for disengage. So I think that's a very smart pick overall.
And Rated got the luxury that he's got a bit of a talisman built into his kit there with Karma. Oh, look at this Panda. Surely three-man crescendo comes in. Candy Panda's low. And Rated's already dead. This should be 2 kills coming in for Roccat. Svenskun did manage to take out one. Svenskun trying to get through the brush. Gun repel from Jankos. Drops down on his target. Meanwhile, Jesus going low in the bottom lane. Oh, there's the explosive cast. Dodged away from by Jesus. Will they finish off the tower? I don't think so with Overpower so low. Oh, wow. Why is he going back in there? Flashing from Zazas. That was a massive miscalculation from Jesus.
Jesus should not have been there. Zazas was able to get the kill and, more importantly, get the blue buff for himself. All of a sudden, Rocket grabbed 2 towers. They get the buffs on their both AP carries, and they have 5,000 gold lead. Freddy's doing the best he can to reply with this top tower, but if you look in the bottom lane, Rocket are getting some deep vision in and around the blue buff, playing this one safe, and they're going to back away. This is a great position for Roccat and Roccat fans.
SK being Rockat's kryptonite, even in the early stages where they were doing so very well. In fact, they went in their first 6 games 5-1. And the games that they lost in there, including the co-playing Wolves, SK Gaming came back to haunt them 3 times now, but game number 4 is looking a lot better for Roccat. They've already got so many more dragons than the other ones. One of them, which is something that they've not done in any of the previous 3 games, well, they've got off to a solid lead here. 5,000 gold is what they have in their favor. 8-2 in kills. There's 2 kills on the AD carry. Elisa's started to be, well, I say starting to become scary. Already is very scary. Got haunting guys in there now.
Yeah, Jankos and Elise is terrifying. I believe this is the 8th time that Jankos has actually played Elise, and he's been sort of hit or miss on this champion. He's had 3 wins, 3 losses. I think it's 3 wins, 4 losses actually with yesterday's loss as well. Jankos is going to take some damage from Sven, but not afraid at all. Sven's in trouble.
Yeah, there's Elisa's damage. Svenskun, you are in trouble, my friend. He's going to use 1 charge there of his ultimate. Repel comes in. 2nd and 3rd surely will be used. Cocoon just drifting wide, and Svenskun escapes.
Yeah, pretty good play by Svenskun to at least use that speed boost that he gets from the camouflage of Kha'Zix to get out cleanly. This is what we need to see from Roccat, is getting more pink wards and getting some vision to deal with Kha'Zix in those team fights. As it stands, Roccat have got such a good lead. They've got enough damage to kill him even with that damage reduction. They just need to make sure they maintain vision on him. So Dragon goes the way of Roccat. Freddy does at least reply the tower. Ooh, Celevar, a little bit in trouble. He's gone in.
He's gone in. I'm not sure he's going to get out. Ace in the hole comes through, but the chomper's got Jesus. And there is a push around. Super Mega Death Rocket as Candy Panda gets catapulted into the team. Karma saving his life there, though.
6,000 gold lead. Roccat are now sieging this inner turret. Freddy's been left unchecked on Jax right now. And we'll have to see if he can make any impact when he joins the team. If he joins the team, Freddy's in the top inner turret, while the rest of Roccat on the mid inner turret.
They may keep going. There's a crescendo. No flash for Vanda, but if it crescendos anyone, they might be able to destroy him. There's the inner turret in the mid lane going down. And the inner turret in that top lane is going to fall as well. We all know that Jackson is sound of hammering away on towers. Good little counter play from Freddy, but if you weigh up the trades, mid lane for top lane is not quite as even.
It's not worth it, and it's not enough. At this point in time, because SK are so far behind on gold, they cannot afford to be in a 4v4 or a 5v4 situation. They don't have the greatest of wave clear. Yes, Caitlyn and Karma can probably do a good job, but when you've got so much burst from the Gragas, the Elise, and the Jinx with the tower diving ability that they offer, you don't want the squishy targets of Caitlyn and Karma on the front line. You want them to be safe. The front line of Svenskun and Freddy needs to be there to buy their back line some time. I feel like with the gold lead that Roccat has accrued themselves, barring monumental misplays and getting caught out, they should be able to just siege down these towers, use the Gragas barrels for zoning, and Jinx to melt the tower HP.
Have a look down some of the items, tried to get there before and rudely interrupted by a load of crazy action, and that might come across again. Vanda using the power cord on towards that blue does in the end go over to Jesus. Haunting Guy's 2nd item coming in as we are seeing Freddy being chased down. There's the repel over the top of the wall. Freddy, is he going to be pushed onto here? And Rated starts to move in. Wisely, Roccat don't chase through.
Yeah, so Freddy right now is scrambling for items. He's got the makings of a Blade of the Ruin King. He's got some MR to deal with the double AP. I think he needs a little bit more MR to deal with it. We've got the makings of another confrontation. Freddy's gone in on Jankos.
I'm not sure that's the wise choice. So Wild Growth actually didn't get the knock up. Here comes Jesus from around the side. They've crescendoed on towards Svenskun. That's going to be 2 kills coming down from Roccat. The rest of SK need to back away. Freddy's going to get caught, and that is 3 kills. Meanwhile, Celevar is romping through the bottom lane turret.
He's got himself an inner turret. The rest of Roccat are peeling to the top tower. These are two of the fastest games that we've seen all split long. Gambit destroyed in the previous game, and Rocket seem to be doing the same. Celiba's going to get the inhibitor turret. Nobody from SK can defend.
And is Karma coming across? Not being funny, but
Don't do it.
Rated, you might die from this one. He gets excited from the turret takedown, moving in there. Zap lands. No, it didn't land. Actually, that was the auto attack. The Zap went wide. But Celiba alone gets that bottom inhibitor turret. The rest of the team took down the inner turret in the top lane. There's nothing outside of SK's base.
So this level of aggression and map play is what Rocket did to secure themselves first position earlier in the spring split. They came out swinging in every single game against all of their opponents. And it was thanks in large part because of Jankos's ganks and them not losing their lanes. Rocket have done a phenomenal job this game, only giving up 2 deaths on their squishiest champion, on Sona. So like, it's been flawless rotation and map play. 7 towers to 2, over 10,000 gold right now. They've got both of the dragons. They're in a great place.
And SK Gaming, they've done so well with having a very by-the-book kind of style. They'll take this objective, move around to the next one. One of the best ways to, oh, well, there's a kill onto Enrated, missed that one, but he goes down anyway. One of the best ways to disrupt that is to have a chaotic playstyle, and Rocket have been all-out aggression at this point. We can see, starting off Baron, we're waiting for someone to come in. I don't think SK are going to come anywhere near this one. After that kill on Enrated, this is a freebie Baron.
Yeah, there's nothing SK can do. They're too far behind right now. SK's composition relied on finding picks and going even in lane, and then finding picks in the mid-game to take objectives. There's not the greatest of siege power here from SK. Yes, Karma's going to offer some damage, but it's not going to be anywhere near the same level of Gragas, or anywhere near the same level as Lulu. So at this point in time, SK's comp is just being outscaled and outplayed by the way Rocket have played theirs. It's also something SK needs to work on. When they've strayed away from those mage mid laners and that sort of slow passive style of gameplay, SK have not been as dominant, have not been as scary. Happened with Zed when they played against Gambit in Super Week. It's happening now as they're playing with Blanc. Sven probably doesn't want to go in there, and he does actually get away, luckily.
Or put down, that's going to lead to half of health taken away from Candy Panda as it came out. But Rocket were actually waiting, they're going for this open inhibitor.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be able to get this one. With the explosive cast available, as well as Crescendo, we'll see what Vander can do. He burned his flash to get away from LeBlanc a moment or two. But look at this. SK cannot contest. They're too far behind on gold. The only way for SK to make a play now is for Rocket to be split up and for SK to be aware of it and then jump on somebody when they're alone. Because as it stands, as long as Rocket stay grouped, they can win the team fights.
13-2 up in kills, 12,000 gold, 7-2 in turrets. Bit of a whitewash at this point, and not what we were all expecting. I think we heard Alex saying it's 3-0. SK are on a tear right now. Rocket have lost 4 games in a row. On paper, this should be almost easy peasy for SK Gaming, but that's just not how it's worked at all. Rocket openly said earlier at the start of the show when we talked to Jankos and Vander that they're not performing, that they're probably not playing as much as they should right now, but you can't really tell. Jankos said, I need to play more because I'm not playing enough. He's 5-0-3 with Elise at this stage. He's come back to his form from that early season, if not better with this performance.
Completely agree with you. I think at this point in time, the way Jankos played that early game and the presence that he had with Elise, nobody from SK could deal with him. I mean, Jankos basically could 1v1 Jezzes at the 12 or 13 minute mark, which you should not really see happening, but he's on a champion that has the ability to do that. Elise, when she gets ahead, is dominating. Her base values are so incredibly high. That's why you can get away with that Haunting Guy's Sork Shoes, because you can rely on the percentage base to melt through SK Gaming. Right now, Rocket, they got the inhibitor, going to wait for those super minis to be in the base, and I feel like they just need to play the siege game now. Let Lulu and Gragas zone out members of SK and just get Zelova onto the tower, because with the BF Sword, Bloodthirst, and Static Shiv, those towers are not going to last more than a few seconds at best.
Svenskron might not last longer than a few seconds either. He's in that brush. You should hit B right now, my friend, because you're not going to get away if he spot you. There is the jump back. Actually going in, putting decent damage on towards Jankos, and the minion actually catching out the cocoon there as well. But Rocket now find them in the position that I think they should be in at this stage of things. Just sat outside the base. They're going to throw barrels in. There's a cocoon landing on towards Enrated. Super Mega Death Rocket did connect, but didn't have the desired effect. There is the ultimate out of Overpower, and it's not Candy Panda low. Well, they're returning some decent damage. Jesus
Bit of an awkward combo there goes. Like I think he misordered his spells.
I also think that Rocket a little bit on the same page. They may have wanted to go for that kill onto Karma and then siege up the turret. Overpower, however, he held his cast. Look at the damage that they're putting onto SK Gaming. If SK stick around for this next wave, there's a good chance they're going to die. Celeba's now on the tower. They've stunned Jesus.
Yeah, Crescendo, he dives right in. If you saw his position, that was almost a perfect position to be doing tons of damage, but the stun came around. That is the second inhibitor turret and the second inhibitor going down. Yeah, they're going to try and finish it here. They've got those super minions rolling in from the bottom lane. They've got Jinx, who at this stage is going to be absolutely mullering those turrets unless he gets jumped on by Freddy. There's the wild growth. Freddy finds himself going down instead, and that surely is game here. 2 men down for SK. Rocket don't have the minions. They're going to finally start trickling in. First Nexus turret goes down. SK sat at the back of the Nexus knowing that there's not a whole lot they can do about this one. There's the explosive cast knocking Candy Panda back. And Rocket here, are they going to try and finish it? They are focusing that Nexus down, and they are going to break their bad run against SK and go 3-1 behind for the season, but this was a much-needed win for them. Maybe more importantly than taking down SK, they've stopped the Rock and the bad rut of form that they've been in. 4 games in a row they lost. You can see what it means. And Jankos says, thank God, they can't even put that one.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from Rocket. SK Gaming never stood a chance. If you go back all the way from the beginning of that game, the very first gangs coming out of Jankos, he ends the game 6-0-4 on Elise. And, you know, the pick composition from SK, they needed to hold even. They needed to not get behind, and they just got blown up left, right, and center. Everything Rocket did worked in their favor.
And I tell you what, if there's ever a time you're going to need a sports psychologist after a defeat like that, they're going to have to be picked back up, because we know that SK are a very emotional team, and I almost want to say touchy. You know, if they have a bad run of games, it's hard to see them pick them back up. Same works the other way. When they're on a good run, SK seem like a team that keep the composure better than others. We'll see how they feel after this one.
So let's also step back and realize, coming into this game, we were talking about how 9 out of the last 11 games SK had won. You look at it from the other direction now, it's 3 out of the last 12 games SK has lost. And generally, when they have secured those losses, they have bounced back fairly well. When they lost to Alliance about 2 weeks back, it was because of their own poor decision-making. They had a lead, they threw the lead away. This time round, there was no mistakes. They just got outplayed.
There were no mistakes to make. They didn't have a chance.
Correct. This game is so much more difficult to interpret, because at this point in time, it's like, was it picks and bans? Was it the way you played in game? What could they have done differently? I feel like Svenskeren had 0 presence. His Kha'Zix, he played it. It didn't have an impact. He wasn't ganking. He wasn't around the map. And when you consider how he plays Evelynn or how he's played Pantheon in the past, it's just not good enough.
And that's what we talked about, because we looked at the bottom lane of Rocket. We saw Sona Jinx, no escapes, squishy as you like.
Yeah.
We thought Svenskeren, a guy who's been doing so well for SK recently, who's put the pressure onto those kind of lanes. A 3-on-2 dive onto this bottom turret may have got them rolling on that front. I mean, Rocket were on the turret pretty much the entire laning phase there because they couldn't handle the poke.
So 2 things you have to call out. In the first round of picks from SK Gaming, they locked in Caitlyn and Kha'Zix. Had they swapped that Kha'Zix with an Elise, what could have happened? How different could that game have been? Had that Kha'Zix been a Pantheon, he could have responded to the very early ganks of Elise, could have jumped in on Jankos' head while Jankos was chasing, you know, behind Candy Panda and Rated. If you start channeling a Grand Skyfall, all of a sudden, there's second guesses. Do I want to be here? Do I not want to be here? But unfortunately, that is a matter of hindsight. Hindsight being 2020 and all. Rocket played flawlessly. They deserved the win. But unfortunately, they're 3-1. So if it comes to like tiebreaker scenarios, they're always going to be behind SK going into playoffs, because it's only 1 in 4 games.
It's funny you should mention that as well, because Gambit won earlier on today. SK have lost. Rocket have won. We're getting all very close once again at that top position. Ties really wouldn't be surprising me at this point. I mean, in every position, maybe outside of the bottom 2, which I have to say, unfortunately, for likes of Millennium, are looking almost set at this stage.
So unless I'm terribly mistaken with my math, Gambit are now 13-9 in first position. And SK are 13-9 in first position, thanks to their loss now. They were coming into this game 13-8. So first place is shared once more. The one thing we have seen from all of the teams that have been ranked first, or at least held first alone, there has been a sharp decline in the weeks following them holding that first place position. So we need to see Maybe it is.
The first place curse. You get up there and all of a sudden you take a nosedive and lose a few games in a row. We'll have to see though. It's only 1 for SK Gaming. It's only their 3rd loss in 12 games. So can't maybe talk about the future just yet. What we are going to do though is check in once again with Shox and Demon, who have Rockat's Overpower standing by.
Thank you very much, Joe. Demon and I are indeed joined here by Overpower from Roccat. After a victory versus SK Gaming, 1-3, you finally did it. You beat them in what fashion? Very impressive. Tell me a little bit about what the game plan was, what champions you guys really wanted to get your hands on.
We ended up losing like 4 games in a row, so we just wanted to go with our comfort picks. We just picked them and won the game. It wasn't that hard a game. I accepted a really hard game against SK since they beat us 3 times, but it went pretty good for us.
And speaking of comfort picks, obviously we saw Xaxus on the Lulu in the top lane. We haven't seen that many top lane successful Lulus so far. So when you went for the first pick, were you just simply trying to fool SK to thinking, this is our mid lane choice, this is what Overpower's going to play? But generally, Overpower, you always get the last champion choice.
Well, Lulu is OP, so please try it nerf her, actually, finally. And yes, we wanted to trick them that it's a Lulu mid, and we thought they can pick LeBlanc faster, but they left it on the last pick. So they actually showed Jax, and we went with Lulu top lane.
So you're talking about the LeBlanc. She didn't actually do that much in the game at all. Why is it that this time you were able to get the better of Jesses in that lane and you weren't before? That this time you were able to do good in that lane versus Jesses than before, that had been a problem.
I think I had pretty good times against Justice in all 4 games. But this time, he had LeBlanc, I had Gragas. Gragas is not that killable for LeBlanc, so I chose 15-15 masteries in defense as well, so I think it was pretty good for me.
I want to know what this means to you guys. This is the first victory in, what, 4 games, I believe you've been having a bit of a downer on yourselves as a team. And obviously, we heard from you guys at the start of the show and how you all down. You were over in Katowice and you were talking relegation then. What on earth, guy? You were top of the league. So how does it feel to finally beat SK and maybe start looking back towards the top of the table?
It feels great because we beat the team that we couldn't beat before. We went 3-0 against Gambit. We went 0-3 against SK. So we were like, what the hell is wrong with us? And I think this match gave us more motivation towards our future.
Yeah, one final question about that is afterwards we saw Jankos especially being very, very happy with that win. Is he very emotional when it comes to that and with those wins and those losses you had in the last couple of weeks?
Jankos is a pretty crazy guy. He said that today that he didn't practice that much, but I think that he gave up a lot to play as much scrims as he can. And yeah, he's really a great guy and comes really happy after this victory.
Oh, very good to see you smiling again. A great victory of you guys versus SK Gaming. And you guys at home, you've been tweeting to us at LOL Esports because earlier we asked you which European LCS team do you think is most likely to be the top seed going into the playoffs and why? We received a lot of great answers and here are a few of them. The first one is from @Darking90. It must be SK Gaming. They're playing so great in the last few weeks. Their team comps are strong and they make almost no mistakes.
Well, I would have said that if that had won, but once again, they're equal on footings with Gambit. And in fairness, they have won 9 out of the last 12 games. They have looked solid in team comments, but they simply got outplayed in this matchup. But they are definitely one of the favorites for that top spot.
Absolutely no bad words there for SK. Still a very good team. The second one is from @GlideStar. Definitely Gambit will be the top seed. They tend to come back hard when their back is up against a wall. Overpower, a lot of experiences versus Gambit.
Swag alert. I think Gambit will end up first in this split. They're a really strong team. And overall, I think the best team in this split, yeah.
All right, Gambit, the best team in the split, according to Overpower. Then the last one is from @Vedrahe. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Vedran Vehabovi. I'm thinking about Alliance. They found their mindset and place out. Now they're dominating every single team. Froggen did a good job. And Froggen is up against Selfie in the next match.
Yeah, we're going to see how they turn out. Froggen has played fantastic. MVP of the Super Week, had huge stats yesterday. Could he continue that flow? His team, it's his team. He is the captain. He put that team together. He had the choice of every player. And finally, they're performing. Have they got enough to take top spot? Not sure about that yet.
Well, thank you very much for sending those to us. Of course, keep the conversation going by using that hashtag LCS. Now it's time for us to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll head right into Alliance versus the Super Hot Crew. So replenish your health, top off your mana, and meet us back here in 3.5.
Wild Growth actually didn't get the knock-up. Here comes Jesus from around the side. They've pushed Endo on towards Svensson. That's going to be 2 kills coming down from Roccat. The rest of SK needs to back away. Freddy's going to get caught, and that is 3 kills.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm back behind the caster desk alongside my duo lane partner, Martin Deficio Lunga. And if you believe that, being a duo lane, that would be a scary, scary thing.
Indeed.
We are going to be heading into the final stretch of Week 9's games. And that means coming up now, it is Alliance facing off against the Super Hot Crew. And currently, Super Hot Crew, well, they have the edge over Alliance with a 2-1 lead in the head-to-head. But Alliance, well, it climbed up the table, I should say, during Super Week with their perfect performance. Yesterday, they continued that dominance by beating out Gambit and stretching their win streak to 5, led by a flawless Froggen.
And both these teams have the quickest game
games in the EULCS, we have Alliance on 39.30 seconds and Super Hot Crew with 38 minutes and 42 seconds. It really shows how good Alliance are at closing out the games and also how aggressive the mid game is from Super Hot Crew. However, Super Hot Crew, they really need to step up their dragon control early on, because Alliance, they have actually been very strong when it comes to objectives, and the team that takes the first dragon has won the matchup every single time these teams actually faced each other. And yesterday's combo by Alliance, with full focus on mobility behind champions like Sivir and Kayle, was fantastic. They played the combo perfectly in every single team fight, and Gambit, they were just punished whenever they decided to split up. As a result, Alliance, they didn't even lose a single team fight.
So, obviously Alliance, we see them setting up here. What do they need to be cautious of, though, heading into this game?
They need to make sure they're not picking weak early game champions, because as we saw yesterday, the new aggressive Super Hot Crew destroyed Millennium with this early game pick combo they used. And the Alliance here, they are a team who's normally very strong in the laning phase, so they should be prepared for this. And just a highlight to the strong laning phase for Alliance, they have taken 15 first bloods in 21 games.
That's pretty impressive stats. And on the other side, after a disastrous Super Week, Super Hot Crew made changes to their mid lane, bringing in Selfie for Moops. And this looks to have been a great decision after a very bold performance yesterday, showing dominance over Millennium.
Yeah, Selfie, he was playing out of his mind after a bit of a slow and safe start. Then he picked up an early kill onto Curb together with Impaler, and then he just started roaming around, setting up kills everywhere. And the entire Super Hot Crew playstyle changed, and every lane was winning with these very push-heavy early game champions, and everyone even managed to get down the turrets in their own lanes. And the vision control is another thing to highlight, because Super Hot Crew, they picked up a lot of kills onto someone like Aranir simply by warding around his red buff and then going in for the kill every time they spotted him out. The dragon control, again, it was an issue early on. They talked about it themselves, how they needed to fix it, but everything else worked for them, and they really also showed how to play a pick combo. We have to remember, however, they were playing the last team in the EULCS Millennium, and we need to see them perform against the better teams in the league before we can really see how strong the new playstyle is. And Selfie, of course, he needs to take some of the confidence from yesterday and need to bring it into this game, because he's facing Froggen, who is one of the best mid laners in Europe.
Absolutely, a fantastic mid laner. And coming into this matchup, Super Hot Crew needs to focus on playing as a team to pull out the win. But Alliance, well, they're going to be on the lookout for the hard-hitting bot lane as they try to stop Mr. Rales from gaining an early advantage.
A lot of teams have figured out how to play correctly against Super Hot Crew, and if they don't build an advantage early, it's very hard for them to close out games.
I think Taps is pretty good AD carry. I would say I'm better than him, but the reason why that his team is winning a lot more is because his team is playing like a team. We are pretty much a solo queue.
They try to play to their strengths because Rales is their star player, so they pick engage heavy supports and tend to camp bot lane a lot to get them rolling.
They're a very good team, but I think they rely too much on one strategy, and that is to snowball their bot lane.
Like Mr. Alice and Mixer is basically carrying with Impaler in every single game.
I think this meta kind of fits Alliance. It's very mid-orientated, and Froggen can show how good he is now. I think he's one of the top mid laners in EU, and with Shook alongside him, like they should win every 2v2 matchup provided they have the correct champions.
We have to do something with champions picks mid, so we will have some presence, else it's going to be quite a tough match.
It's always interesting to hear what the players have to say about one another. There's respect there, but there's also a little bit of ego.
I absolutely love the fact that Alliance actually respects the bot lane from Super Hot Crew, but also say that they are the key to actually win, so we might just camp it away all game.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups for our two teams. On the blue side, it is going to be Alliance, and that means it's going to be Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen as that mid lane, Tabs as AD carry, and Nif on support.
On the red side, we have Super Hot Crew with Mima in the top lane. We got Impaler in the jungle, the new man Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rales as AD carry, and of course Mixer, the support.
So, and of course, that brings us to our featured matchup of the day, which is a battle between an LCS veteran and a rookie. Of course, that means it's Froggen versus Selfie.
Yeah, both these players had very strong games yesterday. We had Froggen, he picked up an early first blood onto Alex, and then he just started roaming around the map, much like actually Selfie did against Millennium yesterday. And coming into this game, Froggen, he has a lot of experience, and he needs to control Selfie and the very aggressive early game from Super Hot Crew, because if he can shut down Selfie, and if then Shook can dominate Impaler, then Alliance will have the game under control, and also be able to control these lanes, and Froggen can then roam from the mid lane down to either top or bot, and then set something up. And Selfie's first game in the EULCS, it was fantastic. He showed confident plays, and if he can shut down Froggen early on, then he will be able to roam. And then we can actually see what he did yesterday, setting up kills all the time. And I expect to see a lot of action around this mid lane, so it wouldn't even surprise me to see the junglers being in there early, possibly even at level 3.
And it was great to see him walking around the studio yesterday, wide-eyed, big smiles on his face.
A lot of selfies.
He'd won his first game. A lot of selfies were actually happening as well. You may have seen 2 selfies there just a moment ago, so making sure he gets a lot of that screen time.
It's what you need to do after a game like this. You need to show also that you are confident and you believe in yourself, and he really played well.
Well, what do we expect though? Picks and bans are going to be coming right away. We know that Selfie is an assassin-heavy player. We saw him with LeBlanc yesterday. We've heard about, obviously, he loves to play that Yasuo. Froggen himself, he's all about Yasuo as well, along with Karthus. So he thinks he may have a counter to it. So do you think he's going to let it through?
I could actually see Alliance letting Yasuo go through and then go Karthus with Exhaust, which is the counter pick to it, or at least one of the counter picks. It is an option. Or they can just say, we don't want to risk anything. We want to try and get, again, you're out of your comfort zone. Ban it. First pick LeBlanc for Froggen. He's been playing it before. He's been very strong on it. We can also see the likes of course, Lucian. Alliance love to ban this champion. They ban it all the time. And Mr. Rallis, of course, he loves to play it. And Super Hardcrew's side, the likes of Aurelia wouldn't be surprising to see banned away again. Maybe even Renekton, unless they have a counter pick ready for it. And then, of course, we can see something like a Lulu banned away from Froggen. Maybe even Kayle. We saw Kayle yesterday from Froggen, how annoying it is to deal with if you play these very aggressive combos.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans underway. We just saw Gambit, obviously, letting a ban go through because they didn't feel there was anything ban-worthy enough. This time around, we'll see whether these teams do it. Lucian has been banned away. As you called it, Alliance been going for that one quite heavily. And Lulu, we just saw Zazas in that top lane running amok on that one. I don't think Wicked would have been doing the same. That's probably not really his game style, but the Lulu ban is still a pretty standard.
Yeah, and if there's a champion who can shut down early aggression, it's Lulu in the mid lane. Such a strong laner, of course, very hard to duel, and you have all the tools to both escape fights, set something up here, so I like the fact that banned away. Don't want to risk anything, and we actually see LeBlanc being banned away against Selfie here. Yasuo is still open, so maybe they want to bait him into it, or maybe Froggen wants to pick it early on himself.
Well, Karthus has been banned away from Alliance a number of times. We'll see whether the Super Hot Crew think about doing the same. Don't forget the junglers as well. Shook's been having an amazing performance, and we heard, of course, Mr. Rallis talking about that Froggen and Shook combo in that mid lane. It's a scary 2-man combo that can certainly shut down one of your lanes. And Kayle, well, Froggen 938 was it yesterday, 935, something like that. Massive stats for him on that Kayle.
And again, notice 2 mid laners, and both mid laners shut down these early dives, early ganks, everything you want to do as an aggressive team like Super Hot Crew with this new lineup. So that's why they banned them away. And of course, you also want to make sure that you target Froggen, so Selfie, he can get a good matchup in there and actually do well in the laning phase, because again, we saw yesterday, Froggen gets a few kills early on, he will start roaming, he will go down to the other lanes and just kill you.
All right, Kha'Zix's ban coming in. Impaler had a great performance on that yesterday, not quite to the level that we've seen from the Koreans, but so far it has been picked up. Now, will we see an Aurelia or a Rise ban? Will they focus Wicked, or will they continue on Froggen?
If they want to focus Wicked, I definitely think they should ban out Aurelia and then pick Rise themselves into Renekton if Alliance decide to pick it. But then here, look for Alliance. Yeah, Evelynn is open, Lee Sin is open, Elise is open. So many jungle choices, but they want this Evelynn. Take it away from Impaler as well. He's not been much of a Elise and Lee Sin player in the past. He's played it a few times, but not with any good level of success. So I like the early pick of Evelynn here, getting the early aggression as well onto Shook.
Is going to give the option to Super Hot Crew. All of the other junglers are out there. What does Impaler fancy? Will they go for it? Will Mima make sure he gets that Renekton in that top lane?
Everything Impaler used to play, Pantheon, Vi, is open. He can just take whatever he wants, even a Wukong if he decides to go with it, if they want to make a combo with Sivir. So there's a lot of jungle choices for him, of course, the Sin Elise as well. So he shouldn't be too worried about this. It's more about the fact what do we want to pick against this top lane, possibly Renekton, and actually we see Rise. Could go mid lane, we saw Gambit played mid, but if they decide to send it top here, it can be to signal, we don't want you guys to pick Renekton because we have the counter pick here.
Have they been doing their research on Wicked? That's what I wonder, because that's 2 big champions. If you look at his solo queue, practice, what he's been playing, you do see Thresh being hovered over though so far for potentially Nif and Aatrox. Wow, that would be an interesting one for Wicked.
Yeah, I don't recall actually seeing Wicked, at least not this season for sure, playing Aatrox, and I like the fact, or well, I actually think he could still go Renekton against this Ryze and just try and take the fight here, because Renekton would still be an okay pick. Yes, you're going to be outscaled, but it's not like you're going to be horribly losing the lane once you get a few levels. Aatrox against Ryze. Ryze should be able to get a lot of good farm, a lot of good poke. Of course, he needs to be careful that he's not getting jumped by Aatrox when Evelynn is there for the gank, but that's pretty much the only thing they can do to shut him down. Otherwise, he's just going to scale so well into the late game from Mimer's side. And actually, the Caitlyn pick, we didn't touch on it yet. Taps, he loves to play Caitlyn. He's so good on it, and make sure they get it early. Again, lane advantage because you have Caitlyn now with the possible likes of a Karma here. You have a lot of poke in the laning phase, and it's the style we saw from Super Hard Crew yesterday. Very strong lanes. Every single one just pushed up to the enemy turret and tried to take it down.
You see the stats for Thresh, one of the most popular supports through the European LCS and the North American LCS, to be fair, as well. Elise is the jungler that seems Impaler wants to go with. Had a fantastic performance before. You should look at the previous matchup with Jankos. Jankos went huge on Elise in that game. Still, in 4.3, a very, very strong jungler.
Definitely still one of the absolute best junglers. That's why Super Hard Crew didn't even have to think about the jungler in the first 2 picks, because Evelynn was already taken away. They could save this Elise one. But again, Impaler, when he's been playing Elise and Lee Sin, we haven't seen him perform really well. He's been a lot better on the likes of course, Pantheon and Vi. So let's see what he can actually pull out here. Of course, the Karma now for Mixer. We saw him played yesterday as well. Very strong laning phase. You're going to constantly push the wave up to the enemy turret, try and take it down early, and when combined it with Caitlyn, Alliance are in for a very hard laning phase.
Jinx is being a possibility for Tabs. We've seen some fantastic Jinx work coming out so far in the LCS. We've seen some great plays from these players. But in a moment, just waiting to say Tabs, is he going to go with this? And more importantly, will Froggen be taking Gragas?
And what I like about this Jinx is the fact that look here on the side of Super Hard Crew. Who's going to get to Jinx? Nobody. Ryze stays in the backline, of course. Caitlyn stays in the backline. Karma stays in the backline. At least you have to repel into the face of Jinx. So there's so many options for Jinx to just stay back here and hammer away.
Looks like with Renekton squeaking through, it will be a mid lane Ryze. That's if this Renekton gets locked in. We'll make sure we'll see whether it does or not, whether Mima fancies it or whether he fancies that Renekton. He absolutely will fancy Renekton. That means it's going to be a Ryze versus Gragas, which we just seen.
Yeah, we saw it in the Gambit against Millennium matchup where Curb, despite dying early on, giving double buff to Alex, he actually still managed to turn it around and pick up a kill onto Alex and was very aggressive. So we need to remember that Ryze, he is a slow starting laner. The first few levels, he's okay, but he's not going to completely destroy these AP champions who can farm from a distance themselves. And of course at level 6, Gragas, he can set up so many things together with Evelynn against Ryze, because Ryze, he doesn't have any jumps. So as soon as you get to him with your ultimate, you can knock him back and then Evelynn can join in. So let's see if Super Hard Crew can actually handle this. Maybe Impaler is going to stay around the level 6 mark to defend Selfie here. But it signals to me, top lane, they want to win it. They want to be very aggressive. Bot lane, of course, the same. And then mid lane should be the focus for Impaler to make sure Ryze gets going early on and then try and simply just beat out Froggen on this Gragas and then have Ryze just scaling into the late game.
So coming into this game, the stats don't lie. It would be Alliance you put down as favourites with that 5-win streak right now. But Super Hard Crew looked replenished yesterday. We're going to see Selfie, this new mid laner, this time not on an assassin. You can't really claim Ryze as an assassin of any form. So is he being put out of his comfort zone purely for the meta here?
Well, the fact they early picked this Ryze simply so they had 2 options to send it shows to me at least he's very confident on it. He was one of the people, of course, making this pick and ban phase. Yeah. So he's been saying, of course, I can play this Ryze. I'm confident taking against Gragas from Froggen. So I don't feel like he's out of his comfort zone, but I definitely feel like we need to see something from me here now. Like play a little bit more passive, get the farm, and then scale into team fights instead of the LeBlanc we saw earlier.
Well, you guys at home have been voting on which team will win today. So let's check in to see how this match added up. With 77% of your votes, you have Alliance leading Super Hard Crew.
Well, just like you said yourself, Alliance on a win streak, been performing so well. They are the favorites going into this game, and we have to agree.
We have to agree, and we'll see how it works out for them because, well, numbers don't always add up, as was just proven with Roccat finally getting that victory over SK Gaming and turning the tables once again to create yet more ties in the European League of Legends Championship Series. Super Hard Crew, they are basically fighting to make sure they don't end up in the bottom of the table right now. Millennium, they are down there, maybe even down and out. We will yet to find out. They're going to have to really pull something out, something special. Super Hot Crew, they are 7th place still, I believe, at the moment. They are desperately trying to claw their way out of this one. Alliance, well, they're looking to try and get third place.
Of course, and if Alliance can continue climbing up the ranks here, they can even possibly get this All-Star one. They're still in a position to actually get the #1 spot, especially because the teams at #1 both lost the game this week. So we have to remember, nobody's just dominating the European LCS and just going straight towards the All-Star.
They can easily try and squeak their way in there. At the moment, though, it is Alliance starting out as the blue team up against Super Hot Crew as the red team. We'll see whether that aggression that Super Hot Crew found yesterday plays out against Alliance.
And look at this, we have a Ruby Crystal as the first item onto Selfie here, so he's definitely expecting a lot of action here in the mid lane. He wants to be more tanky in case there is a fight. And I think we have to remember with Alliance, Shook, he so often at level 3-4, he goes in towards this mid lane here and tries a gank. Every single game actually he's been doing it.
Yeah, and obviously if you compare it to what Alex did, he went with the boots, didn't he, on the right. So we're actually getting some skipping dancing from Selfie in that mid lane against Frog and trying to bait him in there. I don't think he realizes that Shook is stood just off to the side, and they may even try and get some poke on him, force him back. They're going to wait till the timer maybe comes down. Look at this, Wicked also coming down. They're thinking, we're going to teach this cheeky young upstart a lesson.
Everyone wants something of Selfie here, but he's staying so far back to his turret. Actually moving out a little bit here, but you see Wicked, he's not going to move around. So Alliance, of course, just scouting away, making sure nothing happens at this level 1. So let's see again. The jungler should be the first thing to notice. Will they both go towards the mid lane with the double buff, or do they have other lanes they want to help? Because, of course, for Shook's side, Wicked should have issues in the top lane, and also bot lane-wise here against Karma and Caitlyn, it can be very tricky.
Rotations coming in here from Alliance. They knew the position, and they're choosing to go into a 2v1 in the top lane, which means Wicked, as Aatrox, is being forced into a 2v1. Not sure how that's going to work out. Well, Mima might get caught out of position, and if he's going to find him, is he going to try and take the hook to start off? He will go with Flay. He's going to get some basic attack damage. Tabs is going to maybe try and catch up and get a single shot on towards him. I think they're just going to simply force him away.
So Alliance simply said we have weaker lanes when it comes to top and bottom, so we're just going to swap it around, try and shut down some of your early aggression. Normally when you have Evelynn, you actually want the standard lane so you can put the pressure here, because a lane swap forces Evelynn to either go and dive a turret or go and defend a turret, so it's very easy to predict where she is. But let's see though, I'm not even going to be surprised if Shook still decides to run in mid lane first.
Bloodwell is available for Wicked, but he doesn't want to lose it quite this early on. I can tell you, from knowing Wicked for so many years, he would not have been more making the choice to go to this 2v1. Absolutely not.
No, he absolutely hates 2v1s, and he was one of the people always saying he wanted this change so that he could get more 1v1s. This time though, because he's against Renekton, he did have to swap around.
Well, he's having to stay well back from this one. The tower pressure is being applied, and of course it means that neither top laners in the top and bottom of the table are getting any CS at the moment. We do see Shook coming around. He's going to have the help. Impaler is there. He may well spot him any moment. Didn't spot him there, actually. Impaler will get seen. He's going to throw the hook out. Manages to land it, but nothing going to follow through. I don't know what they were planning on following through on that one.
So yeah, they don't have any vision of Shook here. They don't know if he's bot lane to try and defend. Of course, they haven't seen him yet there, so they should expect him to be towards this top lane. That's also why Impaler and Mime are staying back here, just farming up. No wards, of course, but just the fact they haven't seen him defend the bot lane turret signals to them he is top.
Well, that in itself keeps pressure on Impaler, forces him there, and that means Shook's hit and run on towards his Golem. Shook's still hanging around here with that double. The watch has been placed out there from Impaler. Now he's spotted the Golems are gone. Now he knows that Shook is around, which means he's going to wait even longer while Shook's like, right, I'm going to take this opportunity, steal your Wraiths.
But this is just fine for Super Hot Crew, because we have to remember the bot lane turret. He will go down faster than the top lane turret. So if they can just keep defending up here with 2 members, they will be able to get some good damage on the bot lane. Wicked, he actually decided to stop his recall here and just stay in the lane for now. But Shook, he's far away from this bot lane. He actually wants to try something here in mid, but Selfie's in a very good position.
And more importantly, of course, the fact that they saw them, Golem's gone, they know the information that Shook is up in that top area. It means the bottom lane are completely safe. They've got no wards, no vision whatsoever, but they know that Shook is in that top half of the jungle. Selfie, though, he's in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, if he gets pushed out here, his wave is pushing towards Frog, and so the longer Shook waits, the more risky situation Selfie will be in. But let's see how long he actually decides to stay in. There they go!
They're going belly slam on towards him. The Ignite is running. They should have enough to dive in towards the turret. Shook's taking the tower hits. Is going to try and get away. The Ignite's running. Is it going to be enough? It is! And he gets the turnaround kill.
So he turns it around. Of course, the first bot went over to Alliance, and now Frog, he can stay in the lane and push. And Mima going very low in the top lane here.
Impaler coming back up. Simple defensive duties. The Chompers were thrown down. And Nif and Tabs trying to get themselves a kill. That means, well, Wicked again in trouble on this bottom lane. Tower almost gone. That will be finished off. Super Hot Crew with the first tower in 5 minutes.
So once again, we see Shook ganking the mid lane for Alliance very, very early on. Wants to get Froggen going here. Meanwhile, though, it simply meant the bot lane. There was no pressure onto them. They knew the jungler wasn't nearby, so they just took the turret here. If they can manage to defend this one here, Impaler is nearby. He's deciding actually to back off a little bit here. So let's see if Mima can hold the turret.
Yeah, only now have they just finally used that trinket to place a ward in that tri-bush. They had complete control. They knew they were safe in that bottom lane.
Well, the ward again wouldn't have done too much against Evelyn. They needed the pink to actually spot him out, so that's why they didn't actually care. As long as they had vision of Evelyn or saw her gank somewhere, they knew they could just safely push the turret. Just the fact though that Selfie turns it around and actually gets a kill makes it even more worth it for Super Hot Crew.
Well, we do see Shook deep in enemy territory right there. Managed to take away the wolves, but Mima continuing to just hold this one out. Selfie and Froggen in this mid lane. We featured on them earlier on, and the moment Selfie did manage to get a kill, managed to go back, got that tier, and he's going to try and start stacking it out. See how quick he can do that though against Froggen.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He's level 6, and Shook, once again, he wants to try something here. Now Froggen is 6.
Oh, that was a great bounce, and Selfie's completely put out of position. No flash available to him. He's just going to run to his jungler. That's going to catch on towards Shook. They're going to turn this one back around. Fantastic stuff from Impaler.
And Alliance, they're so aggressive around this mid lane here, but Super Hard Crew, once again, they respond. Impaler, he moves straight from the top lane down once the gank started, and Selfie, he just ran towards him and turned it around instantly. They have so much instant burst damage with this Elise and Ryze combo.
So much confidence play from Selfie there. Once he was caught by that explosive cast, didn't panic, didn't try and run back to his tower, which generally I would say 90% of players probably would have done. He's right, I'm fine. I will just stroll up towards my jungler, and well, it's going to translate into a dragon as well in this bot lane. If they can make this work out, it's going to give them a 2,000 gold advantage.
So this does mean, however, that Mima is still left up in the top lane, and Alliance will get a lot of damage onto the top turret. But you just got another kill onto your, or you got a kill onto your jungler, assist onto your mid lane, and of course now the dragon, because the dual lane from Alliance is stuck in the top lane. So Super Hard Crew are really doing well in this early game.
Froggen stepping out of the mid lane, looking to maybe go and roaming towards the top, and that top lane has been completely left on its own. Tabs and Nif have done a job on towards there, and they will manage to get that turret down. So all square in turrets, top one finally down.
Yes, all square in turrets, but the dragon, of course, the Super Hot Crew. We need to remember this. Also, there was no vision from Alliance, so they don't have the exact timer for the next dragon. Where Super Hot Crew, if they time it correctly, they can go in there, get some early vision, and just stay and stand ready. Because when you have Elise as well, we know how good she is at taking these dragons, so they should be in a very good position to get the next one, unless they fall behind now in the following 5 minutes.
Selfie with the blue buff. Catalyst will probably be next for him. He's just going to continue with that blue buff. He can stick around for a bit longer. That means Froggen will be going back there. He's got himself the explosive cask if he needs to try and go aggressive on Selfie. Shook in the meantime in this mid lane trying to steal away the red buff. And well, Impaler's nowhere to be seen, so this will be a red for Shook.
Yeah, and Super Hard Crew actually decided to send their dual lane up top here to defend the big wave coming in with the dual lane from Alliance side. Now they're going to push this one out. Let's see if they stay in the lane to try and get this top turret, because Mima, he's down in the bot lane, and we actually see the dual lane from Alliance coming back towards top. So it seems we got just going to swap everything around, and Super Hard Crew can do this because the dragon is not up, so they don't care about having that dual lane top.
Yeah, Shook stepping away from that red buff, didn't have the vision, didn't feel too confident, didn't know where Impaler was, despite the fact he was back in base. Of course, our vision we have is of the full spectator client, so we know exactly what's going on.
Of course, and the information he had was the fact he spotted the dual lane from Super Hard Crew in the lane, and he knew his own dual lane was in the base. So he was like, I'm not going to stay here. If they try and catch me out, they will find me and kill me, because again, I don't have a flash.
Yeah, for someone that's died twice already, didn't want to take that risk. Looking in his mid lane, Froggen is going to get away. Selfie with that ultimate running, just simply going to clear the way with it in the end. Not a bad thing at the end of the day. It's a pretty fast cooldown, of course, and it's going to give him that little bit of life still he wanted. Mima in this bottom lane up against Wicked. We can see Wicked with a gigantic CS advantage. Mima did not have fun in that top lane.
Quite a lot of CS here for Mima to pick up. As long as he can get them onto the turret, he's all alone because Wicked decided to back off, so he should be able to pick up all of the CS. Of course, also with the pickaxe, makes it easier to get the last hits. Top lane wise, the pressure is on here for Mix and Mr. Rallis, because they have so much poke. They have good disengage in case Evelyn should come up there. It will rely 100% on Nif actually landing a hook, otherwise it's very hard for Alliance to set something up.
And I'm interested to see how that Spell Thief's going to work out. He's upgraded to the Frostfang already. He's gained around about 250 gold from it. So we'll see how that translates, because you can see Nif didn't go for any GP10 items just yet.
And of course we have to highlight, talking about items, the tier early on for Ryze here, so it's gonna stack very early. Remember on 4.3, it's gonna give 1 mana every 8 seconds just passively, so it's stacking up faster than normal here. It's very good for Ryze. He got it on his first back after he actually got the kill onto Shook.
Invade coming on from the Super Hot Crew. They've got the duo lane of Tabs and Nif in their sights, and that's where they're going. It's going to be a 4-man pylon on this tower. They have got a ward, but is it going to be enough? There's the choppers going down. Nif's been caught out. Has to use the ultimate to try and kick him out, but he's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the Super Hot Crew. Kill goes across to Impaler. Now we see a Froggen coming in. Explosive cast just decimates Selfie where he stands. He's going for a second. He's going to have to repel straight back on this one. Has he got the rocket?
Beautiful.
He does. And Gragas manages to get 2 kills. Froggen continuing on this one. The Death Rocket is not available anymore, but doesn't matter. Mr. Rallis is taken so low that he's going to get picked off again. It's another kill, this time for Tabs.
And Alliance completely turned this one around. They had the vision there, so Froggen, he moved up as soon as he saw the 2 members, and it took him some time to kill Nif, so he got up there. The tower aggro was still on Selfie when he knocked him back into the turret, so he just got destroyed, and then they could just chase it down here, got the kill onto Impaler, and of course Mr. Riders with Shook joining in as well. So very good turnaround. They only lost the support.
Froggen choosing to go towards the Morel and Nomicon instead of the Athenes and Early Grey, which we've been seeing so often on these mid laners. So we'll see how that one works out for him. It's the other optional choice that you can go. Selfie having to use that ultimate, burn it down, try and come around. They're going to try and collapse on towards Shook. The Cocoon lands on towards him. This should be a kill. Who will pick it up? It will be Impaler again. I feel that should have gone to Selfie.
So I have absolutely no idea why you as a jungler, when your mid laner is gone, when obviously your dual lane is not even nearby, why do you walk into the enemy waves? They make absolutely no sense for Shook here. He just gave up a free kill for Super Hot Crew, and they're just, of course, going to take it and say thank you.
Well, Alliance all return to that mid lane. Impaler, meanwhile, with that jungler down, will take away the Major Wolf, but he does find Tabs, and Nif is closing the door on him here. They have the vision, they managed to land, pop the cork on towards him. Impaler's going to have to try and repel away from this one, not too sure where he's going to go. The hook, the death sentence is in there. Nif goes in, lands the play. Froggen's going to chase on towards this one. Belly Slam is available, but again he gets caught by the Cocoon, and Impaler gets away safe.
And Impaler actually did the exact same thing Shook just did. He got caught out here in the jungle off Alliance. He had to use the flash, but at least he got out alive. Dragon now, 45 seconds. The timer, Super Hot Crew will have it 100%. Alliance, they had to guess a little bit because there was no vision when Super Hot Crew took it. But they already have a ward here, so they're going to see the dragon spawn.
Yeah, Shook's got that ward down. The bottom wave had been pushed by Wicked, who we haven't seen a great deal of, because of course when these top laners are in that 2v1 situation, they are basically taken out of the game for almost a full 20 minutes, you could say, unless they're basically being dived on. They actually both did a very good job at not dying when they're in that situation.
Yeah, we actually had Evelyn, of course, coming up top, but because Impaler was there, they decided not to dive it, so everyone just backed off. And yeah, Wicked here is left alone in the bot lane. He lost the turret fast, but still managed to pick up a lot of CS and actually doing really well. Going towards the Blade Rune King, so he wants to be able to split push and 1v1 duel.
So, Dragon up. Let's see if Alliance fancy it. They have good Dragon control in the last few games, which is what's put them in this situation in the first place. Nif going to throw out that death sentence, not going to land it. Of course, you see the Cocoon from Impaler. Both these teams trying to do some positional prowess, but who has the advantage here?
And let's see again, if Tabs can actually stay in the back, if Mimar cannot get to Tabs, he will be able to just stand behind and just fire away. And then, of course, the ultimate from Froggen here. On something like Selfie, if they can knock him into a line side, they can just instantly blow him up and burst him down. Especially with Jinx here, with the ultimate, it is an execute, so the lower they are, the more damage you will do. And of course, Wicked, he can just jump to the backline of Super Hot Crew, trying to be as annoying as possible with his passive.
Well, Selfie just used his ultimate to clear that wave, to keep them away from that mid lane turret. They will have the timers on that one. We see Mixer with good poke on towards Wicked there, and they're actually starting the Dragon off here. I'm not too sure if they're fully committed to this one. Selfie had actually gone to take the rates in that top half. Not too sure whether he was on the same page. Super Hot Crew, they're taking this Dragon very quickly though. This should go their way. They will get it. Alliance going towards this one. Wicked's going to have his Bloodwell popped. Are they going to try and follow through? Mr. Rales gets hooked in by Nif. Has to flash away instantly. Wicked flashes out of the danger as well. Nif is going to get caught out here. He's going to go down. Mr. Rales will land it. That's going to be the explosive cast landed up towards Mima. Impaler's in all sorts of trouble. Shook gets in. Gets himself the double on Mr. Rales as well. And they are just going to run away from this one. Selfie does not get involved.
And Super Hot Crew, they invested so much onto trying to kill Wicked. His passive was popped, but he just revived up and he got out of the Dragon Pit. Then 3 members from Super Hot Crew were stuck in there. Ultimate from Froggen hit them, and then instantly after, Shook just flashes in there, picks up the 2 kills on a very low target, and Selfie, he was barely in the fight.
And you could argue maybe a couple of kills for that Dragon is worth it, but losing 2 towers would not be. Selfie does manage to stick around long enough to keep them away from that inner turret, but I'm not too sure how long for. You can see all the spawns coming back up. Let's check this Dragon fight out once again.
Yeah, so notice how much they actually invest onto Wicked here, and notice the position of Rise. He's on the minimap here, up in the top side. He's actually joining in behind. He has to run out straight away because Alliance just turns around onto him. Now in the Dragon Pit, look at the members here from Super Hot Crew. 3 of them are stuck in here. Ultimate hits 3 people from Froggen, and instantly after Shook, he flashes him, piles onto them, gets the double kill. And 3 kills for Alliance, even though they didn't get the Dragon, definitely worth it for them.
And you got to wonder, really, Selfie's positioning. He was off towards the Wraiths. He was started that
exactly,
fight.
Yeah. He went to Wraiths when they started the Dragon. I'm not sure if they tried to bait Alliance to think they didn't actually start it because he was running away.
Yeah.
But it simply meant for Alliance. They pinged him actually, and then they just went in for the fight because they knew he wasn't nearby. And as soon as you saw him join in from the top side, 2 members just turned around, body slam from Froggen towards him. He had to flash out, or at least run out of the fight.
Of course, that explosive cask, along with the Super Mega Death Rocket, is a ton of damage piling on towards that one collective clump of players. We see the gank potential in his top lane, not going to work out. Wicked not going to fall for that one. Hasn't got that blood well available, simply going to ward out that river. He may still well phase checking towards it, which is why we're seeing Impaler sticking around.
Yeah, so let's see here. Nobody from Alliance is close by. Mimo is just waiting around. There's of course a ward on him, so Wicked knows everything's going on here with Mimo at least. He didn't see Elise yet, and here Elise comes.
There's the cocoon. It's going to be enough damage on towards Wicked. He's not getting out of that one, and he just got burst down quickly.
So Mimo went down here into the river, so Wicked thought everything was alright. Mimo was just waiting for the next wave to come up, so he just stayed there and farmed. Then a very nice cocoon from Elise. Instantly onto him, they stun him, they kill him, no passive of course, and now they can take the top lane turret.
Well, knowing that that jungler is in the top lane, they know that the bottom lane is effectively free, and that's where Alliance are heading. They're going to rush through this one. They can keep on pushing as well because they can still see those 2 champions in that top lane.
Yeah, very good response here from Alliance. We actually see Super Hot pinging on to the next wave. They want to push it all the way down before they back off. Right, or Aatrox, sorry, he's coming up towards this lane. Let's see if he can stop it. But Alliance, meanwhile, just staying and pushing here.
Alliance going aggressive, Mixer getting caught out, he gets taken down, Nif in trouble, he manages to get away, Ace in the hole, blocked off by his AD carry. Froggen comes across as well, so this 4-man push from Alliance is continuing. Meanwhile, you can see the bottom lane in the little corner down there. It is going to be Mima diving on towards Wicked. Wicked getting taken down once again.
So dives everywhere here. The only thing we can actually notice from this is the fact that Froggen now onto Selfie.
Does manage to pile on towards him. Belly Slam didn't quite land, and Selfie is going to be able to get away from this one. Flash just at the right time to pull that explosive cask out. You can see that top lane turret in the inner turret did go down, so Super Hot Crew countering very nicely, taking 2 turrets of their own.
Yeah, so Mimo and Impaler doing very nice work up here. 2 turrets, of course, 2 kills onto Wicked. Very nice job by them. Super Hot Crew, they couldn't defend the bot lane turret. Also because Froggen, his position was between the bot lane and the top lane, and he just, bot lane and the mid lane, he just constantly kept Selfie away from doing anything. That's why they could dive and get the turret. And one thing we saw in the 1v1 between him and Selfie, notice how Froggen delayed his ultimate. He was waiting for Selfie to flash, but of course Selfie, he was just waiting with his own flash, saw the ultimate, then he flashed. So very nice play.
Fast-paced, aggressive games. Just 18 minutes gone in this game, 7 towers down already, and 15 kills. So where are we going next? Well, Dragon's up in just shy of 2 minutes, and looking across the items, you can see, of course, quite a lot of aggression. Wicked, no tanky items, right, apart from maybe the Ninja Tabby, you could take that into account, but that's about it. We do see the Sunfire Cape now completed by Mima, along with that Hydra, which he picked up at the beginning. Looking at towards the mid lane, as you can see, Froggen is now getting that Rabadon's Death Cap complete. Morel Nomicon was picked up earlier on. Nif will not want to be facing on towards Mima, but he will if he pulls in tabs. Death Sensor's not going to quite land on towards him. He will back away from that one. Selfie, meanwhile, just want to talk about him stacking out that tier, so don't expect him to be going huge until that is complete.
No, he needs more time to stack up his tier, of course, get the core items from him. But look here at Froggen. Blue Potion picked up, of course, and then we have Death Cap completed. He's having so much damage at this point. If they should break out a fight and he can land his ultimate onto 2 or 3 members, Alliance should be ready to win it.
Explosive cast thrown down, and look at that. Shook manages to land his ultimate, takes down the Mixac, and will go towards Impaler. Impaler's going to have to repel, but he's got nowhere to run. Wicked manages to get in. He takes down Mr. Raleigh. Impaler's running through the Alliance jungle. We do see Selfie coming up. He may well catch that Shook. Shook forced the flash away from that one, and Impaler is actually safe, but Alliance, they are a 5-man cluster running up the mid.
They can possibly go for the inhib here. 5 members. Mima is coming down here. Impaler, of course, Regal. Selfie's in a bad position. He's behind. He can't defend anything unless he wants to go and fight here, but there's only 3 members alive from Super Hot Crew.
He's trying to run interference, but he really hasn't got the capabilities, I feel. Super Hot Crew do get around, and they've done a good job. All it was the inner turret, which honestly had almost gone already. So Alliance stepping away from this one, letting Super Hot Crew off lightly.
But we really have to highlight Shook and Froggen here. Every single time something happens, they are involved. We saw here 3 members from Super Hot Crew were pushing the turret, and they just go in and destroyed him. And yes, Dragon just spawned here. Super Hot Crew instantly down there with a pink ward. No vision from Alliance yet.
That's a fast Dragon going down, and Super Hot Crew are going to take it and continue their dominance on the Dragon. Control. Oh, Nif getting caught out with the slow. The Chompers will go down. Selfie's going to have to step around them. Will he get close enough to get that prison down? No, he will not. And Nif does manage to escape.
And Froggen, should be able to hold this mid turret because he's having so much AP at the moment. His barrels will clear the waves very, very fast. We see here just instantly exploding the first few minions and then takes away the next one. So Super Hot Crew, they won't be able to push despite them having all 5 members around this mid lane.
Keeping that 5 members there means Wicked is alone in that top lane, getting himself some free farm and actually pushing on towards that inner turret. And an Aatrox can do a lot of damage on them turrets if left alone. Super Hot Crew, they're rotating around. They've got a big stack on this bottom. They're going 5-man towards the inner.
And Froggen is far away. He's coming down towards the jungle now. He's the wave clear from Alliance. He needs to be there to kill all these minions. Super can boost, and now they're going to him.
They're caught Froggen out in that jungle. Mimer's going to get the stun down on towards him. The Cocoon not going to land. Impaler repels away, and well, Froggen takes that Lantern straight away. Meanwhile, they do get themselves that top lane turret is going to go down for Wicked.
So both teams decide here to trade turrets, fine enough for Alliance, fine enough for Super Hot Crew. They can now back off here. Of course, they wanted to kill onto Froggen, so they continue pushing down here. Selfie still staying around a little bit. Let's see if he actually wants to try something. He's been having a more slow game because he's not as mobile as on the LeBlanc we saw yesterday. There's a lot of times where he's actually standing out of position when the fights are starting. And then he's not able to join in because, again, he doesn't have the jumps he has on LeBlanc.
Well, that tier is stacked to 640, almost there. 750 is where he needs to get to, so expect to see him building in towards that Saras next round. Impaler on this red buff, he's got Wicked and Shook coming around there. He stood on top of a ward. He's got to be careful on this one. He gets smited away by Shook.
Wow, so Impaler, he wanted to give the red buff over to Mr. Rales. That's why he waited around. He walked towards him and then Shook just went in, smited it. Very nice play here. Getting red buff, of course, getting down blue buff now. So Alliance with some good map control, and once we have actually seen fights, it's been Alliance who's been the best ones. Always started out by Froggen.
Well, with 10 towers down in 20 minutes, you could argue this is another fast-paced game. We've already had 2 very quick early games on for the day, and we'll see how these next 2 go. At the moment, Alliance are finding themselves up against a very difficult Super Hot Crew here. It is just 2,000 gold differential. Nif getting caught out here. Is the damage going to be enough? They're going to chase on towards him. He's in a hole. Blocked off by Froggen. It's not enough though because Mimer flashed for it. He does manage to get himself the kill. Selfie's tanking up the turret here on towards Tap. The damage continues through. Then Super Hot Crew get themselves a second and the turret.
So Super Hot Crew, they catch out Nif first, invest a lot of things to kill him here, and then they just continue going in, and Taps steps into range of the Runic Prison from the Selfie, locks him up, instantly bursts him down. 2 kills for Super Hot Crew. Very nice play, and catching up in gold once again.
Alliance looking to maybe try and push something. Super Hot Crew knowing they're low, actually getting baited and going to rush for this one. They're going to try and catch on towards Shook. The talisman was used. Actually, a Telelight was not the talisman. It's the speed boost that Karma gives out.
Yeah, so Karma, again, we have to remember, of course, brings a lot of utility. There's no Sivir in this game, so Alliance side, they're going to rely on this talisman if they want to speed up the entire team, where, of course, Karma can do the same on Super Hot Crew's side.
So, Haunting Guy being picked up by the support. Oh, Mr. Rales nearly caught out there. It's interesting actually seeing Mr. Rales. You can see he's at 1-3-2. He's clearly not having fun in this fast-paced, aggressive game. Yet the rest of his team are doing well. Normally it's him that has to carry him. Finally, for once, somebody else is carrying him on that team.
But it's been so hard for him to actually find farm because there's always fights everywhere. You see it's 10-9 here with 23 minutes in. We've seen so many turrets go down. Dragons, of course, constantly be in action. So he's never been just stuck in a lane farming away because he'd had to move together with his team. And Caitlyn at this point with Bloodthirster and the Last Whisper, yes, he has some good damage, but he's not going to have the same amount as Jinx here when it comes to straight-up fight.
Speaking of Jinx, going to be getting that red buff and will continue his farming way. Neither AD carries really had some free farm, from free time at the moment. It's the junglers that have been having their fun time. You see Impaler handing that blue buff once again over towards Selfie. Impaler 4-2-3 and Shook also 5-3-2, despite the fact Shook was actually at, what, I think 1-3-1 at one point.
He had a very bad start. He died a few
turnaround.
times, then he just turned it around together with Froggen. Every single time there was a chance for him to set something up, Froggen landed the ultimate, then Shook came in with his ultimate, and everyone was just low and just died. And we actually see Banshees now onto Selfie, so he wants to make sure that Froggen cannot engage onto him, or at least Evelyn cannot engage onto him.
Spectre's count also being picked up by a number of members of both teams. And the pings heavy from Super Hot Crew. They are fully aware of Alliance's positioning. Dragon up in just shy of a minute's time. Selfie's rushing across here. They're going to try and catch out. It's actually Impaler's been caught out. He does manage to repel away. Lands a cocoon on towards Shook. Doesn't manage to return the damage. He's caught by a heavy slow there. Has to flash away. They're going to continue chasing on this one. He's going to get caught out. He will go down. Tabs is the victor on that one. And now Mima, he's running for his life. Then that's going to be a good slow. They're not going to land the knock upon Mima. And Alliance are still pushing.
Now again, looking at the vision control actually from Super Hot Crew and how they decide to engage the fights. We had the Selfie coming in here through the mid lane, but meanwhile Impaler was being caught out by Alliance, and now actually they're moving towards this Baron. There's no smite, of course, because Impaler is dead for the next 15 seconds.
There's no big crazy burst from Super Hot Crew that could potentially steal this one. They're going to have to go aggressive, or Selfie's literally going to have to get in there and blow everything, which is what he's looking to do. You can see the speed up from Mixer. Not going to be enough. That Baron going down. It's got 1,000 hit points left. They take it.
Yeah, you see Super Hot Crew just backed off. They went towards this mid lane here. Didn't want to go for it. Froggen still had his ultimate as well, so he could just shoot them away in case they wanted to try and get the steal onto the Baron here. So very good play by by Alliance actually. Catching out first, of course, Impaler, and then just as soon as he landed down, they just engaged for the fight, got the kill, and then moved towards the Baron.
Well, Dragon is up in 2 seconds' time. Super Hot Crew are ready to try and take this one. Alliance have not backed off.
They don't have the
They are
timer.
actually pushing up towards the mid lane instead. Super Hot Crew get themselves their 4th Dragon of the game, but they only have to get defensive duties. That inhibitor turret is being threatened.
Yeah, and they have to recall very fast. Once again, Selfie decides to come in here from behind towards Alliance. He needs to run all the way around here unless he wants to go straight for the fight against the Baron up Alliance team.
Well, Mixer does a good job of clearing the wave off there, keeping them at bay. Super Hot Crew have rotated well. They've got themselves into that position. They are up against a 5-man Baron Alliance, though, but they can clear the waves.
And it's funny to see how Super Hot Crew yesterday had issues controlling the dragons. They didn't pick up the first few dragons in the game. This time around, they have been putting a lot of focus, but every time they went towards the dragon, Alliance just walked up the mid lane here and forced Super Hot Crew to instantly back off to and try and come around to defend.
Phil Alliance maybe are pushing a little too hard. They have no presence in the top or the bottom lanes. You can see the waves push middle, if not into towards Alliance bases, which is why Super Hot Crew having no problems at all clearing out this wave. Wicked taking a giant burst of damage there. And again, now they've realized it, now they're stepping away.
Yeah, and also with the combo from Alliance here, only Jinx can actually hit towards the turret. He's the only one with proper damage and from range. Of course, Fresh is from range, but his damage means absolutely nothing on these turrets. And it's very scary for Tap because there's the option of possibly like a flash rune pressure from Selfie onto him, and then they just pile onto him, Super Hot Crew, and just destroy him.
Well, the bottom wave is slow pushing in for Alliance now, so they are going to keep on pushing, see if they can rotate around there. But again, that wave, as you mentioned, cleared out very easily. Mixer not managing to land that inner flame onto edge anyone, not managed to get that slow damage down. The lantern thrown out for Tabs to safety. He gets, what, 2 shots on the tower? This Baron is not being put to good use so far.
Yeah, and you see how fast he's actually just taking the lantern. As soon as someone from Super Hot Crew steps forward, he takes the lantern to safety. Don't want to risk anything, and that's why Alliance, they can't push this one. They need the side lanes, and now the bot lane pushing up now with a good big wave.
Somebody will have to deal with that one, but for now their focus is still this mid lane, keeping it away. Only 2 minions remaining, and Super Hot Crew will clear them with ease. Now we see Impaler, Selfie, all heading down towards his bot lane. Froggen is going down there as well. There is a pink ward you can see just off the side, but that is easily cleared. Quick pilt over, quick burst from Selfie, wave's gone.
So Alliance don't actually get anything from this Baron buff yet, at least. They tried to push away, didn't work for them. They could never get towards the turret. They need to just back off here, try and reset the whole map, force Super Hot Crew to move out of their own base, and then set up a pick. If they can get some good vision in this jungle here from Super Hot Crew, they can try and find them. Like Super Hot Crew did yesterday against Millennium. Get this 1 or 2 kills they need, and then go towards the turrets.
And you know, we were talking yesterday about the Super Hot Crew, how their scrims have gone. They haven't had that many long games. We're into the 30-minute mark. The pressure almost certainly is on towards Super Hot Crew. Alliance have been in this situation many times so far in the LCS as a 5-man unit. Selfie in this mid lane, well, he is on rise. He is going to get stronger as this game progresses. Still, you can see yet to pick up his Ceros actually. Hasn't gone in towards that item, which must be fully stacked by now if I just look towards his tier.
It should be.
Yeah, completely fully stacked, so he's just waiting on the gold to buy it.
Yeah, again, Super Hot Crew, going back to the scrim things, they actually said we normally win on 15-20 minutes every single scrim because we are playing so well in the early game. Alliance have managed to do so well themselves. Stop the early aggression from Super Hot Crew. We had, of course, a lot of action early on, a lot of turrets going down, but Alliance are actually in the lead at the moment, and the longer they go into the game, and wow, Taps, that was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was a good rocket steal. He had the ward, you can see, just off to the side of that blue buff, so they had vision of it, but still, to time that rocket at the right time against the Ryze, who's blowing his ultimate on it, was very impressive.
And we see actually fairly early Guardian Angel onto Taps here. He knows that he's going to be the target whenever he moves towards to hit these turrets here. So of course with the Guardian Angel, some more safety from him. He's having the flash barrier, and of course the Lantern normally from Nif to try and escape if he wants to hit the turret.
So Saracen Embrace has finally been caught up, but as you mentioned, that Guardian Angel is in there. Super Hot Crew just waiting off at the side, maybe going to try and create an opportunity, hopefully get a pick. We'll see what they do. Nif is separated from the pack, but they're not going to manage to jump and latch onto that one. Banshee's Veil's also being picked up by a few members of Alliance as well. Bottom lane, it needs pushing out, and Super Hot Crew ping that one. You see Wicked heading down there, which means we are going to have a small delay in the siege.
And let's see once the team fight actually breaks out. If Super Hot Crew decides to pop the speed buff from Karma and just try and roll over Alliance, get into the back line, get to Taps, get to Froggen, and that's why they position themselves on the flanks to try and get around them, because they don't care about Wicked, they don't care about Sugar, of course. They want to get this back line down, and they know if they just leave Taps to just hit away all the time, they will lose the fights.
So what do we make of this? We're going to have, look, you can see the Dragon up in a minute, Baron up in just shy of 2 minutes, top wave's been pushed out, bottom wave's been pushed in. Super Hot Crew Alliance, they're going to be going for a 5v5 at some point, I feel here. Who has the power right now?
Well, again, Alliance been having the map control, so they are in the position to go again into the jungle of Super Hot Crew, ward everything up they want, stay around this Baron area and wait for them to move out if they want to stop the Baron, or just give it up for free to Alliance, and then they just have to move up here towards this base again. There's going to be a point where Evelyn and Aatrox don't even care about the turrets from Super Hot Crew's side because they will have enough armor, and that's the point where Alliance can just start diving if this game keeps going on.
In that bottom lane, he's going to get cleared out. The Wicked just drove in. Alliance are slowing things down. And of course, they need to be cautious because this Super Hot Crew team does have a lot of damage on it. And you just see the gold. It's only, what, 2,000 gold differential between these two. It was a fast-paced start for both these teams, and it's only fair that they take stock of the moment and realize the situation. They are going to try and push towards this Dragon. It's up in 10 seconds, but they are leaving their mid lane very well exposed.
And this time they don't walk all the way down to Dragon because they know Alliance are pushing up here, because Alliance have been doing it every single time. And this should mean a fight because both teams are very close to each other.
Paler caught out of position. Those chompers did go down. They've caught out Wicked on the side there. He has got the blood well available. Will not want to use it just yet. Nif has to throw that lantern out.
So I like the very early damage onto the front line of Alliance here. We saw how much damage Selfie can actually do onto Wicked. That was just a one combo and he dropped down to 50%. It means the Super Hot Crew side, they can actually turn around the tactic in teamfights, and instead of piling onto Alliance, just hiding away, hitting the nearest target all the time.
This Dragon, will it be the 5th of the game? They've caught Mimer. That's not who you want to hook up. Selfie certainly is though, but that shield coming out, coming big. The Wicked going to dive up towards him. He has got that Bloodwell, it will be required. But meanwhile, you see Impaler's gone down. Mr. Rallis goes down. Froggen catches on towards him. Mixer's running for his life. Meanwhile, at the top there, Selfie's going to come back in, but he's running away again. It's going to be 3 members of Super Hot Crew fleeing for their lives. Mimer gets caught out by Shook. Taps has got the blood set. He's going to drown towards Impaler. Impaler taken so low. Selfie's going to get dropped down. It's going to be Taps with the lantern taken back in there. Pops the cock, does not landed on Impaler, but it doesn't matter. They've taken 3 members already down. Mixer's going to come around the side. Where are you going to go, Mixer? He's just exposed himself. He's going to run. Oh, the death sentence comes down from Nif, and that's the end of Super Hot Crew. It's an ace for Alliance.
And look at this team fight here. Taps was left completely untouched in the back of Alliance here. Nobody from Super Hot Crew went towards him, and who comes out big? Of course it's Taps. Soon as Froggen died, soon as Wicked died, he just joined into the fight here. Picked up kill after kill, got excited, continued chasing with Shug, of course, and with Nif. And we have to highlight Shug again. Like, so strong in the fight. Look at this team fight here. Selfie being caught out a little bit, forced to actually flash away because Wicked jumps onto him. Notice Taps in the background with his Guardian Angel. Nobody's even close to him. Mr. Rallis, beautiful hook by Nif, getting him into the team. Everyone piles onto him, kills him. Froggen actually dies, but because Taps is untouched so far, he can now stay safely and just hammer away, and nobody can even get close to killing him. And let's just see again here, Nif going towards Selfie, flash hooking him in. So Taps just needs to turn around, hit him a few times in the face. One more death. And of course Nif onto Mixer. We're going to see just in a few seconds here getting another kill for Alliance. So beautiful team fight by Nif and good position by Taps.
Nif landing hook after hook, another beautiful one. Blind into the bush there. Knew he was around there roughly, and it gives another kill across to Shook. Shook himself, 8-3-4 now, but Super Hot Crew, they've quickly reacted. They've got themselves back down towards that dragon. It will be the 5th dragon of the game for Super Hot Crew, but of course, Alliance, we saw it in the picture-in-picture in the bottom corner. They got themselves the Baron from that fight.
So let's see now if Alliance wants to split up into 3 lanes and just push everything up to the turret of Super Hot Crew, or they want to group as 5 and just go straight in and possibly even dive onto them, because we saw before when they had the Baron buff, they could never get close to the turret. It was always wave cleared, and Taps never felt confident enough. He's still having the Guardian Angel, so he can go in, get a few hits onto the turret, back off, but it's going to take a while for Alliance. Let's see now here. Wicked pushing up this bot lane, and Top is already pushing in favor of Alliance, so in a good position to push up mid.
They're going to rush down on this one, actually. They're chasing on towards Alliance. I'm not too sure that's the right choice there, because Alliance, of course, did just pick up Baron. Selfie and the rest of the Super Hot Crew, they didn't quite seem committed in that fight, in that last one. It was like,
it was so
half-heartedly. And again, it's that classic case of going into a fight split in a pincer move, and it just doesn't work out.
And Super Hot Crew really needs the ulti from Frog in here.
Oh, explosive gas, and the Megadeth rocket comes out from Tabs. That is the end of Mixer, and that is the end of that inhibitor turret in that mid lane. That will go down. Alliance, they may well push on for the victory here.
It's gonna be hard though, so 4 members from Super Hot Crew, they shoot wise enough. They can rotate to top here, take the wave, push it down to the turret. Mixer is dead for another 27 seconds, and they didn't actually invest too much because the ultimate from Froggen is gonna be ready fairly soon. Same goes for Taps.
Yeah, that's gonna be quick cooldowns on them. Blue buff, of course, on Taps. Will be managing to just gun that one down. And you can already see it's well past halfway on that cooldown. The top wave will be pushed in here, and Alliance have the prowess to keep on pushing. Lots of Banshee's Veils coming out from all members of Alliance and Super Hot Crew, trying to keep that damage, trying to stop those explosive casks. Didn't quite work out in the last one. Impaler going to be running defensive duty, but I don't think they can stop Alliance pushing now.
So a few seconds on the ultimate from Frog in here, so he won't be able to set something up just yet, but the next wave coming in could be the one where Alliance decide to say, we feel strong enough to just dive you. We know we can win the fight here. And then, of course, with Taps, with the double buff and Guardian Angel, he's going to be very scary.
Yep, the ping on that mid lane from Alliance proves that those super minions, they're just waiting for those to walk in. They have to step past those traps. You can see that Mr. Rales has laid out, but Mr. Rales is staying well out the back there. Self is the one using his ultimate, trying to blow everything to keep him away from this turret.
Selfie needs to be careful. He's always running forward here. One hook from Nif and he's dead. Or the ultimate from Froggen and he's in the face of Alliance, and they can just instantly blow him up.
There are the super minions. You can see the mid lane turret. Selfie is caught out. They're going to throw out. There's the hook. He gets drawn in and just taken down in seconds. Mimer's going to follow. The rest of Alliance pile on through. Mixer gets dropped. Mr. Rales sidestepping away from that final pop the cork, but the super minions, they're on the Nexus turret. Alliance are all over it, and they're going to take themselves a 6th win in a row as Alliance stormed the table in the LCS.
Very strong performance against a very aggressive Super Hot Crew team. So very nice play by Alliance. They did give up all the dragons, but every single time they just managed to push up the mid lane. And now the last 2 fights here, they were just waiting for the right moment, caught onto someone, killed them instantly, took the turret, took the inhib.
It was a brilliant super week for Alliance, and now it's another great week. 2-0 in week 9. Can they continue through? Just 2 more weeks remain in the LCS in the regular season, heading in towards those playoffs. This super team was generated for this exact reason, to win things. Froggen put this team together, handpicked every player in this team, and finally, 10 weeks into the season, they're actually starting to react.
And they still have time. We talked about it before the game, how Alliance, they can still get #1 because everyone in Europe are just winning and losing to each other. So it's not 100% sure yet who's going to go to All-Star, but if Alliance continues to play like this, they will definitely be a top contender.
Can they be the team that represents Europe over in the All-Star tournament? Who knows? Who knows? Lots of games still to happen, of course, with next week being another regular week and then super week to follow. So many more matches, still 6 games for these teams to go, but what a fantastic performance and what a fantastic game. It's a very aggressive start.
I absolutely loved the early game. At 20 minutes, I think we have 10 turrets down. Everyone just went to different lanes, killed people, got the turrets here. Both teams really showed strong early games. And then it slowed down a little bit because Alliance, they didn't really have the option to push the turret, even though they were ahead. And Super Hot Crew, they were a bit scared to fight. Until we have, of course, the big dragon fight, where I think we actually have to highlight Selfie in this game. On LeBlanc, he wanted to come in from the flank and try and kill someone instantly from the backline. He tried to do the same on Ryze. He was never with...
You've not got the range.
No, exactly. And he doesn't have the mobility to do it either. He was never with Mr. Rales. When you have Caitlyn Ryze, you need to stay together in fights and just kill whoever is running towards you. If Wicked jumps to you, boom, destroy him instantly. Same goes for Shook. Instead, he came from one side, Mr. Rales was on the other side, and it simply meant for Alliance it was too easy to just single them out and force them out of the fights.
Yeah, and, well, you know, 1-1 for Super Hot Crew. It's not a bad week
Of
overall.
course not.
I mean, of course, going down to Alliance, but it was a great showing for that new man, despite the fact you could say maybe just showing his slight lack of experience in that fight.
Yeah, I'm just showing at least that he wants to play this style. He wants to make sure he can always come in towards the backside of the enemy teams, get out of one of the squishy carries. It's what he did on LeBlanc again, and it showed to me that his Ryze, when it came to team fights, were not on point. His early game, he managed to keep fairly well informed with Froggen. He turned, of course, the ganks around early on, so we can't really say he didn't do a good job early. But then, teamfight-wise, a bit split up for Super Hot Crew here. I did still like the fact that we had such a close game, and the fact they improved their Dragon play. But of course, we have to talk about Alliance. We have to highlight how good of a team they are overall. Every single member is performing. Just take Nif, and again, the Dragon team fight, landing, I think, 5 hooks out of 6, and just pulling important members in, getting kills onto Alliance. Everything was just beautiful. And of course, Froggen and Shook.
When they're so scattered, though, it's generally easy to hunt them down, which is exactly what Shook was doing. And Shook, as you say, put in a great performance. Had a rough, shaky start, got caught out a couple of times, but really turned it around. And as you mentioned, that combination, and honestly, you've got to think Mr. Rales even mentioned himself, that combination of Shook and Froggen is very scary.
It is so scary, and they do the same thing every game where Shook comes in early, ganks for Froggen here, wants to get him ahead, and it works for them. Even though they gave a few kills here, Froggen, he got ahead in CS, and Shook just continued. He just kept on doing it. Every time there was a chance to set something up with Froggen, they went in 2 members, and they just killed people. The mid lane thing where they take 3 kills onto Super Hot Crew as well, set up by Froggen and Shook. So I love the synergy between the 2 players.
Well, he was MVP last week. Will he be MVP with this week? Stay tuned to find out on that one. We're going to head over to Shocks and Joe, who are ready to talk to Alliance's Froggen.
Thank you very much, DND. We are indeed here with Froggen from Alliance after that victory. Congratulations, Froggen. What I want to start by asking you is obviously there was this mystery factor going into this game with their new mid laner Selfie. Did you guys do any extra prep because of that?
No, it's pretty much just scouting what he's playing in solo queue and then just go from there. Like, the most played champion in solo queue is obviously the champion he's going to feel most comfortable on now, and that's what he's want to play.
Was that LeBlanc then, in this case, moving into picks and bans?
I think in general for us it would be better just to ban out the LeBlanc, not so much because of him, but because of the other champion he's playing outside of LeBlanc. Gragas actually does well against every single one of them. Honestly, we didn't see the Ryze pick come at all. I think it was a good pick, but I think Gragas is still really good against it.
So how far in the draft did you realize it was going to be mid and not on Mimer?
We only realized it at the last pick when he played Renekton for top. We thought yesterday they banned Ryze against Millennium because Kevin plays it, so we thought they banned it away, and then they wanted to pick it early because they don't want to play against it, so we thought it was top lane and not mid.
What do you think to Ryze while we're on that topic at the moment? I mean, he's obviously becoming a lot stronger, versatile in terms of positioning. We've seen it twice in mid lane now. We'll see it in the top lane as well. How is Ryze at this point in the game?
I think Ryze is one of the champions. Even though he's falling behind, he will always be useful. I think that counts more for top lane than mid lane, because if you fall behind in mid lane, you don't usually have that much wave clear, which is going to hurt your team. But I think he's strong on the top lane.
All right, let's talk about the game itself then. You guys opting for the lane swap in the beginning. Why exactly?
I think it was because of yesterday's game. We were like, okay, they have a lot of early aggression. How do we counter that? We just swap up the lanes. We keep the jungler top or bottom, if he wants to defend or if he wants to dive. And then basically just take all the aggression out and then just win by mid and late game because they're not as experienced in team fights with the new mid laner.
How are you guys feeling as a team now? We saw, if you look at the scoreboard, Shook played. He got a lot of kills in that game, let's say. Did get caught out a couple of times here and there, but how do you rate the performance of Shook? You know, you're 6 games in a row now. Has his performance continued to rise, or is he at that level that you expected him to be at now?
Today, I think he went too aggressive at times he shouldn't go aggressive in. Like when Ryze runs into the jungle instead of running back to the turret, you know, okay, Lisa's going to be waiting there. So, but that's things that's improving all the time. Like yesterday against Gambit, he outplayed Alex and Diamond super hard and basically forced Flash out of Diamond alone and then baited Alex to go on him, so we got a free first blood. But I really like to play with Shoki. I think he's really awesome to play with, and I think he's really, really good, and he doesn't get enough credit.
Very nice. You obviously had a very good game, but it was quite even actually till about the mid game. Tell us a little bit, did you have a little trouble being able to push against them or push up against the towers?
I think we were a bit afraid of fighting them straight up. Like we had Jinx and Gragas, and they basically had no poke at all, only really with the Caitlyn ultimate as poke. So we wanted to get a few saps in them and a few barrels in them, and then team fight from there. But I think as a team, we played actually pretty well, staying together and just like splitting them up so they couldn't team fight that properly. And I think we traded 3 for 1, even though they got the Dragon at one time. And that's when we realized, okay, if we just keep doing this, keep team fighting, then it will be really easy for us to win.
So I have to ask you now, 6 games in a row. If we look back to the start, you guys were horrible on odd weeks, but you were great on even weeks, and that continued for a while. Now 6 games in a row. What's changed between now and then? Where has this consistency come from?
I don't, like, even though we won some of the even numbered weeks, I don't think we played it that well. It was mainly us outpicking them and then just going into late game and just team fighting from there. Even though our team fights were horrible, we would still win because we had the better composition. Right now, I think we are pretty good all over, but there's still a ton to improve on.
All right, finally, I'd like to get you guys' ideas about the next game, our last LCS game here, the Copenhagen Wolves up against Fnatic. Joe, who are you calling for?
I have to say Fnatic, I think they looked pretty brilliant yesterday. The Wolves, you've always got to give them the chance. If you look at their form, it's actually really up there with the best right now, but I feel like Fnatic are coming in with a new hunger after reaching the finals of Intel Extreme Masters.
Pragan.
I think it's going to be a pretty even game if they take Gragas away from Pekka. I think he's been really strong on that champion, so maybe ban away that champion and it will be an even game. But I think Fnatic has his favorites.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Pragan, on that 6-0 winning streak for Alliance. Now, we'll step off the Rift for just a moment, but when we come back, Fnatic and the Copenhagen Wolves will tangle in the lanes. Don't go anywhere.
Healing. I'm almost fine.
They're doing it for sure.
Ryze is here.
Ryze is here. I get him. I get Renekton.
I'm on the
Ryze. Get Ryze. I have my ult on 3. I get Caitlyn.
Caitlyn. Get Caitlyn.
Elise.
Get Elise next. Focus on Elise when she's dropping down.
They're killing me.
Taps.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Renekton. Ryze is low.
I can catch him, maybe.
I got it.
I can catch Renekton, bro. Ryze.
Elise. You need Ryze.
No, Ryze.
Nice. Get Elise. Don't hunt fight.
Careful. I don't want to lose.
Yeah, I can heal. Lifesteal. Nice one.
Good job. You can get there as well. Nice. You want to go Nashor?
Can you?
Yeah, we can easily.
Caitlyn is up, Nate. Guys, one time I was good. One time. I died for you guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live in Cologne, and we are ready to head into our next matchup. It is going to be Fnatic facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves, and this is a rematch from Super Week where the Copenhagen Wolves took the win to give them an advantage in the head-to-head, which is 2-1. Yesterday, though, we saw Fnatic give a confident performance against Roccat by closing out the game with ease, which kept them in contact with the other top 4 teams.
Yeah, Fnatic, they were in control the entire game, and they never gave Roccat a chance to make a comeback. And everyone, they played well, and while the start of the game was a bit slow, Fnatic, they just really turned on the power when it came to team fights and controlling all the objectives. And Roccat, they were running this combo with Lee Sin and Yasuo, which Fnatic just perfectly managed to shut down in every single team fight. And coming into this game, their confidence is very high. They can be very proud of their performance at the Intel Extreme Masters, and with the win yesterday, things are looking very good for Fnatic. You see them making a lot more plays now, which they didn't actually do during the losing streak, and that has mostly been due to Xpeke actually. His Gragas yesterday was great and a constant threat with his ulti into Q combo, and also we saw him performing on LeBlanc at IEM. So the Copenhagen Wolves, they really need to respect him.
And you could argue that the Copenhagen Wolves had the hardest Super Week of anyone, and still they managed to come out even at 2-2. Yesterday, they played well against SK Gaming, starting out with that lane swamp, taking down the 2 top turrets. However, they were always behind in gold and never really managed to quite win a team fight, eventually losing out the game.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves, they never managed to get a dragon, and they simply gave up too much objective gold over to SK Gaming. So while they were ahead in kills, it never really felt like they were stronger in the team fights. And it seemed like the Wolves, they just wanted to play it very slow, because after they took the first few turrets in the lane swap, we just saw them with the standard Copenhagen Wolves tactic of getting Forgiven on Jinx very farmed, but it just wasn't enough when it actually came to the team fights, and SK Gaming, they were just stronger, which ended up giving them the Baron and of course the win.
Well, the Copenhagen Wolves, they decided to play Karma again, which was the champion they stopped playing when their winning streak started.
Yeah, it's actually a funny point, because they didn't have any hard engage yesterday, which has been an issue for them in the past. And it was actually something they changed around, which gave them some very positive results. Karma, she's in the meta at the moment. We can safely say it. Everyone plays her, of course. But every team, or Copenhagen Wolves is not like every team. We have seen them in the past when they don't have any hard engage supports onto Unlimited. When he's not playing this Leona, it's very hard for him to do anything, and they just play very slow in the mid game because they don't know how to set anything up. And I actually feel like they need to stop playing Karma again, play some hard engage supports.
That's when the losses started, actually,
exactly.
when Karma came around. However, the Wolves, they're going to be looking to take this series 3-1 on the strength of their bot lane and jungle play. But will their slow play and patient strategies work against Fnatic team, who are quickly pulling their way back up the standings?
Well, it feels really good that we're up against them already. If we could get a 3-1 record against Fnatic, that would be great for us.
With Wolves, their main strength is their bot lane and jungler. Their bot lane is probably one of the best in Europe, and their jungler as well.
We have a really good jungle matchup in most cases. Mid lane seems to be equal every time as well, and top lane seems to be in our favor, and bot lane also.
I think some games Wolves have really good rotations, but some games on the other hand they seem to stumble a bit even on the more obvious things to do.
I feel like Fnatic's rotations has been off, even if ours are off some games as well. I still feel we have out-rotated them the games we won at least.
They looked very strong when they broke their losing spree against Gambit. They did show a lot of improvement, and now it's the question if they can keep on improving and actually show that they have skills to beat us.
Coming into this game, they're talking about how Fnatic broke that losing streak. Let's not forget, they've been to the Intel Extreme Masters. They were finalists there and, of course, picked up the win. So very confident coming into this game.
Definitely. They don't have to fear anything here coming into the game against Copenhagen Wolves. I just have to highlight the fact that Amazing, he's like, yeah, we have the better bot lane, we have the better jungler, better top lane, only mid lane is even. So let's see if it actually works out for Copenhagen Wolves.
A little bit cocky, maybe. Let's find out. Let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Fnatic. That means it will be Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in that mid lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Yellowstar as support.
And on the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves. We have Youngbuck in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Kautot is of course the mid laner, Forgiven on AD carry, and Unlimited is the support.
So you heard there views on the game. What are our views? What do we think these picks and bans, what are they going to lead in towards? Is it going to be jungle bans?
Well, if you go back to what Amazing said, the only lane that's even, according to him, is the mid lane. So why not just start banning out Peke? We've seen
maybe
the likes, of course, of LeBlanc could be banned away from him. Kassadin could be banned. I can even see Gragas. Lulu is a tricky pick for Fnatic because Source plays it in the top lane, but we haven't seen Peke play it in the mid lane, so I don't think it's going to be a ban. And I'm not even sure if Fnatic wants to pick it or maybe even ban it themselves.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. We're going to be getting underway in just a second, so we'll see where those bans head. Will we be seeing yet another Rise in this game?
Rise could be an option. I'm not sure if Youngbok actually plays it, and I know Source have been talking about Rise, but we haven't seen him play it yet, so I'm not 100% sold on this one. We could just see more standard top laners. Of course, Trundle has been an option for Youngbok many times in the past. And yeah, first ban from Copenhagen Wolves is towards the mid lane, so they want to make sure Peke is not having this LeBlanc. And Lee Sin, of course, against Amazing, you have to ban away because he's so good on it.
Karma also being taken away, as you mentioned.
Good for Wolves.
Well, I mean, Unlimited to be happy that he's drawn a Karma ban. I'm
Of
not
course.
too sure whether it was worthy of it yet, but again, another mid lane ban, this time Nidalee taken away from Becky.
So they want to make sure that Fnatic cannot do their poke combo where they just do fairly well in the mid lane. They just want to farm on Peke, get out of the laning phase and just start landing the spears over and over. So they want to make sure this option is not available for Fnatic.
Final ban, potentially Gragas for Wolves maybe. He did fantastic on that yesterday.
Gragas, we have of course Kassadin could be a ban. If they want to stay to this mid lane, Elise has been a first pick for Sanad so many times, could also be possible ban. Otherwise I expect to see Fnatic early pick it.
Yeah, with Evelyn ban,
Two
we'll see
junglers.
what the Wolves go with. Will it be another mid laner? If it is, of course, then at least we'll get first picked in there. What we're expecting so far. Wolves taking the time on this final ban. Bit of a discussion. You can see Amazing putting his hands up, not too sure which way to go. It was Kassadin.
So let's see now if Kautar decides to get an early Gragas in the first rotation over here for Copenhagen Wolves. With, of course, actually the Lulu. Let's see if Source plays it, or maybe Peke have been practicing Lulu and can take it in the mid lane. That would surprise Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, Soas took it in the top lane, what, 2-3 weeks ago now. And we've already seen Zazas as well today with it in the top lane. It could be the mid laner, as you mentioned, but it does leave the likes of Annie open. Forgiven's got his choice of AD carries if he wants to go for it, but instead it's Amazing locking in that Elise.
So they want to make sure to get the Elise away from Cyanide. They don't seem to care about Gragas just yet. Of course, we have seen Copenhagen Wolves in the past also playing Yasuo. Potentially see Kautar picking it as the last pick here, but with Elise taken away from Cyanide, he has to fall back to Pantheon, of course, Wukong, and of course Kha'Zix was left open, so let's see Cyanide on this champion.
Yeah, Kha'Zix being locked in now, Lucian also being in there, which means Forgiven almost certainly will be going towards Caitlyn. But let's talk about this Kha'Zix chip pick. It hasn't gone that successful so far in the European LCS.
It's hard to play it correctly, at least if you want to try and copy the way the Koreans played it. It requires a lot of practice with it. You need to be very aggressive, of course, when it comes to finding 1v1 fights like we saw in Sec do. And then when it comes to team fights, you have to go a little bit damage and then you have to build towards some tankiness. So you can get in the face of the enemy team and just delay the whole fight, make them turn around and try and hit you. And it's not been working too well for the Europeans yet, but let's see actually what Sana can do.
It's only a matter of time whether it works out. Of course, Insect we saw on this champion that suddenly made everyone play it again is actually a special case even in Korea, let alone in the worldwide scene. Renekton and Caitlyn were locked in though, so it's going to be Youngbok on that Renekton in that top lane, and of course Caitlyn once again for Forgiven.
So very standard picks for Copenhagen Wolves. They have the very strong jungler for Amazing. They want to have this early game aggression so he can help the lanes out. We have seen him so many times carry the early game. Of course Renekton, Youngbok, he wants to dominate the lane, and Caitlyn, Annie. Just very standard picks for Copenhagen Wolves, not showing anything yet.
Well, full lane bully it seems will be Lulu in that mid lane for Peke, which means Shyvana Renekton. What a surprise! We're going to have that in the top lane. And Morgana. This is a champion that actually Yellowstar played very well at the Intel Extreme Masters and then decided to step away from it for a number of games, unknown reasons. Was banned away in one of the games as well.
And also he decided to play Syra instead, so he wanted either more poke in the laning
not convinced
phase.
by that one.
Well, it was a bit up and down for him, but the Morgana pick, of course, here against the Annie, it's hard to black shield the Tippers because it's an instant stun coming down towards you, but if he can time it correctly, he will be able to make sure that Lucian, of course, won't be locked down or when a teamfight breaks out. Look at all the disengage here from Fnatic's side, actually. You have Lulu, of course, you have Morgana of the Black Shield, you have the slow from Kha'Zix if you can land it onto them, and of course you have the dash for Lucian here, so a lot of disengage for Fnatic. They can really decide if they want to fight or not.
Interesting choice, of course. Kautar played a very good Kale in the earlier weeks of the LCS. May well get locked in again. We saw Froggen going huge on it yesterday, and there is a potential. Up against the Lulu, though. I still feel Lulu's going to have the edge.
Yeah, Lulu is very, very strong lane bully. Against Kale, of course, I will also give the slight edge to Lulu here, but there's definitely room for Kale to make some plays early on and try and punish Lulu if she's too aggressive. And then again, the lineup from Copenhagen Wolves here, they really signal they want to make sure that the laning phase, they're going to win it. They can go out of the laning phase, get an early dragon, get some early objectives and try and shut down Fnatic. And the thing about the Fnatic combo here, they really lack some hard engage. They actually rely on the fact that Cyanide can jump into the face of the enemy, get the ultimate from Lulu, knock them up, you have this CC, followed up here by Shyvana. That's the whole combo for them if they want to start a fight.
A potential tank for Cyanide, and more importantly for Copenhagen Wolves, they've got a lot of burst damage.
A lot of burst damage, and of course with the Kale ultimate you can put it onto whoever target Fnatic is focusing on and try and turn the fight around here. But in general, with this combo here from Copenhagen Wolves, you have early game power, of course in Caitlyn, Renekton, you have the late game power also in Caitlyn and then in the Kale. So they just have a good all-around mix, and for them, it's just all about winning the laning phase, and then just by having this very standard combo, by having strong early game and also strong late game, they can actually just decide how they want to play the game.
Well, with the champions lined up and ready to go, let's check out the vote on lolesports.com. It has you siding with Fnatic on this one by 82%. Big margin there for Fnatic.
They have been looking pretty good lately though. And also I like the fact that Peg is now playing Lulu. It really gives another edge to Fnatic. Now you actually have to ban something like Lulu against them.
We'll see how this one works out. We are about to get in the game. It is the final game of Week 9 in the European LCS. It's been a fantastic week and a fantastic day. Aggressive games. We'll see whether this one transcends into another aggressive matchup. What are you going with?
This matchup? I like Fnatic's combo here, especially if they can survive early on and then get into the point where Source can outscale Youngbuck and just start split pushing. And then you have this disengage with Lulu Morgana in the mid lane being so annoying to deal with.
And let's not forget, if the Copenhagen Wolves this one, it's going to put them in a tricky situation in the standings. Fnatic chasing hard, making sure. Of course, Fnatic used to be top of the table. They went 7-0. Great start to the season, but as has been proven, that #1 spot can be a curse. Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway. Fnatic starting out as the blue team, and clearly the crowd favorites up against the Copenhagen Wolves as the red team.
So we actually see Unlimited on Annie here starting the Spell Thief's Edge. So he wants to have some early poke here. He wants to have some early damage. We've seen a lot of Thorn Shield. We've seen Ruby Crystal starts for Annie in the past to be a little bit more tanky. But he really wants to go in here with Forgiven and try and be very aggressive in the lane, just like we normally see from the Copenhagen Wolves bot lane.
And the standard shield and sword battle will begin in that top lane. So is going early, getting a little poke on towards Youngbuck there and does a little dance, makes a little noise. Staring into Youngbuck, Youngbuck's just like, lies down. I got this, just chill.
Yeah, so again, it's a matchup we've seen so many times. If it's going to go by the books, Renekton should get a CS lead early on, have the advantage, and then later on in the game, Source will start outscaling him, and that's where we need to see Fnatic wants to put a lot of effort on getting Source some help early on. We can see Cyanide coming up top lane. We have to remember though with this Kha'Zix, and I actually like what Yellowstar is doing here. This is the tactic we saw at IEM, where Insec, he sneaked around people and he walked in behind and forced them to flash over the wall early. Yellowstar tried the same, but he was also all alone.
Well, it was him that got caught out by it.
It was actually him, so that's why I like the fact he's doing it.
So he's like, I've seen this, I know what to do here. This didn't quite work out, didn't quite have the support either of the rest of his team. Nevertheless, nothing happens in the first 2 minutes of this game. It seems no late invades, no lane switching, just no nothing.
But the Copenhagen Wolves bot lane, they always do the same thing. They walk down the lane before the minions even spawn and just stand ready to instantly push their wave, because they want to get early advantage, they want to shove Fnatic down all the way to the turret. And of course with Annie, with Caitlyn, you have so good poke early on that if Fnatic is not playing careful, or at least letting Copenhagen Wolves get level 2, they can take a lot of poke.
Well, you see the 2 top buffs being taken. That means it's going to be the blue buff for Cyanide, who's taking a hell of a beating from that golem this time around. I think a crit hit came through there on towards him. Amazing will be taking that red buff as well. And nobody really got deep wards, as used to be the thing. They used to try and get that ward, try and get some vision of the junglers, but nobody really got close enough this time around. We do see the Dark Binding landing on Forgiven. That's just simply going to be a single basic attack, though, from Yellowstar. Meanwhile, Unlimited, he continues doing the basic attacks and Reckless, and every time they do land one of those shots, it's giving them gold.
Yeah, and this bot lane thing, just like we talked about before and a few seconds, or 20-30 seconds ago, it's what Copenhagen Wolves do every single time. Push up here, want to get early level 2, they got it here, a lot of poke to Yellow Star.
Crowd cheering Yellow Star every time he landed that Dark Binding. We're not expecting the burst back from Unlimited there, that's for sure. And great Piltover Peacemaker coming out of Forgiven as well. Cyanide getting that red buff. We see Amazing doing the same. We'll see whether they go aggressive from level 3 onwards.
Yeah, we have of course to remember with Kha'Zix, you normally want your level 6 before you really start taking these duels, because you want to involve your ultimate so you have the 50% damage reduction with your stealth. So let's see if he actually decides to just farm the way here, because Elise is a very scary jungler to face check early on.
You say normally. Insane.
We normally waited
disagree
to level
with
6.
you.
He normally
did
waited to
not.
level 6.
Level 3 was in the enemy jungle every single time. He was in Cyanide's face, and Cyanide sadly did not realize it. As it is, so as in his top lane. Well, he's being pressured. No surprise there by Youngbuck, by Renekton. Being pushed against that tower, but you can see he's keeping that farm going. Look at Amazing now, coming around the backside of Peke. Peke, of course, has that shield, has that speed buff. Will he manage to get out of this one? Will he get killed by the Cocoon? He's so slow from Kautai there. The Cocoon does land, but he got on towards the tower.
And I like how Amazing is delaying his stun here, putting all the abilities onto Peke. He wants to force an early flash and then land the Cocoon before Peke got under the turret. But nice play here. Especially by Amazing, forcing early flash from Peke, so he needs to be careful now.
Well, Reckless really doesn't have a great deal of follow-up. Yellow Star's catching that Dark Binding every time, but there's just nothing to blast through. Of course, the Piltover from Forgiven is following every single time. Unlimited Mantle Stun.
We have to remember that Annie's doing more damage than Morgana in the fight, so in case Reckless decides to dash in there for the damage, Annie's there to turn around, and once the binding is gone from Yellow Star and he's not level 6, he doesn't really give you anything other than a few auto attacks.
And that's about all he's getting right now. Soaz doing a grand job at keeping up with Youngbuck here. He doesn't want to step too far away from that turret, but it does give the junglers some free time. It means they really don't need to focus on this top lane. Youngbuck taking a hell of a beating there, actually, from the minions and from Soaz's burnout, continuing to rush on towards him. Cyanide's backed off, gone towards that Spirit Stone, along with the Pink Ward and Normal Ward. Expect to see Amazing maybe doing the same at the moment. He's looking for an invade on the Wraiths.
Oh, actually, maybe he wants to try another gank onto this mid lane here, because of course the flash is gone for Peke. There was a ward just before, but it timed out, so he actually doesn't know he's there. He's in a good position, however, to just back off, and of course we need to remember he's having the Whimsy to speed himself up.
Yeah, he's also got a lot of mana, no pressure on him, but we see Amazing's coming around the backside of him. He has managed to get in there. Will he land that Cocoon? That's going to land. It will do. Peke's going to go down. First blood, Kautai.
So the early aggression from Amazing really pays off now. Youngbuck face checking Cyanide.
Oh, Cyanide jumps on towards him. Youngbuck flashes. Cyanide flashes back for it. Gets the unseen threat proc and manages to burst him down.
So absolutely perfect for Cyanide, because Youngbuck, he runs straight into his face. There was no ward. Both junglers getting good early ganks, and now Reckless taking a lot of damage.
Reckless caught out. Is it going to be enough? The net shot does come through with the Ignite running, but they didn't have the damage. They haven't hit 6 yet either, so they haven't got an ultimate on Reckless.
But look at all the damage here from Copenhagen Wolves. One stand landed from Annie, and they just follow up with everything. A lot of damage onto Reckless, and he needs to be careful, because he will have to blow a summoner next time he gets caught.
A lot of damage onto that tower, let alone Reckless. You can see it's being chunked down here by the Copenhagen Wolves bottom lane pair, and then he's working well. Amazing coming round. He's unseen in towards that Tribush area. Oh, Yellow Star and Reckless are sticking around. They do not know he's there.
Cyanide is going towards the golems here, so he's not too far away in case something should happen here. But let's see if Copenhagen Wolves actually feels they can dive this one. He's actually going straight in here. He's expecting something.
Yeah, Cyanide was there. He saw it. Yellow Star is going to put out that pull, but that tower will go down, and now they're going to come through. They got the stunner towards Reckless. They try and push on through. Reckless forced to get away from that one. Flash was used by Unlimited there and Reckless.
Yeah, so Unlimited, he forced out the flash from Reckless by just going straight for him for some more damage. Of course, the Ignite was not ready for Unlimited, but still, he forced a summon on Reckless, and they got the bot turret here. So Copenhagen Wolves bot lane showing how strong they are, and Fnatic talked in the previous video about how good this bot lane is.
Oh, amazing. Of course, on Elise doing what you can do, using those little spiderlings to tank up that dragon, and Copenhagen Wolves reacting. 4 members on this dragon. They're going to take it with ease.
So very good play by Copenhagen Wolves early on. We had, of course, the gank from Amazing in the mid lane, making sure Kautai got some early advantage, got the first blood, and kept up in farm. And then with this very strong bot lane, and with seeing Cyanide up in the top lane for the kill on to Youngbuck, they knew they could just continue pushing on in bot. There was no chance of Cyanide being there.
So Blue Wolf going across the Peke. Well, that's the plan. We'll see whether it doesn't now. We've seen a few mistakes being made by some of these lanes, but Peke will pick that one up. No problem there. This top lane pairing is going very well for Soaz at the moment. He's only, what, 5 CS behind. Of course, Youngbuck did get caught out. The assists went to Soaz as well, which means he's actually ahead in gold at the moment on Youngbuck.
Yeah, well, there was of course the Dragon for Copenhagen Wolves actually giving the goal towards the Youngbuck here, so he should be ahead in gold, and he's doing a very good job, at least Soaz's side, to keep up in farm here, and we just have to remember Youngbuck, he needs to continue extending his lead, because with a few items on the belt onto Soaz, he will be stronger, and that is the issue for Copenhagen Wolves they need to remember. And of course Cyanide, level 6, involved his ultimate here.
Big differences in AD carries build up here. Vampiric Scepter and Boots were picked up by Reckless, but look at Forgiven, full damage. Went for that long sword along with the BF sword. Could have got the boots, felt he didn't need them.
But he had gold enough when he actually recalled to just get full damage, as you just said. And Forgiven, he's one of the AD carries who never build any defensive items, or rarely does, because he just lost with full damage. And Limited needs to be careful here.
He was called out, hadn't got flash available, but he knew that his jungler and AD carry were fairly close by. So I know it's going to have to recall back to base, get himself a few items. Mid lane pairings, they're both hitting level 7 now, and Amazing is paying yet another visit. Peke does have flashback available this time.
And he's also pinging out Amazing, so he knows where he is, and he instantly just backs off to the turret, taking no chance. Also because Cyanide had recalled to base, so he wouldn't be able to help him in case a fight should be breaking out.
Well, I mean, the bonus with Lulu is he can farm from a very long way out. Yellowstar, he's coming around to see if he can
He's
maybe
only
try and
level
throw
4.
something out. He is only level 4. He's been doing a lot of roaming. 4 levels below Peke and manages to actually pick up the bonus experience there alongside Peke, which puts him to 5.
Yeah, so look how Fnatic are playing with this bot lane. They know they can't move any close towards the Copenhagen Wolves one, so they're just staying. Reckless just waiting for something to happen. That's why Yellowstar could roam towards the mid lane, because as long as Caitlyn is keeping the way where he is now, Fnatic can't do anything to stop him farming.
Yellowstar caught, but of course with that Black Shield quickly counters any damage being put out by Kautan. Hasn't got that burst available to him just yet. Reckless helping out Cyanide. I'm not too sure if he wanted the help or not, but he's getting it nonetheless.
And what we actually saw this game early on in the bot lane is one of the reasons not everyone loves to play Morgana support, because as we talked about, in case a fight should be happening 2 versus 2, and he just does so much more damage than Morgana, so he was never able to do anything other than land the binding and wait for Reckless to do something, and it simply meant all the pressure was on Copenhagen Wolves' side.
Limited making sure that Reckless is zoned away from the experience here and zoned away from that gold. It is a big differential for Forgiven since he's been down his bottom lane, like you said, freezing that lane out. And look at it, 62 to 96. They're actually even in lane trades until that tower went down.
Yeah, but again, Reckless now he can pick up a very big wave here, and Forgiven just staying around. He wants to push it all the way down to the turret so he can reset. That's why we actually see him staying, even though it's very dangerous because they don't have too much vision.
Well, Amazing's going to pass by a water. They know that he is heading in there. We do see the little poke going out there. They're keeping him pushed on towards that tower. Don't think they have intentions of trying to take this tower down. They're simply, as he said, resetting that wave, and Forgiven happy to step away from that one with a gigantic 30 CS lead.
And now Amazing is spotted by this ward. They didn't actually see it beforehand, so in case Fnatic wanted to fight, he would have been around helping out his lane. Of course, that's one of the reasons they stay and just push it all the way up. But they just continue to do damage here and going in.
Oh, they've got Flash Timbers. Piltover comes across. The Ignite's running is not enough though. And Limited, he's in trouble. Cyanide gets on towards him, takes the tower hit. Cyanide takes a chunk of damage. Quick Black Shield comes out of Yellowstar and they step away, but the tower is still taking damage.
So very aggressive play by Unlimited, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves were not ready to really follow it up. So Yellowstar, he got out alive, and then Cyanide turned it around together with Reckless. Got a kill here, but Copenhagen Wolves, they just stay and push.
They still keep pushing. They did see that Peke had gone up towards the top lane, had to quickly run straight back towards that mid lane. Fnatic do clear out the pressure, but they still got about half the hit points down on that middle turret, bottom turret, sorry.
And 2 early kills onto Cyanide here. Very good for him onto Kha'Zix. He's going to be very strong coming into the team fights. And I just have to highlight Cyanide once again, actually. He's been impressing me for a long time. He's been playing so well every single game for Fnatic. He's just been doing work.
Well, Youngbuck returns to the top. Got himself that Tiamat, got himself a Giant's Belt alongside him. Sunfire Cape's been picked up by Soaz, but Youngbuck is going to start being a bit of a tower pusher now. That's his job, and that's his plan, and that is what he's going to be doing as he stacks out those minis in the top. What are Fnatic going to do to try and counter this one? Dragon is up in 50 seconds, and you already see Copenhagen Wolves starting to ward out, starting to ward in towards Fnatic's jungle to get themselves some vision.
And as long as Source can delay this top turret for dying, he can just constantly farm. And then he doesn't even care about Youngbuck being between the two turrets here farming, because as long as he picks up the farm he wants, he's going to get the items he needs, and then he's going to be the very strong Shyvana in the team fights.
Well, Fnatic getting in there, taking down 2 pink wards and getting themselves some good vision around that dragon, which means they almost certainly want to contest it. They've already spotted as well that Youngbuck, he went deep, he tried to farm between the 2 towers in that top lane and decided to go for a bit of a walk through the jungle.
Yeah, notice how Source actually went straight down towards the dragon because he knew Youngbuck was rotating there, because of course it's spawning very, very soon. But he actually returned to the top lane, so Copenhagen also having all 5 members around this dragon. Let's see if Fnatic just want to give it up and actually see if Source can take the top lane turret instead.
Well, Youngbuck took a lot of damage there, is going to hold them off from that tower. Meanwhile, Ace in the hole being used on Cyanide, forcing him away if he's going to jump in for this one instead. The stun comes out from Unlimited. Dragon goes across the walls once again.
Yeah, very scary, and you don't really want to try and have a smite wall with Elise here, so wisely enough he did not try and go for it. Meanwhile though, Source up in the top lane just hammering away on the turret. He won't be able to get it on the first wave, but if he can just get it with the next one, it's fine for Fnatic.
Well, there was a lot of damage on Youngbuck, but job done. He kept them away from the tower, and that's all he needed to do. As you mentioned, Soaz has got himself a bunch of free farm in that top lane and put a lot of pressure on the tower. Bottom lane wave. Seems that Fnatic don't want to push on this one yet. We do see Forgiven, he's going to go down there and continue to get himself a big chunk of farm, and that's going to keep him well ahead of Reckless.
Yeah, and look at this. He's already having the Bloodthirster onto Forgiven. Reckless just went back. He couldn't even buy the Bloodthirster yet, so he's going to be very, very far behind actually when it comes to the next few minutes. Because we need to remember, of course, Forgiven, he can stack up the Bloodthirster, get the 30 additional AD, which is very good for him. And Reckless, he's just going to be stuck with this BF sword for now.
No Match's Teeth was picked up by Kautan. Standard builds really from these 2 mid laners, along with the Athenes, of course, for Pek 8. We'll see whether Cyanide decides to go tanky after this one. He has gone for the AD item, the Elder Lizard, in that jungle so far, so hasn't gone anything defensive just yet, as opposed to Amazing. You can see he has gone for that 200 hit point item, 350 health item.
So Amazing again, or looking at the junglers, just as you talked about with Cyanide, we've seen a lot of different routes when it comes to builds here. We've seen the almost full damage Kha'Zix jungle, we've seen the very tanky ones. Cyanide here, if he decides to build tanky, he will be the front line together with Soaz. Damage-wise for Fnatic's side, they're going to lack something because they have this Lulu mid, and of course it's going to be a lot about Reckless. So I could actually see Cyanide go more damage-wise and then rely on the ultimate from Peke to be the tanky.
We'll see how it works out for them. In that bottom lane, Cyanide actually may well try and sneak around the backside of Forgiven. He's got no support with him at the moment, and he could try and sneak his way in there. You can see he's evolved his ultimate, so he will be able to stealth his way in. But that Dark Binding catches on Kautan. That takes half his hit points off, along with lunge Glitter Lances.
Yeah, a lot of damage here, of course. Yellowstar is maxing the Dark Binding, so it's going to be a very long snare. I believe actually it's 3 seconds at rank 5. That's a lot of CC you're hitting onto the enemy here.
Copenhagen Wolves do go for a little invade. They take themselves the pink ward down. Hello. Yellowstar caught at the side. They may go aggressive. They do. Flash Tibbers on this one. Straight away, Cocoon goes in. The Wild Growth reacts on this one. Cyanide leaps in. Is he going to get enough damage down? That's the question. He's trying to track Amazing. You do see Yellowstar going down. The ultimate being used by Kautan, trying to turn that one back around the shield on Cyanide. The ultimate is just enough to counter all the damage coming out from the wolves. A flash comes out. Kautan does not manage to land enough damage. And the Gulling comes out. Reckless gets himself killed. Soaz leaps in there towards the back. The Ignite running on Kautan should be enough. It is Soaz that gets himself the kill on there. And Fnatic turn it around and get themselves 2 kills.
Absolutely beautiful ultimate from Reckless. Getting the kill onto Amazing, just turning around so he gets the last hit onto him, killing him, and then of course Soaz coming in from the backside before Youngbuck actually could join the fight, getting the kill, and he's now going very aggressive here.
Soaz does not have that Dragon Descent available to him, whereas Dominus is up for Youngbuck along with that Ignite, so Soaz realizing, hang on a minute, this is probably not a great idea, and backs away.
And the reason Kautan actually died was because he tried to flash in and get the last kill onto Peke here, but it didn't work for him. He didn't have enough damage, so instead when he backed out, there was no flash, and Soaz could just come in, hit him a few times, ignite him, and he was dead.
Well, it is a pretty close game. Still just 200 gold for separating these 2 teams. It is a tower apiece, and actually it's the Wolves with the Dragons, and having some great farm on their AD carry. Mid lane, though, you can see Peke starting to bully out that mid lane farm. He's got himself a nearly 40 CF differential over Coutard. Coutard has got those 2 kills, though. So pink ward's being cleared out, everything being swept, and we're back to position just before that aggression all began.
Yeah, but there's a lot of time till the dragon spawns, so they need to stay in these lanes for a little bit. You see both AD carries coming down to the bot lane. Reckless, he's not trying to overextend or anything. He doesn't want to go and hit the turret because he knows there's a chance the rest of Copenhagen's bot lane are going to come down here and catch him out. Counter doing a lot of issues here in the mid lane.
Peke going aggressive, he may well die on that one. One more Q, not going to be enough because he quickly uses the intervention. And that was needed because he would have popped.
Yeah, that's the reason you get the earlier feint here on Lulu, so you get enough cooldown reduction. You can activate your Q twice on one E onto the target. That's why also Coutard, he was just waiting and popped his ultimate when he knew the Q was ready again for Peke.
So mid lane is being pushed in. Amazing and Limited will defend this one, no problem about that. And Limited went for those boots of swiftness, boots of ability, sorry. Going to be trying to dash himself around that jungle, see if he can try and make an impact. And you can tell because he's leaving Forgiven all on his own. He's constantly Forgiven. He's off farming, continuing to keep that advantage over Reckless.
And he's going to have this reduced cooldown on Flash as well. And Unlimited, he's the one who always doing the engages for Copenhagen Wolves. That's why I like the way he's building it, because as soon as he's having Flash tapers, they can start a fight. They can set something up. We've seen him do it twice already. Now Soa's been caught out a little bit.
Soa's in trouble. Blue buff on him, but you see Amazing catching on towards him. There's still not really enough damage. He has got that Dragon Descent and feeling confident in this one. Realizes the Coutard is coming round. He's going to try and juke them out there. Does manage to get away and flashes into the Baron pit. Nice escape, but the Baron is going to lay down some smack onto Soaz, but it's not quite enough.
But very nice escape here, forcing 3 members from Copenhagen Wolves to go out towards the top lane. Dragon is spawning in 7 seconds, and Youngbuck, he's trying to run all the way down here, but Fnatic are in a good position to start it.
They should be able to take this Dragon down very quickly as well. They have the damage to do so, and you can see it drop it very, very quickly. Just coming around the side is the Copenhagen Wolves. Yellow Star running interference, throwing out that Dark Binding, not really landed. The Wolves fancy this one, but look at the damage that one Glitter Lance just did from Peke.
And look at the disengage. We talked about it in Champs League, how Morgana with the Black Shield and the Bindings, and of course Lulu. As soon as Fnatic took the Dragon, they said, we don't want to fight, and instant disengage, landed the slow, and just backed out.
And quick rotations from Fnatic. They realized their mid lane was in danger. Soaz is back in there in defensive duties, and the rest of Fnatic comes straight up through that jungle and force the Copenhagen Wolves away.
And Soa's here now. He's keeping even in farm. Yes, he did use the flash in his ultimate to escape before, but that was just fine because they got the Dragon from it, so it's perfect move by him. And he's doing so well in farm, and now he's actually playing very aggressive, very confident here, because he knows he's very, very tanky at this point.
Well, the problem is he's running interference because Fnatic, the rest of the team, are pushing that mid lane, and really he's just drawing them away while they buy time on towards his middle inner turret, outer turret. That's going to go down. Reckless with one more shot, takes it down, and the red buff to Soaz.
Yeah, great play once again. Just like you said, Soaz actually forced multiple members from Copenhagen Wolves to stay around before they realized, oh, our mid turret is about to die, we have to rotate in there, but it was too late. So Fnatic doing a very good job on the map at the moment.
So, slight edge to Fnatic with that 1,000 gold. The Dragon they just picked up. Amazingly taking that race, no problem there. Bottom lane pairings. Let's have a look at these two. Reckless has been playing catch-up for a long time on Forgiven and still is, honestly. He's, 40 CS behind. He has got a gigantic wave right now to push in there, and they are building slightly different, as you would expect with a Lucian versus a Caitlyn.
But as long as Peke can stand in this mid wave here, mid lane and wave clear, Reckless can always come down in bot lane, get a lot of farm. He's been getting a lot now where Forgiven recalled to base and now have to go down towards the mid lane. And Copenhagen Wolves, they can now go 4 members to the mid lane, try and set something up and have Youngbuck who can still hold at least 1v1 against Source. But look at this, Source position up here. Youngbuck has no idea he's there. Lucas coming in, Sanad here from the bottom.
Sneaking around, and there he is, stealths his way in. The damage onto Youngbuck. Dominus is popped, but I just don't think it's enough to escape. He gets a slice and dice, but you can see he's quickly caught out. The flash comes out, but he's just going to be fodder for Soaz.
Absolutely beautiful gang setup here. Source, he waited up in the bush here. Youngbuck had absolutely no idea what was about to happen. Even used the flash because he tried to run down to his team, but it was just too far away and he died. Now Copenhagen Wolves pushing on to mid lane, going on Peke.
They're going heavy on Peke and they just drop him where he stands. That was a quick lockup and a kill. Can they get the turret down? They should have enough here with Coutard and Forgiven hammering it down.
And that's why I love Unlimited on Annie, or on something where you can engage, just instantly popping the tippers. Doesn't even think.
Well, Reckless pushed that bottom wave and it put a hell of a lot of minions on towards that turret. I don't think it's quite going to be enough, or will it? No, Forgiven should get down there just about in time. You can see the hit points, the minions are clearing it out there, but that's going to be yet another big chunk of farm for Forgiven.
So this game, every time something happens in the top lane or in the bot lane, we have something else happening in the mid lane, just the other team responding. That's why they're so even in gold, and it's been a very even early game with actually quite some action, and I really enjoyed.
Yeah, 22 minutes gone, 4 towers down and 8 kills to the good so far, but there is lots of action to go because these teams have yet to really penetrate anywhere in each other's jungle or in each other's inner turrets. They are all untouched as of yet. Peke on Lulu, yet to really get going. You can see he's got some great farm, but he's at 0-2-1. Kaltad has started to get those kills, and we know that Kales, if they get free time on a turret, will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, just general Kale going into the late game is such a monster. She scales so well with everything, and of course her ultimate at rank 3 with the low cooldown. It's very hard to deal with because you have the first team fight, you pop the ultimate, and then if you disengage, it's going to be ready again for next time you go in, and it's so annoying late game with this Kale. And of course, as you talked about, with the Lich Bane, with the high amount of AP, your tower damage is insane.
And with that mid turret down, we now see Kaltad has rotated lanes. He's now the split push out for the Copenhagen Wolves, trying to push that top lane in. So as his running defensive duties, though, has got just about enough to keep him away. Still no damaging items going full tank. So he is going to be the man that's going to be going in first for Fnatic.
Yeah, Source is going to be in the face of Copenhagen Wolves every single time, and he knows that when Sana goes in with him, Sana wants to kite around with his ultimate, so that's why Source needs to be able to just stay in the face of Copenhagen Wolves all the time. And wow, look at this. 3 members from Fnatic in the bot lane, and Copenhagen Wolves with the pink ward starting the Baron.
No idea that this is happening. They may well give up an inner turret for it. You can see the bottom pairing of Kaltad trying to rotate around, trying to stop this one, but this is going to be a Baron for Copenhagen Wolves. Fnatic, no idea about it. They do get themselves that inner turret. Is it worth it?
Definitely not worth it here. Very nice move by Copenhagen Wolves, but let's see Source up here. He shouldn't be able to get this one because now Copenhagen Wolves can close in on him.
They're giving a Youngbuck moving in towards this one. They are going to get the damage. He takes a tower hit as well. The trap does go down, not quite enough. Dragon's Descent does give him a speed boost. He's going to be able to get that Burning Agony to try and run away from this one. Youngbuck gives up on it. Soaz does manage to escape. The rest of Fnatic, they're rotating around. They're pushing in the mid turret. Can they get the inner down?
So Fnatic, they only got 1 turret, and then Copenhagen Wolves took the Baron here. So very nice move as soon as they saw the members down here in the bot lane pushing up. So now let's see here. Copenhagen Wolves with the Baron buff. Can they actually group up as a team and start being aggressive?
Well, to make this Baron worthwhile, giving up that turret, they have to try and take some turrets of their own. You can see them all pushing in this mid lane. Ace in the hole being used on Yellow Star, forcing him to stop recalling, and now they're going to push down. 20 seconds on that Dragon. It seems to be the next focus for the Wolves.
And look at Source here. He's pinging the top lane turret, so they definitely don't want to fight this Dragon for Fnatic's side. They just want Source to try and get it, and that's why he's rushing there, pushing the lane out, and you see Youngbuck instantly, he's like, whoa, our top lane. He can actually go down here, and that's why he's returning back to the mid lane and will try and go up top.
Yeah, gets slowed by Peke, not going to be able to do it. Cyanide also moving in towards this one, so second in the turret, almost certainly the focus target for Cyanide and Soaz. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves, they try and rotate, they try and force Peke away from this one, but 3 members of Fnatic are now in that jungle. Again, taking that red buff, they're pushing on the turret, they're going to get it.
And they get the turret and the red buff against the team with Baron. So Fnatic are just playing Copenhagen Wolves around the map here. Yes, they might be able to pick up this Dragon, but they still look up in this top lane. Still, members from Fnatic pushing on.
Look at the mid lane. Peke's in there. He's pushing on towards that inner turret. And would you believe it? The Fnatic, despite the fact there's a Baron for Wolves, are just chasing around this map here. And they are going to move in 4 members, 5 members, all on towards this inner turret. The Copenhagen Wolves are floundering. They're not too sure what the hell is happening. They've just lost 3 inner turrets against the team with Baron.
And Forgiven was just standing in the bot lane. He walked down there instead of helping with the Dragon, instead of helping defend. He just went bot lane, decided to recall when they already lost the mid turret. So Fnatic just outplaying Copenhagen Wolves at the moment on the map.
The Wolves going to try and push through that mid lane. Fnatic are off at the side, so they may have to give up the 1 inner turret. They certainly don't want to give up the inhibitor turret, though. The rest of the Wolves are catching up. They are going to get around there, but Reckless, he has the culling, and he can just wipe out that minion wave if he needs to.
And actually, the minion wave is coming behind them. It wasn't even close by, so they just pushed up there, no minion wave, but with the one coming in here, Fnatic is in a position to defend. Let's see if they can actually wave clear, or if Copenhagen Wolves want to be very aggressive and try a dive.
I think with that Baron being a simple opportunistic moment, I don't think they're going to dive it. I don't think they've got enough. They know that Lucian is not there, though. Reckless down that bottom lane, so they are on a 4v5 advantage at the moment.
Fnatic just need to hold up here. They don't have to fight if they can just delay till the Baron buff is gone. Even if they can actually see the Baron when it disappears, they can time it with 3 minutes from there. So it'll be very good for them to get the timer.
Good damage on Forgiven there. Dark Binding just missing out though. Had to use that 90 caliber net to bash away. They do have to get the minions down. They're going on Peke. They just burst him straight down. Cyanide jumps in, but he takes a lot of that damage. So as using that Dragon Descenter to escape, they do manage to get Youngbuck down. Yellow Star pays the price. It is going to be Cyanide getting caught out there. They do get themselves a turret, but it was a risky play. It was a 2-for-1 in the end.
So Copenhagen Wolves, they felt confident diving this one, and once again, it is unlimited on Annie. He starts the fight, land the tables, instantly just blow up Peke.
Top Wave, though, has a giant push on towards that inhibitor turret. Copenhagen Wolves, they will be able to take that one down. Amazing has just respawned to go up there. Red buff will be given across to Forgiven, but I gotta be honest, I think Fnatic have certainly got the edge over Wolves in that Baron.
But look at this here, with the Baron buff, Copenhagen Wolves are just saying, we can actually dive this one. The Black Shield is gone, that's why Unlimited can go in onto Peke, who overextends, instantly blows him up. Once again, Unlimited with the engage. Then they continue chasing here, Source have to back out, and Sanad almost jumping out, but then the Q from Amazing is getting the kill here, so they get the turret and 2 kills. And all due to the fact that Black Shield was gone, he just instantly said, we can go on this.
The moment it was taken down, Tibbers was pulled out the closet. So, Fnatic, they have themselves a 6-3 turret advantage. Of course, that top turret's still untouched. Soaz is guarding that one every step of the way. We'll take out that ping ward, not that it's much use. It gives them slight little bit of vision. In this mid lane, we see and hear a very loud carving of Kautard taking down those minions.
So we have now, Peke has been pushing down the bot lane, he's going to go all the way up. You actually see Fnatic even pinging it. This simply means they can group up now and start pushing up the mid lane and then force Copenhagen Wolves to send multiple members to different lanes here. But it seems though Copenhagen Wolves, they're just going to rotate at least. So now they actually see the Fnatic group in the mid lane, so they're going to try and return back here. But will they try and fight? Look at Unlimited, he's coming in from behind.
They keep getting drawn towards Soaz.
Soaz
This
back
time
in
around,
top.
they may get enough. Amazing comes around, he's got to land a cocoon, and then Tibbers does go down, they catch on towards it. It's Peke, Yellowstar takes the ace in the hole. They all jump away from this one, it's a good culling, it takes down Tibbers. Youngman's going to try and get around there, the rest of his team desperately trying to catch up, but the disengage from Fnatic is so good, slowing the entire team down. They may try and counter it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic disengage from Fnatic, using the Lulu, using the Morgana to say, we're actually being caught out of position here. Instantly backs off, even with the Tibbers from Unlimited, nobody died.
And that bottom wave has a giant stack again. Every time this happens, Fnatic have pushed a wave, and that inhibitor turret is taking damage from those minions. It won't be enough to take it down, but it's certainly a hell of a lot of minions that are losing, and Copenhagen Wolves not going to get them. Dragon, up in 2 minutes. Baron, up in a minute. Well, we'll see who gets them.
3 members from Copenhagen Wolves up in this top lane. Again, they decide to recall because they see Fnatic just pushing up the mid lane. And Kisana trying to jump here on to Kayle.
Just uses that ultimate, tries to catch Kautard out of position. Fnatic really are running rings around the walls right now. Cyanid's ultimate will be used. It is going to be on cooldown, but Youngbuck is slightly out of position here. Maybe going to try a pincer on towards Fnatic. They do see Soaz in the bush. Youngbuck steps out, but 4 members of Fnatic are all there. Now he's going to try and tank this one through. Dominus is up. Soaz is getting picked off as well. The rest of the Wolves do manage to rotate round, but again, they can't catch the Fnatic out, and they don't really have the vision to chase.
But credit to Copenhagen Wolves for constantly trying to set up these fights. First in the mid lane when Salt was up top, and now here with Youngbuck waiting behind here, just trying to land a stun onto someone from Fnatic, starting the fight, but every single time it's the same story. They can disengage, and Copenhagen Wolves, they just seem to always be on the back foot.
Soaz refuses to let that top turret go down. Straight away returns back up there, wipes himself yet another wave out, and now he's actually built himself a 50 CS advantage over Youngbuck, because Youngbuck's simply been chasing around the map while he continues to keep on pushing that top wave in. The bottom wave, that's being pushed in by Fnatic as well. We do see, of course, Baron is now up, and ward control, well, it's in the advantage of Fnatic so far, but I think the Wolves are going to try and take that away from them.
Yeah, just clearing this ping board here is very important for Unlimited, and then they have actually some good wards around in this jungle. It's a bit deeper in, so they can see Fnatic if they decide to camp in the jungle. They won't be using the vision in there to actually prevent the Baron from happening. But the rest of the team is here. Only Kautard is in the top lane pushing. So both teams are aware the Baron is of course up, and both teams, they want to get it.
A little bit of poke from Cyanide, a little bit of poke from Reckless, keeping Unlimited away from those wards, and Fnatic this time have themselves vision of it. They're not going to get caught out this time around. Unlimited does get himself caught by that Dark Binding. Despite the fact they don't have vision, the fact that he's got that spell piece, of course, will give him the gold tick, so he knows he's just got someone.
And let's see here for Copenhagen Wolves. They are standing 5 together. Same goes for Fnatic actually, except for Pekka now. He wants to push out this bot lane again. We've seen it time and time. They push it out, and then they go back as a group and force Copenhagen Wolves to fight.
And of course, Pekka with that Lulu, with the ability power, he will have the movement speed to just charge
yeah,
up
he's
that
very fast.
river if he needs to. Amazing, soloing out the dragon while the rest of the Wolves keep Fnatic busy just off the edge.
So very good movement here by Amazing, getting the dragon, and of course late game gives more and more gold. And Copenhagen Wolves have been doing a fantastic job getting objectives, 4 dragons and 1 Baron, and only 1 dragon onto the side of Fnatic.
So top and bottom wave are going to push in favor of Fnatic. This mid wave we can see Copenhagen Wolves are sitting around. Yellowstar looking to try to catch something out. To flash Tibbers into 4-man Tibbers from Unlimited, but the rest of the team weren't quite quick enough to react to that one. Youngbuck goes aggressive, Yellowstar goes down, his ultimate was running. Cyanide now trying to jump on towards Forgiven, but he's just being tanked out. Have they got enough? Youngbuck goes down, Kautar gets focused, intervention's not available, and he goes down into triple kill for Reckless. It may well be a quadra, it is! Can they catch on towards Amazing? Amazing's run, he's not having any of it.
But look at the power of Kha'Zix in this team, but how annoying is Pekka? He wants to get Amazing down while the rest of Fnatic are pushing towards the inhibitor.
He's got the speed to catch on towards him, he's got the damage, and Amazing's going to try and skitter away from this one. Where are you going to repel to? Blue buff. Pekka will take that one for free, and he'll get the blue buff. The rest of the team, they're shoving on the inhib.
So Fnatic here with a very nice team fight. Once again we saw Unlimited with the engage, but then we also saw again power of Cyanide. If we get the replay here, notice how much time he's actually buying his own backline to kill the rest of Copenhagen Wolves, and then they can come in and join when Cyanide actually survives. And now Fnatic starting the Baron, and of course Copenhagen Wolves not in a position to stop it.
Yeah, Reckless just dashes across. 3 members there, 4 members will be joining them as Soaz comes across. He can jump in. Let's check out this replay. This is the big fight.
Yeah, so it is the engage from Unlimited onto 3 members from Fnatic here, and then notice Cyanide, our source, jumping to the backline, and then Cyanide doing the same thing. Down here in the bottom, we have Pekka and Reckless staying together, very nice, just kiting backwards. And then notice Cyanide here with his ultimate, how much damage he's actually tanking out. 2 members, 3 members actually, 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves hitting him, trying to kill him, but he's stealthed off, pops then his Randuins, and then the rest of the Fnatic here can now join in when they've killed the front line and just take kill after kill. And of course, Reckless, he wanted the penta, but Amazing just backed away.
And that whole fight, Reckless was just off the side, untouched, free damage, and the culling actually landing his entire combo on towards the Wolves. We do see the blue buff being picked up by Kautar. Of course, Baron buff was completed by Fnatic just while that replay was shown.
And this fight just showed that the front line of Fnatic is harder to kill for the backline of Copenhagen Wolves than the other way around. That's why they had the advantage here, because you saw both of them fighting the same way. They wanted to kill Source, they wanted to kill Cyanide. Meanwhile, we had Youngbuck and Amazing trying to dive onto the backline of Fnatic, but they just didn't have the damage to take them down.
Well, that pesky Soaz is back in the top lane and pushing them waves back in. Somebody's going to have to go and deal with him while the rest of Fnatic push out the middle and bottom lanes. We do see Pekka, he's just shoved out that wave. Kautar is going to keep that one at bay. Cyanide and Pekka moving as a terrible team. It used to be the likes of Pekka and Soaz. They were the killer team, but now Pekka has got himself a new buddy in the form of Cyanide. And of course, with this exposed inhibitor, a 5-man Baron are just going to push it.
Yeah, Fnatic are just going to group up here. They want to fight for this one. If Copenhagen Wolves decide to engage, then they are ready. There's no flash onto Annie yet, so the engage for Copenhagen Wolves have to come from the likes of Cocoon or Youngbuck jumping in.
You quickly see the speed on Reckless there. Of course, as soon as he gets that little buff on him from Pekka, he can just zap away. He keeps on getting that damage down. Black Shield goes on towards him. The moment he sees Amazing or Unlimited trying to step towards him, Soaz tanks out all the damage. The culling comes out. That inhibitor is going down. Will Fnatic keep pushing? The top and bottom waves are available.
Look at this, with the double shields onto Reckless when he went towards the inhibitor. It is so much extra health from Lulu here. Look, it's so hard to take him down. There's also the ultimate, so if Copenhagen want to engage, they need to go when the Black Shield is down.
Youngbuck really isn't tanky enough anymore to try and engage on this one. He's going to have to use that Dominus simply to survive at the moment, and the rest of Fnatic keep on poking. Flash Tibbers is available if Unlimited wants to use it. You can see he's holding that stun, but he's going to have to catch an Amazing ultimate if he gets on towards them.
Yeah, the Black Shield again is ready for Yellowstar. He also having the mid-kill in case and he hits a key target. He can then cleanse the target and make sure they don't get locked up and they can actually back out of the fight then. And look at Reckless. Just double shield every time, gets a few hits onto the turret. Very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to actually deal with this.
Minions continuing to push through that mid lane. Super Minions will be there in a few moments. The culling coming out once again. This time again, it is catching Amazing out, forcing him away. Yet more damage. Reckless is going to step close. Whoa! Big burst of damage. That proves the danger that Fnatic have. They're going to back away from this one.
So Fnatic have to back off here. The ace in the hole from Forgiven did a lot of damage. Outside actually chasing on here. Yellowstar have to flash. Covenant Wolves, they want to fight.
They may try and turn it, and they do. You can see Soaz going in there on towards Unlimited. The quick wild growth being popped on towards him. We see Kautard being picked off. Cyanide gets away with that ultimate. He does finally go down to the Ignite, but it doesn't matter. Youngbuck's been taken down. Unlimited's got next to no health. Forgiven's been dropped out. They're going to continue chasing. It's another triple kill being picked up by Reckless. Can he get the Quadra? The Repel comes in. Amazing, trying to draw them away from the inhibitor. Not going to happen. Peke picks him off, gets the inhibitor down. Super Minions are in the base. Fnatic are going to push for the win.
And again, Copenhagen Wolves had 4 members trying to kill the front line of Fnatic. They only got Cyanide, and now Unlimited, he will die, and Fnatic doing so well.
It's another kill for Peke and another win for Fnatic. They go 2-0 this week. It has been a great turnaround, and well, the Intel Extreme Master seems to have given a boost of confidence to Fnatic because they've taken down Copenhagen Wolves with ease.
And we saw Cyanide on class 6 completely taking out the Bulldog insect, building tanky, getting the Randuins of course. Hexbringer as one of the damage items, still provides some tankiness for him. And you just, in the face of Copenhagen Wolves every single time, doing so well.
And you've got to give it to Fnatic. Their rotations
spot on.
Impeccable. The Baron was picked up by the Wolves, a great sneaky maneuver, but they lost the inner turret. Then with the Baron, they lost another 2 inner turrets. They just were chasing Fnatic the whole way around the map.
Every time Copenhagen Wolves tried to go for the Dragon, Fnatic just went elsewhere. Then when Copenhagen Wolves tried to move towards the bot lane or the top lane, Fnatic just pushed up the mid lane, always forced them to drop their plans, recall, and then try and defend all these lanes that they were just pushing up constantly. Source in the top lane, take it down in the bot lane, pushing, and just it was so hard for Copenhagen Wolves to actually do anything. Every time they had the flash ultimate from Unlimited, they tried to engage, but then they just weren't strong enough in the team fights compared to the Fnatic team.
And huge credit to Soaz in that top lane. Didn't die on Shyvana, went 2-0-11, and I know he absolutely hates playing tanks, but by God did he play it well. He kept drawing the entire team towards him while the rest of Fnatic picked up objectives.
And then having a Shyvana getting to the point where she can just push all the time, she's not afraid of dying to anyone, is where Fnatic really showed as well the tactic for them. Having him up in the top lane, and just every single time Copenhagen will send multiple members to stop him, pushed up the mid lane, pushed up the bot lane, just took a turret for something else. And again, we also have to highlight the combo, the disengage on Morgana and Lulu. Every time Copenhagen Wolves wanted a fight, Fnatic said, nope, we don't really want this one, just backed out. It happened 2 or 3 times in the mid game where Copenhagen Wolves actually were in an advantage.
An 8-0-3 Reckless as well.
Got
himself a quadrant, nearly got the triple, didn't quite get the penta. Scumbag Wolves didn't want to allow him to have it. They just kept running away.
Well, had a few issues in the laning phase, but then just continued farming afterwards. And then when it got to the team fights, he just landed everything. Like his ultimates this game, picking up the kill onto Amazing in the mid lane early on. And then we just saw him team fight after team fight, staying in the back, and then coming in later on to just clean up everything. So that was beautiful AD carry play.
Yeah, and Peke just playing that utility Lulu. Didn't go for the full damage. Got a good few kills towards the end there, let's be fair, but he played full utility. He was constantly giving speed to Reckless, allowing Reckless to get those kills.
I just love the fact he's actually playing Lulu now, because it means for teams to have to consider the fact you can actually ban Lulu. In the past, people have been saying, well, we don't mind you playing Lulu top lane, we're just going to lane swap on you, and it's fine enough to deal with it, and so we're not going to ban Lulu. Copenhagen Wolves said the same here, an instant first pick from Fnatic, and you just put it mid lane, and it's so annoying to deal with Lulu. There's a reason everyone wants to ban her away.
So where do we see the rankings now? Because there's starting to be a little bit of a gap now. We can start to see the top 4 developing and the bottom 4 developing. Where do we see these teams ranking out? We've only got 2 weeks left of the full season.
Whenever Gambit decides to show up, I put them as one of the absolute best teams, of course. They have these games, though, where they don't really do anything and just end up losing. Alliance have been a lot more consistent lately on here. Fnatic been playing really well, so I will put them up here as well. SK Gaming, yes, they lost today, but still, been a fantastic team for the last 5 weeks, so we have to keep them also in the top. And then Rocket, they did win a game, but they've been losing quite a lot, so I will put them just slightly under the top 4 here, but top 4, Gambit, Fnatic, Alliance, and of course SK Gaming. The order doesn't matter.
And of course, where everybody wins in that top area, it means that everybody's tied again.
Yeah, as always, European LCS.
So where do you go from this? Because obviously you were in the crazy playoff that we had in the summer. How does it play as the team's coming into this one? You know, how does it play in your minds, the fact that we're going to reach that end goal, we may be in that top 4, but we may actually have to have a playoff to stay in the top 4?
So basically what should be going through your mind is we want to get to playoffs, and then we reset our mind. And we say, now we're at playoffs, even though we're at a 6th seed, we still have every single chance of actually winning the whole thing, because now it's the best out of 3. You have to play this one team in the quarterfinals, semifinals. Then you have one more game, and as soon as you are in the playoffs, everything can happen. Yes, we lost back in Gamescom for us when we actually had a chance to go to Worlds. We lost the game at 2-0, but still, had we won the first game all of a sudden, we just needed one more win actually, and we would have been to Worlds. So that's how it goes, and it's how it is for these teams. Once you get to playoffs, reset your mind, you forget the season, and you just think about this best out of 3 you have to play against this team.
And of course, for these teams, it's all about getting to the All-Stars for the be representing Europe. We're going to be sending over to Shox and Joe, who are ready to speak with Fnatic SOAS.
Thank you very much. We indeed have SOAS here with us from Fnatic after a victory versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Crowd is cheering for you. You did amazing the last 2 days, actually. This game again. Tell me what you guys wanted coming out of Picks and Bans.
We wanted pretty much what we had in the setup. I actually expected Youngbuck to last pick top lane and counter pick, since like Renekton is probably the most viable champ, the champ that you will blind pick on top lane, and he actually picked Renekton, so I knew what I was facing and I just went for Shyvana. I was a bit scared of Eddie's Renekton diving me, but I managed to do fine.
What about that laning phase? Because usually Renekton in the first few levels is going to give you a hard time, but actually you stayed really, really even in CS there. Do you think, number one, how did you do in that lane, and do you think they made a mistake by not putting more pressure on you?
At some point he took like 1 turret at level 4 something, and I did EQ, and it was like mid HP, so he had to use spot. And after I just trade, Cyanide came, I got the assist even though I hit him like 10 seconds before. Cyanide killed him, I got quite a bit of advantage here, and I managed to do equal after that in terms of CS and pressuring the lane.
And then as the game went on, you of course do what top laners do, draw all the attention to you as stuff was going on. But under the radar, Copenhagen Wolves all of a sudden did Baron. When did you guys realize that and that you made that mistake?
We actually knew at some point that they were doing Baron, but we thought that it was too late since we didn't have vision and we don't want it to go ward it because we were too far. So we just decided to push top and all the lanes and just leave Baron.
What about the team fights themselves? Because it became quite apparent that the Wolves had unlimited starting everything off of them. Tibbers coming in there first and throwing everything afterwards. Remember the fight underneath the inner tower in mid lane where they burst down Peke before he could do anything about it. How worried were you that that was going to keep happening and that, you know, as the game goes on, they can push through from one of those wins?
I just kept telling Peke and Reckless to not stack together, because if one of them get like one shot, it's fine. They use a lot for one shot. Like let's say Peke gets one shot, and we managed to do fine on middle, even though he didn't do anything for the whole fight. So at some point after this fight, we just told Reckless to push the turret alone. We put Morgana Black Shield on him. We put Lulu Shield, and he just pushed alone.
Final question as we broaden it out. As Fnatic seems to be on the up, how has your well-being been? Because we've heard you saying before, I don't really like this meta, I don't like it. It seems to be going better for you. How are you feeling about it?
I'm fine. the meta is still the same, even though we see some AP champions such as Ryze. Like, I'm not going to tell that Ryze is a skill champion, but like, we might see some more champion. Like Wicked is playing Irelia quite a lot recently, so there is more boozers, there's more AP, so there is more champion, and there's gonna be more champion event coming since this champion have counter events. So the meta right now is actually better than before.
All right.
At least on top lane.
So no more tears, except maybe on Ryze.
Wow.
No, congratulations. SOAS, 2 great victories from Fnatic here the last couple of days. And now we're going to get back over to D-Man and Officio to check out the standings.
Thank you both. Here is how the tables are stacking up after a week's worth of matches. In top place, it is a tie. Yay! Hey, what a surprise. Gambit and SK Gaming now with 13 wins and 9 losses. And look at that. Surprise, surprise. It's a three-way tie this time for third place with Alliance, Fnatic and Roccat all at 12 wins, 10 losses. But Alliance, let's not forget, are on a 6-game win streak.
Then we have Copenhagen Wolves with 10 wins and 12 losses, followed up of course by Super Hardcore in the 7th place with 9 wins and 13 losses. And down in the bottom, still trying to chase the playoff spot, we have Millennium, 8th place of course with 7 wins and 15 losses.
Yeah, starting to sink away there. We'd also like to take a moment and highlight our 5 OP players who have played exceptionally well this week. In the top lane, you just heard from him. It is Soaz. Massive performance from him, 26 KDA in the 2 games at Shyvana. And well, the last game, he was phenomenal.
He was absolutely fantastic. Doing so well in the laning phase, keeping up in farm against the Renekton, getting all the items he needed and just started split pushing, and was just a constant pain to deal with.
And of course in the jungle it is Shook. 69% kill participation across the 2 games this week. And he also had 8 kill spree in that last game, despite the poor start he had.
He had a poor start, but he just pulled it together, and his ultimates, his team fights were absolutely perfect on Evelynn, and his synergy with Froggen is so strong and so hard to deal with.
And the mid lane man, we just saw him in action. It is Peke. Had a fantastic first day, went 11-2-3 on Gragas versus Roccat.
And then now he's playing Lulu in the mid lane. Very good pickup for him finally. And the fact that he's now making plays or trying to make plays is one of the reasons Fnatic are doing so well at the moment.
Yeah, you're starting to see the confidence back in his eyes. Tabs, he is the AD carry for us. He went 9-1-17 over 2 games. Fantastic performance by the AD carry for Alliance.
And we just have to highlight the way Alliance played yesterday with this Sivir on Tabs. His ultimates, every single team fight around the dragon, he just popped it, caught a member from Gambit and got ahead. And then of course his Jinx play, he was the main damage dealer, staying in the back and just did so well in the entire game.
And of course runner-up for that one was of course Reckless, who
yeah,
just
we have to highlight
8-0-3 on that Lucian. Of course the support, well, it's another member of Alliance. It is Nif. He was involved in 28 of the 42 kills in those 2 games. His Thresh was off the chain and he busted out a first-time Nami to defeat Gambit.
He had a very good Nami yesterday, and of course he's fresh today in the team fights when he landed like 5 hooks in a row. He was so strong. Of course we have to mention Edward. His play today as well on Fresh was absolutely fantastic. But Nif, similar also with his Nami game from yesterday, will get the OP player for supports.
Well both days. But one player, well, he stood out above the rest and has earned himself title of Most Valuable Player of Week 9, picking up his 2nd MVP title of this spring split. It is, of course, Alliance's Froggen.
Froggen is just in the mid lane at the moment. He's one of the best, if not the best mid laner we have in Europe. His Kayle, his Gragas was spot on this weekend. 7.75 KD, of course. And just the fact that he's so good now, he's even roaming around the map here. As long as he gets ahead, he would just do so much against your team. And it's so hard to shut down because he's such a good laner and his champion pool. How do you ban out Froggen when he even plays like Karthus and everything?
Anything you want, and of course we do have a clip of Froggen in action
against
the Super Hard Crew. It's a fantastic play.
Explosive cast just decimates Selfie where he stands. He's going for a second. He's going to have to repel straight back on this one. Has he got the rocket?
Beautiful.
He does. And Gragas manages to get 2 kills.
And of course, it was the double kill. It got him going. It was the rotations he made. And we were talking about this throughout the last 2 games. The fact that he was starting to do those rotations. This is Froggen. He used to just sit in the mid lane and farm, but he is now all over the map.
Well, we have to say, of course, in the very first weeks of the LCS, it was kind of the style of Froggen, but he's really improved it in the last 5-6 weeks. He's been doing so well when it comes to punishing his lane. If he gets ahead, then he can roam around. That's what he's been doing so well. And the fact he can come up here, and just the beautiful thing about the replay is the fact he shoots Ryze into the turret again, still with the aggro from it, so he just dies in the air from the turret, of course.
And I was worried how he'd been with us for a week in Katowice, but he turned out fantastic once again. Remember that the North American LCS will be resuming tomorrow, and they'll be starting the day with some belters. It is going to be Team Solo Mid up against XTG. That will be followed by Curse versus Dignitas.
Then we have Coast taking on Cloud9, and of course EG with the free subs will be playing CLG. And those matches, they start on Saturday at 8 PM Central European Time, which is 12 noon Pacific.
And then we'll be returning with the European LCS next Thursday, starting out with Millennium facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves. That will be followed by the top tie, SK Gaming versus Gambit.
Then we have Rocket taking on Alliance, and then we have Super Hot Crew against Fnatic. Let's see if Super Hot Crew can keep up the aggression.
And you'll be able to find us here for those games on Thursday, March 27th at 7 p.m. Central European time, and that is 11 a.m. Pacific. But right now, the action is going to continue as Ninjas in Pajamas are facing off against Reason Gaming in a best-of-3 for the European Challenger Series semi-finals. Freak and Zyrene, are you standing by to take you right into those games? And without further ado, over to you.
Thank you very much, Demon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Spring 2014 Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. I got to say, is it waxing or waning right now?
It's full right now. It's a full moon.
It's a full moon.
That's what I'm
here
bringing
on the desk.
today.
All right, we're bringing a full moon. That was about 4 days ago, but you know what? It's going to be fine. Here we go, guys. Departed is headed into the finals after yesterday's win over Never Give Up, and there's one spot left in the Challenger Finals. Let's take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, we're charging into day 2 of the second spring EUCS semifinals. It's a face-off between the Ninjas in Pajamas and Reason Gaming to see who will be joining Departed in that finals.
And now remember, in the Challenger Series, it's not just about position, it's points that determine your fate as well. And there's one bye left for the taking, because the Ninjas in Pajamas have already safely secured first place here in the point standings.
Yeah, NIP is guaranteed first place in the point standings with their performance last split, which was second place, and now being in the top 4. Lock that in, first round bye. And the winner of this tournament will earn the second bye if NIP wins in the finals. Cloud9 Eclipse will secure the second bye.
Yeah.
Just if NIP make it there.
If NIP make it. Anyone else going to get it second place if they win this whole tournament. Yeah. Of course, 6 teams. You saw the 6 teams right there, the top 6. Those are all guaranteed to be in the postseason playoffs. These guys are playing now for seedings within the playoffs themselves. As always, you can follow the race on the Challenger Series simply by going to lolesports.com.
You'll find stats, schedules, scores, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So now let's get to today's game. We're going to wrap up the semifinals with Ninjas in Pajamas squaring off with Reason Gaming. It's a fierce best-of-3 matchup between 2 teams coming off close quarterfinal wins. Although NIP has already locked down first place in the point standings along with a bye, that doesn't mean they're kicking back. The LCS is the end game here, and bragging rights are pretty important, and of course, it's constant practice for these guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Ninjas in Pajamas barely squeaked by in Game 3. And Freeze, he was ferocious on Lucian with 7 kills in the elimination match over Gamers 2. And mid laner Nukeduck, as Lulu, handed Ocelot his own butt.
Yep.
That's what he handed him.
Handed him his own butt.
With a score of 5-1 and 8. And the former pro Zoro0 was carried by his teammates in their quarterfinal win. It was 2-5 and 8 KDA for Zoro0, who has a history of winning the lane, but not always transitioning that into an advantage for his team.
And you'll see if they can pick up the rotations here or some invades going on. Now, lining up on the red side for Game 1 is Reason Gaming. Now, they defied logic in the quarterfinals when they 2-0'd Meteor Makers, a team that was in the LCS last split. They got 3rd place last time in the European Challenger Series, and here they are.
Yeah, jungler Trashy is the reason they are here. He has annihilated with a combined 13 kills on Lee Sin and Elise. And support Barney D, who the team was actually named after on the ladder, for good reason. He had a whopping 19 assists in back-to-back games, which were crucial to their success.
Yeah, had some great play for himself. Now, of course, as important as numbers are right now, we're going to take a closer look at our featured matchup. It's going to be in the jungle, NIP Hilberto versus Reason Gaming's Trashy.
Yeah, NIP's jungler, Hilberto, he will need to strike early and hard if he wants to slow down Trashy. His first appearance as a ninja was in the quarterfinals. Right away, he was able to make an impact on both Eve and Elise. And tonight, we'll see if those were the results of beginner's luck or if they were just the beginning. But Reason Gaming's carry first, ask questions later jungler Trashy has always proven and already proven that he can put his team in positions to win early on. Trashy's picks are really early game oriented with the Kha'Zix, Wukong, and Lee Sin, and he really punishes the opposing team's lanes for overextending. And he also has a killer KDA of 11.5 this season. So we're going to be looking for Lee Sin and Elise to be contested in this matchup, and both players have seen success on those champions.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of early aggression from these guys. And as well, this is just to continue the thought from yesterday, is the first patch, or sorry, the first set on the Challenger Series is on 4.3. We had that yesterday, 4.3 here. And I always want to see how the champion pools change, what these guys do differently now that we're on the new patch. And so we'll see where these guys go into it, honestly. And NIP, you've got to say, come into this as favorites. But all the favorites so far have been knocked out early on.
Yeah.
C9E lost out in the quarterfinals. MYM lost out in the quarterfinals. Now NIP made it to the semis. But again, are they going to continue that train and be a team that gets dropped out early?
That's true. And MYM, they went home to Reason Gaming. So Reason Gaming took out the 3rd slot. Maybe they can go for number 2 here.
then they can take number 1 at the end of the day.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
keep adding numbers, small little 1-digit numbers to them. Here we go, champ select has begun. Ninjas in pajamas in blue. So it's an extra I in there, I suppose. In pajamas in blue. Reason Gaming in red. Just saying things on the screen
R for
right
red?
now. Yeah, Reds in gaming.
Okay.
Lee Sin banned away. Already removed Trash. He's not going to get a chance to play that one. Of course, Elise still one to think about with these guys as well.
Yeah,
See
Evelyn,
what else they go
Elise,
for.
we were talking Evelyn, Lee Sin, we talked about these bans before, and Thresh is another champion that's highly contested between Mithy and Barney D. They
Yeah.
both had great performances on them previously. It'll probably be a first pick, or it'll be banned away by red side.
And I want to see that, though. I want to see what happens, because I know we were talking about this before the game started. We're watching LCS, and we're like, you know, we're seeing a lot less Thresh recently.
It's true.
Like, he's still there, he's still around, but, like, Karma and Morgana are so much bigger now, we're seeing so much less of him. And that's kind of why I like brought up like the 4.3 champion pools thing, because we're seeing them shy away from the 3 old champions.
Yeah, with the support item changes, things like Sona, Nami have been coming out more often. Morgana's up there with the Spell Thieves.
Yeah.
So, Thresh,
Still
Relic Shield,
great.
Relic Shield, like you want to be tanky on him. Relic Shield really isn't that great on him.
It works. It's not
works.
that hard to
It's
prompt.
not as effective, though, on
Yeah.
other melee like Leona.
Yeah.
And then you have to go for the Ancient Coin, and you don't have as much early game aggression as compared to just like if somebody brought a Spell Thief's Edge to the lane with an Annie.
So watch this game where it's going to be like Spell Thief's Edge Annie versus like Coin Thresh, and like Thresh just wins hardcore. Watch it happen. Evelyn, Lily Renekton banned away from Ninjas in Pajamas. 0-0 not going to be given the hyper-aggressive top laner of Renekton there. Big favorite champ for him. Lee Sin, Rise, Kha'Zix banned away. Elise, now the hover and grabs right away for Roberto.
There's a lot of priority picks still open. It's 4.3, so Caston hasn't been nerfed completely to the ground to like 4.4.
Wow.
But he's still up there. And, he's been changed substantially.
Okay. Wow,
And
that was like
I have to
heavily
say,
charged right there.
Oh, he's down in the ground. Just get in there, Caston. He's done. Oh. He's done. Anyway, so he's still available, 4.3. He still has the silence on his Q.
Yeah.
He's still very viable in the
Yes,
meta, put it
sure.
that way. So he's still available. There's still Wukong here for Reason Gaming if they want Trashy on that. You wouldn't be showing any cards by picking it either because it's already at least locked in here for Roberto.
Yeah.
And Roberto's the new guy in this lineup as well. They had to get rid of him in. They brought in, I think it was Shacker in the finals and got 2-0'd by Cloud9 Eclipse.
Shacker did not have a good
So
time
they have
with
been
that
going through junglers since Amin is a little too young to compete in the LCS.
Yeah, they wanted a roster that could play in the LCS.
Yeah. So they brought up Roberto. He's actually had a great performance lately.
He has.
And the Elise is definitely going to help him out. Had a great performance on that previously. I believe, yeah, he went 3-0-2. So didn't give up a single death in their game against Gamers 2.
Yeah.
So, looking really strong.
Definitely. We'll see if he can keep the performance up right here. Of course, Shyvana picked up for being through the top lane. The Thresh does come through. That's going to be Barney D. Not Mithy here, but Sivir, the hover over, and LeBlanc already locked in.
In Nukeduck, he loves those assassin types, and LeBlanc is right up his alley, but he didn't have a great performance on it versus Gamers 2. He went 4-2-2, and he was staying off to the side the entire time. I remember that game where he's just kind of on the outskirts playing around, and then he went for the Athenes first, and then the DFG was, I think, 4th item for him.
Yeah, he took a long
very
time
late.
to get the burst.
Yeah, more of a sustained wave clear type of LeBlanc that has the cooldown reduction, and then when he got the DFG, that's when he started racking up the 4 kills.
Yeah, and I played the whole series super slow. Their quarterfinal matchups, you didn't see them against Gamers 2. Very long games, all of them. It's a long series overall. They played plenty passive. We'll see if Reason makes that any different right here. Wukong does get picked up there, and Chrislin's going to have Lucian for himself.
Yeah, that's no surprise there. Trashy has an amazing performance on that. On Wukong alone, he has gone 23-17.
Pretty good score.
Yes, is a very good score. And the early game aggression that brings to the table and the objective control with the ultimate is exactly what he wants. He wants to initiate, he wants to knock people up and cause that team fight damage and havoc in CC.
Yeah.
So Reason Gaming from the start have been a dragging objective control team up against this lineup here for Ninjas in Pajamas, which looks like they're actually going to go for a ton of burst here, picking up that Gragas.
Super early game team here for NIP. This is a bit of a different look for these guys. Actually, I believe they ran a very similar comp in their first game against Gamers 2, actually.
Their second game. It was he went 1-5-4 on Gragas. It was not a good performance.
Yeah.
But I think that was a game where I was like, everybody just need one. Just one barrel will tip the scales in your favor.
Yeah.
And now it's a Gragas up against this Shyvana. In the early game, Gragas will have some bullying power with the Drunken Rage and the auto attacks.
Yeah.
But in the late game, he's looking to blow people up. And the DFG will actually amplify everybody's damage, so Nuke Duck might go for that first down.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll see how that comes out. And of course, now Kassadin does get picked up here. Senkux loves to play assassin-type champions. He's playing a whole bunch of magic damage with the enemy team. Grabs Kassadin here for the last pick.
Yeah, that passive reduces the magic damage dealt to you. Good job there.
15%.
Yeah, that's still the same in 4.4. That's actually buffed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's plenty powerful, honestly. This is a strong one. So, Kassadin coming through, I'm gonna have a fun time watching this one. Of course, he's fighting LeBlanc in lane. Now, the way I think about it, Kassadin has pretty good base armor, actually.
Yeah.
And LeBlanc relies a lot on basic attacks to harass down. So I want to see how much LeBlanc can push Kassadin around, because LeBlanc's pushing is mediocre early game. So I want to see how that pans out.
It'd be very interesting. A lot of people take the hybrid penetration for the auto attacks.
Yeah.
Maybe get through a little bit of that extra armor that Kassadin's bringing to the table. But on the overall here, NIP has a composition that is very late game risk.
Yeah.
You want to dominate the early game here and then scale into the late game with a lot of AP and get to Reason Gaming's backline, blow them up before they start stacking on that magic resist. And when you have a Shyvana, that's inevitable. It's going to happen. With the Kassadin, he's going to get some from his passive. He's also probably going to stack on an extra item or two. It is very possible to pick up a Banshee's Veil just to get rid of the explosive cask burst.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, because Kassadin, despite being melee, does not get MR per level. Most mages we see don't run magic resist glyphs, for example. This guy does. You can see 42 MR for Senkux. Not the case for Nuke Duck. So for what it's worth, if Senkux gets ahead, he's going to have really high damage against Nuke Duck here.
That's true.
And I know when we talk about teams like this, right, we talk about these long-range mage teams looking to wave clear and then kind of siege a turret. You ask, where's the engage from the other team? And it's like Shyvana, Wukong, Thresh, they're kind of mediocre.
Yeah, that's true. The Wukong would have to set up the fight with the not-so-reliable engage from Shyvana with a follow-up possible Force Pulse. And look at all these haters here.
Haters?
4.3 support item changes. We're going to go with a Ruby Crystal, Doran Shield.
Hey, Ruby Crystal got changed.
It's cheaper.
Yeah.
That's true. So he's going for the early Sightstone, I would assume, just for that extra vision. But then in the mid lane, they're all going super safe here. They have the Crystalline Flask on both of them.
Mass regen.
Yeah. It's typical on somebody like Kassadin, because you have to go melee in order to get that CS. But on LeBlanc, you have your ranged auto attacks, typically a Doran's Ring, but now he thinks that he's going to get some aggression from Crashy because of that pick.
It's true. And I mean, but think about it as well. Like, you've got a Kassadin who's got, I mean, teleport to return to lane, but no combat stats. You're fighting LeBlanc, Elise, both of whom have major CC to throw at you. Like, if I'm Senkux, I'm afraid right now.
And there are no combat stats, like you said, between both junglers and both mid laners here. It's going to be basically they show up and it's like, hey, I'm naked, no items, let's fight.
Yep. Well, Elise, I don't think even wears clothes in general, so
Senkux got
advantage there.
Much better at that trade, already popping the passive.
Well, he silenced him right away, so he couldn't jump back. Took a whole bunch of damage in minion aggro. That was nice. So
to the face.
Yeah, really. So
he has a lot of AP
being used.
just sitting in his runes. Sitting at
23, pretty standard.
It's a little more though.
I think it's about standard with offense masteries. 15 from Quince.
Well, we want to talk about AP in somebody's runes. Look at that, 32 on
For
Annie
Miffy.
right there. And they do a lane swap.
Yeah.
Going for the straight harassment here. But Zoro Zero, you know, NIP was the ones who initiated this, so he knows that he's not going to get to lane for a while. So he actually takes a trip back, picks up a ward for himself so he doesn't get ganked in a 3v1.
Yep, 4 CS. Looks like he took down the Wraith camp for himself. I guess where his money came from. And we'll see how Zoro Zero holds up in this one. Actually, going to go for the double golems as well. So that's a good ward choice. Okay, I like that. There we go. It's actually going to watch a jungle invade, but Trash is going to go through Tri-Brush, which is also warded.
Yep. Trash is going to do his double buffs, come down bottom. And this is just such a frustrating position to be in as a top laner. You're not getting any experience. You're not getting any gold. And now you're in that position where you're like, I want to get some of this CS, but it's so risky. You're going to get punished if you walk forward.
Yeah.
You have to give up the turret.
He got 2 melees and gave up the turret right there. It's the limit of what he got right here. I guess Beansu with 0 is slightly an advantage for NIP. Top lane under siege. Bottom lane turret also going to be going down. Zoro Zero did leech a little bit more experience, but he has to respect the hook now.
Yeah. And he got level 2. He can get away if he can put it into his body slam. In a little bit of a better position here than Beansu. Turret will go down a little slower because its top and mid turret have that extra little defense on them in the early game. And now, the advantage from that entire trade does go over to Reason Gaming because they have Dragon control now.
Oh, true.
Because there were 3 people on the top side of that for NIP, it's up to Reason Gaming if they want to do this early Dragon.
Well,
and
Trashy's winning around.
We talked about earlier that they are the objective control team.
They are.
Since we saw them in the quarterfinals here, they have always gone after it. The Wukong is exactly what Trashy wants to accomplish that. And this mid lane, they took the TP, so now they have even more objective control.
And look at what Holberger did, though. He actually didn't go to push the tier 2 turret. He went back down to the mid lane, I'm guessing, to help look at Dragon and say, hey, if you try for this, we are around. But, I mean, Beatsu's still getting pushed around. The flash down, the Cocoon's going to land as well. Beatsu does flash away. He will just barely get out, but only 300 health left on him. And here comes Trashy.
He's level 1 against a 3-3 and a 4. He is extremely outmatched right now. Trashy, it's a good decision to come up there and help him and just leave Zoro0 to be in the 2v1 down bottom against his bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's 2 flashes burned for 1, so there's obviously no engage left for NIP. They're going to back off in this one. Reason going to be okay there. Krislin 1v1ing Zoro0. Yeah. Not a late matchup we've seen in a long time. 1v1 Lucian Gragas.
Yeah, Barney D came up top, and now he's rotating, getting that jungle route. He'll probably come back down bottom to just continue the Dragon control, because they are in the position to contest that objective and keep it warded for themselves. Otherwise, they're going to be giving it up to NIP, who now have the option to swap the lane back and put Zoro0 in the top.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for this one. Looks like Zoro0 is going to hold the lane just long enough for the AD carry and support to get there. So NIP are going to say, hey, you know, Dragon's kind of important. Let's be around this buff. Well, whatever. Jungle Monster, that's the one.
Yeah, and they got the much better part of the trade there for NIP in terms of gold, but in terms of positioning, Reason Gaming have an advantage. They just have to push it. The Zoro0, he has double the CS that Beansu does. More gold. He's going to go back now, convert it into items and combat stats, and then make a trip to either Dragon if they want to contest it, because he will be stronger than Beansu, or go fight Beansu, who's substantially weaker.
Look at this damage coming into Sengoku. They're forcing the fight, but he's still going to get rooted. Yeah. A lot of pain coming through. Nukeduck is maxing Q, by the way. Different build from normal, so not going for the push build, going for the individual damage potential there. See if you can find much of there onto Senkux. And yeah, you know, to point out, you talked about getting the early gold lead. 400 gold to NIP's lead, and there, with the push in the mid lane, NIP going to start the Dragon.
So Reason Gaming had the advantage there in terms of positioning. They didn't push it because top lane needed Trashy's attention, and NIP take full advantage of that and the combat stats on Zoro0, saying if you do fight us, we will be more powerful in a straight-up 5v5 or 4v4.
Yeah.
So they take the Dragon for themselves and get off to a 1k gold lead very, very quickly.
Great start so far to NIP. That lane swap to the bottom did pay off, and you saw it right there. Freeze and Mithy still chilling in lane. And worth pointing out, Krislin has not gone back to base yet. By this point, you usually have enough for a BF sword, though. So if he gets a safe recall, he'll hold a small item lead over Freeze, but might not necessarily matter. We'll see what happens. Still more spam coming back and forth. But you see Reason Gaming's bottom lane, just they're zoned back.
Yeah, and that objective that was taken for NIP, the Dragon, very early on, puts a wrench in the wheel for Reason Gaming, because they're such an objective-based and focused team that when you don't have an objective on the map, you got to push some turrets. Well, now when you're pushing turrets, NIP is a little bit stronger, very, very minor.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to outplay them in terms of ganks. So it's going to be up to Trashy to create some type of pressure, or Senkux to use his teleport in a very effective manner. But right now, up against Nukeduck, I don't know if it's going to happen soon.
True.
It's going to be a while.
Well, Nukeduck ran out of mana. He's pretty much out right there. He's going to need some mana regen items pretty soon. We'll see if he goes with themes in this one. We'll see how the build ends going. 1900 gold for him. Yeah, he can afford boots and the 2 components of Athene's, Chalice and the Codex. And we'll see if he goes for that, if he goes for Deathfire Grasp or something like that. But he's going to return to base, and it is going to be the 2 components and some wards instead. All right, so Nukeduck going to have a lot more mana to spend and push around Senkux, who is going for the standard tier Rod of Ages start.
Uses his TP to get back into lane.
I like that.
Just so he doesn't miss any CS, so he can also pick up the blue buff for himself very early on. And the Chalice, we talked about it earlier, where it delays his Deathfire Grasp. But at this point, Zoro0 and Nukeduck are not going to be around each other for a very long time. Dragon is not going to be up for another 5 minutes. And up in the top lane, they're just going to allow him to farm and just out-CS Beansu, who hasn't even gone back once.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he gets up picking up when he does go by. I mean, I honestly like the fact that NIP got a couple of early recalls just to pick up an item or two before they went in landing phase, because it's allowing them to kind of bully their opponents a little bit. When the recalls do come in from Riesing, we'll see what happens. Nothing major is on the map anyway. I believe secondary buffs have already been grabbed as well, so not much more to contest here. And right now, it's just NIP slowly winning their landing phases, dealing some damage. And you gotta say, like, look at that, right? That's not good for Senkux.
He missed the force pulse, too.
Yeah. Getting dodged around, and that's what he's maxing, by the way.
Yep.
It's 4 points in that force pulse there, and if he doesn't hit it, there's really no counterattack.
Oh.
Nope.
Well, he knows he's back now, so he can push the wave to the turret.
True.
Make him lose a little bit of CS. And, Senkux is just taking a beating in that mid lane, and he can't really return it now that the Chalice is down for Nuke Duck.
Yeah, like all Senkux can do is wave clear and then hope he doesn't get all in with Ignite. Nuke Duck's ulti is up in about 3 seconds. He could try and all in with a Gragas roaming down.
Trashy's actually walking around the jungle, doesn't get anything except for his camps.
He's waiting on the side. Hilberto's going to walk into him. There's the decoy. Doesn't see him. There we go. The red buff going. And the knock up there on Hilberto. Here comes Cassin as well. Big damage onto Elise. But it's going to be Nuke Duck keeping him alive. But still, it's a flash burn for an ulti. It's not too bad.
Oh, yeah. That's a great trade there for Trashy, depending on how much early game aggression that would have meant for him with the Cyclone. It'll be up, but it also inhibits Hilberto from doing anything meaningful on the map right now. Not having that flash is very crucial. And now in the bottom, we finally see that Crystalline has backed and converted all of that gold into combat stats. When you look up at the gold, you're like, oh, they're only 1.3k difference between these two teams. It was more than that. It was about a 3,000 gold difference in combat stats if they were to 5v5 each other. So now, boom, he picks up, converts it all into combat stats for him now. Goes straight for the BF sword, looking like it's going to be a Bloodthirster. And now, he's actually even with Freeze, and Freeze actually has a little advantage in terms of items.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's equal damage, but the sustain lead is definitely there. But also point out that the supports are both level 6 now. So the ulti's available, same with the AD carries. You could get kills picked up in pretty much no time flat in both these lanes if they find the engage.
So it was a very eventful start of the game with the turrets and the lane swap. When they swapped it back, it was back to standard play, and the Dragon is up in 1 minute and 40 seconds, which is going to be the next point of contention here for both teams. They will have their combat stats, they will have their ultimates up, and the positioning here is favorable for Reason Gaming. But they have to contest.
The thing to point out as well is that, here comes the ultimate engage for NIP. Damage on a Barney D, forcing the flash away. Hilberto, they will find the stun on a Barney D there. There comes Tibbers as well. Not good for Thresh. He's going to get caught out here. First Blood going to come in 11.5 minutes. Who's going to pick it up? They're going to give it away to the First Blood to Sivir. Freeze 400 gold.
It looked like Barney D didn't even use his exhaust, used his flash, and realized, I'm dead. I'm going to eat a cocoon no matter what. And Beansu versus Zoro in the top. Just a brawl back and forth.
It's a good amount of damage. Zoro's not going to run out of mana really anytime soon with that W. But I actually really like that explosive cast broke the dash from the Dragon form, actually completely nullified it, which is a great play. But
stopping the Dragon's descent.
Yeah, exactly.
Always beneficial. You will negate the magic damage that it does.
True, yeah, that too. So good stuff there with Beans, who did survive, body slam. A bit of damage here by Zoro 0. But I do want to see, you pointed out the Dragon timer being in now 35 seconds. It's about the timer of teleport. I want to see Reason use that TP to create the Dragon 5v4. Whether it's a gank and a rotation, or that he split pushes top and comes down for the fight.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ward coverage here for NIP around that Dragon, around the entrance points to bottom lane, to make sure they don't get ganked. Because if a gank goes down bottom, it very easily transitions into a Dragon.
Absolutely. We'll see who's going to get taken out right. Hilberto walking around the sides. There's a pink ward right in front of him. He's going to see that and take it out real quick. Bottom lanes have recalled. Bloodthirster is done for Freeze, and he's moving towards maybe a Last Whisper with this now new longsword in his inventory. Grizzlin has not gone back yet. He might right now try to match items. See where these guys go. Trashy on the wrong side of the map. Hilberto is around, though. NIP small numbers lead here in the bottom. Recall from Zoro 0 as well. He's going up towards this, so NIP ready to go for Dragon.
Athene's Unholy Grail completed on Nuke Duck. So he is actually a bit ahead here in CS and in items over Senkux. Caston needs a long time to ramp up. Around the 24-minute mark is when Caston will hit his full potential and start snowballing even more. And the early kills puts him ahead. Even if Caston's behind, around that time is when you will start to come back. But if NIP keeps him down and keeps him away from objectives, like they're doing, may not get it going.
Well, it's going to be the easy pressure coming in, Crescent in from the side. Will they be able to stop this one? Blue buff, it's going to be taken up by Dragon to NIP. The engage comes in. Here comes Cassidy. The knockback on the back lines. Can 0-0 stay alive? Tragedy certainly won't. 2 for 0 so far. NIP, the battle. Continuing Roberto, forced to run towards the back line. Beansu in the front lines, dealing damage to the jungler. Tibbers is down, wreaking havoc as well, though. Health bar is down low for Reason Gaming. Can NIP find anything more? 0-0 Ignite is down. One more Q. Barnady will drop. 3-0 now to NIP, plus 2 Dragons. Great start.
And a 2 for 0 overall in favor of NIP, and they get the Dragon for themselves. They're able to create this advantage, this choke point for them, and we saw the damage come out from Senkux, or the lack of damage, I should say. Wasn't doing a lot in that fight. Was trying to zone. It looked like it was good for Reason Gaming with the Trashy ultimate and the Cyclone to knock multiple people up, but he trailed off to the side, chasing after Nuke Duck and got caught up and couldn't do anything from that point on.
So a rough fight here for Reason Gaming, not able to play with their champions quite promptly. Of course, they are down 1 combat summoner, thanks to the fact that Cassidy did bring teleport, and so far he's only TP'd back to lane to get some farm. But even still, he's down 54 minions in that lane, taking some time for Cassidy to catch up here. 5,500 gold puts Ninjas in Pajamas in the lead here. Looking for an early lead in the semifinal matchup. The winner is going to play Departed in the finals.
And this grouping up is definitely helping NIP because they're at the point where nobody's going to have magic resistance on the team of Reason Gaming.
Yeah.
And they have an advantage
One
in
guy.
the lane. Yeah, that's it. Just the Negatron cloak. That's it. That's it. Across everybody's items. That's the only person you have to worry about. It did take a while to take Beansu down, but they have Freeze, who's doing really well in the CS department and has all the kills and assists. He is doing really well for himself. That bottom lane got going. Their physical damage carry.
Yeah.
That is deadly.
Sivir getting ahead's big.
For Reason Gaming, especially since you have multiple AP threats. But here comes Trashy to the top lane. He's looking for something. Oh, there's the body slam in.
There's a Dragon form, there's a dash in. Nice little Gragas ulti, but it's not going to do enough there. He's trying to block the body slam Trashy. Can he do it? 0-0. Down to 300 health. Picked up right there. Trashy finally making it happen. 1-1 for him.
It's a good rotation up at the top lane. They knew that his flash was not available. His explosive cask was very well dealt with. The Cyclone to knock him up and the damage coming in from it. It tickles at first. I think he got him down eventually.
Worked out, worked out. It's an early MR build, not a little armor for 0-0. You saw that pan out well. So here we go. Reason Gaming are showing signs of life. First thing they've done, I don't want to be harsh, but like first thing they've done well this game. Honestly, they've given away kills, they haven't gotten any dragons, they've not contested objectives well enough. This is the first big thing for these guys if they can keep making it work. They went to Trashy, the guy we talked about in the pregame, said he's going to be a big playmaker here. Honestly, to their credit, I think they can just keep waiting for Caston to come online. I mean, Caston's not like the cure for all ills, but as far as like late game hopes go, it's a good champion for it.
But NIP are in the position to push this out.
Oh, absolutely.
And end the game by 28 minutes if they keep dominating. They're dominating the lanes. They have 5k gold advantage here. They're up 2 turrets and 2 kills. A lot of this lead is coming from the CS difference between them.
Nuke Duck's looking for top lane. I don't know if he can kill Beansu. He's going to try, though. There's a silence in the double dash. There's the root as well, half HP. But he's out of cooldowns now. Okay, half HP.
It's the MR.
Yep, but there's a siege. You said they could close the game out pretty quickly with this gold lead. NIP 4 men strong in the mid lane, getting that turret down to about half HP. Reason Gaming don't even look like they want to fight this. They're just like, well, please don't kill us yet.
No, Cassidy has no AP at all, aside from his Dorans and his runes.
Yeah.
He's just got extra mana.
He's just waiting.
That's it. He has to wait on that late game build.
Root again onto Beansu. Honestly, Nuke Duck's really trying hard. It's going to be enough. Ignite is on. One more attack. Beansu will go down. Last Ignite W would have got him anyway. There's a hook onto Varney D. Not good for Thresh. Box comes out. 2-3 walls going to be broken right here. Engage comes in. Mythy knocked up into the air. Not good for Annie. They're going to trade 1 for 1. But of course, there's the 1 for 0 in the top lane. LeBlanc winning around the wings is on top of a ward. Not going to find her way in. But Reason Gaming, they're still losing kills.
And they ping her. They know that she's there. Senkux, you could see, he was positioning himself. He's like, I kind of want to go. I kind of want to silence. But it's too dangerous at that point. And still the 5k gold difference we see between these teams. NIP, with the team composition that they have, we typically don't see top lane Gragas do so well.
Yeah.
But they have really just blown open a whole new can of worms with the lane swap.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were able to execute it perfectly, having Alberto go and create a 3v1 and get the turret.
Yeah.
And keep Shyvana Beansu was level 1 when there were level 4s in the game.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. He's so behind. Look at that, 800 gold down.
Yeah, and not to mention, even on top of that, Zoro the whole time was sitting on top of the tier 2 turret in the landing phase, right? At like 10 minutes in, tier 1 turret's dead. He's sitting there in front of the enemy turret, and he's like, I'm not afraid of you, Trashy. Doesn't get picked up, doesn't get taken down, anything. Keeps the push going. A lot of great moves here. Death Cap, almost done now for Nuke Duck. Of course, more items come in for Zoro pretty soon. Gotta say, the gold lead just looks better and better and better and better. Senko still waiting to come online, hasn't done it yet. And as a random note, and I've seen this for a while with Mithy, he never buys a GP10. I've almost never seen him buy one. With how good Talisman of Ascension is and the rest of the gold generation items is, with how much teams often rely on that, and thing is, like, as hard as the engages are going to be for Reason, doesn't care about the Ascensions. His Civ is going to be enough. I'll just keep buying stats.
They'd have even more gold if he had one.
I know. It'd be like gold-plated gold. Blue buff goes to Trashy right here, actually. Going to pick that one up for himself, although I believe that Senkux wanted to pick it up, but didn't quite force us at the right time. Dragon's back up, though.
As long as it's not NIPs, but he actually used his smite on that, and the dragon is up. So he's not going to have that for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's true. See how long they can delay this, because Dragon is going to get started right now by NIP. They've got positioning on this battle. Reason puts the landing down. Anna Ward, they know what's going on here. They're not going to go for the engage. Hook's not going to land either. Dragon going to go in pretty much uncontested here. Picked up right there. Engaging from Nuke Duck. Dodges the play. A little bit of damage on the Beansu. Will they continue? Down to half HP. It's going to be enough for them to rotate towards the mid lane. They have the inside track. There's no one to defend mid lane turret.
They're going to get there faster. They put the wards over the wall. They can do some poke. As they come in, get them even lower. Just like that.
If they saw that sooner, they could have all-in him with a Gragas ulti, too.
That's true.
Very near that, the damage. Trash takes a bit. Clone takes damage. Widow jumps back over. Dragon did go down turret now as well. 4-1 in turrets, 3-0 in dragons, 5-2 in kills. Ninjas and Pajamas looking great so far.
NIP have had superior decision-making and rotations this entire game. They initiated the lane swap.
Yep.
And they had a plan coming into this. That shot calling was fantastic from the start. Getting the dragon. Reason Gaming, on the other hand, we're a little hesitant with the lane swap. I don't know if they've countered something like that very often. There's like, what do we do with Dragon now? You saw Trashy kind of sit by it for a while. What am I going to do with this? And then he goes top. He's like, we're going to lose tier 2 turret if I don't go top right now.
It's true.
Instead of keeping the pressure on, he goes and tries to relieve it. That's why we had such a lull in the game. And NIP just created a CS advantage for themselves. 66 in the mid lane. In the top lane, 30 all across the board here. CS advantage is 50 in that 80 carry role. All across the board, NIP just doing phenomenal in their mechanics and their farming and their rotations. Reason Gaming, they're really going to have to step it up this game if they want to come back.
See, they can make it with individual plays right there. They've got a 2-1 Wukong, 5,800 gold, second richest on his team. Unfortunately for him, he's really poor compared to the rest of NIP, so that's not exactly the best fight to be going into when you're down in gold, but you got to try something at some point. Nuke Duck to grab himself the blue buff. Now the Death Cap is done. Looks like he might be going towards DFG next. He's got a nice little amplifying tome there. Could be a Void Staff. We'll see where he goes.
Last time he went from the Athenes into the Death Cap into Void Staff.
Yeah.
Then he went for the DFG, fourth item, like I said previously.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, at this point, you know, it could be either, because he could amplify Gragas' damage. But now he wants to deal with the magic resist that's coming out here. Just a tiny bit still. It's just the jungler with the Hex Drinker, Trashy, and then the Negatron Cloak on Beansu. So there isn't a huge magic resistance threat, but it's the majority of their damage is going to be that.
Well, keep in mind that their attack damage threat is still scaling up. You mentioned in the early game, Freeze had been a part of all 3 of his team's kills. That guy's got Bloodthirster last with already done and a Zeal on top of this. So he's a very, very scary Civ. He can get his team in and deal a bunch of damage on the back end as well. 8,000 gold puts Ninjas and Pajamas ahead. Huge lead for them. Nuke Duck just goes for the jump in. Takes the turret down. Did not get local gold for that one. It's 100 gold wasted.
That's all right.
I mean, they're still winning.
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah.
They had the area ward. And this is something I wanted to touch on, too, is they have 4 sweepers on the team of NIP.
Yeah.
They've set up this advantage, and they've pushed into the jungle and basically made it their home. Saying, we're not going to leave. You have to force us out by brute force, which isn't going to happen with this gold deficit. And with this vision advantage, they're going to go for Baron.
Well, here we go. Baron down about 1/5 of his health. The rest of the team able to easily push these guys away. Ward gets swept out. Red buff is available. That's cute, but that doesn't really matter too much for these guys. I really believe, though, NFP 2 manning the Baron and barely losing any health. They're going to grab the red buff while taking it. That is how well secure they are around the map. Reason Not able to stop them whatsoever, and the two-man Baron is going to come through there. Man, what a great move.
And like I said, the NIP shot calling right now is fantastic. Every member of NIP has actually been on the LCS stage before.
Yep.
So under pressure, they know how to shot call. And when you're at your house, just in this luxurious, just your own chair with your own butt groove.
Sweden.
You're just like, ah. So no pressure. Just
nope.
Make all the calls, make them with a level head. And they took that Baron with the superior vision control, and now they're up 10k gold, plus all of the temporary combat stats they have to push this out. NIP are in a fantastic position to close this out with this early game comp in convincing style.
Absolutely convincingly. 30% gold lead over their opposition. Honestly, I'm just waiting to see them group up in a lane and go for it right there. 4 sweepers already up, as you mentioned. The first 3 were there by 18 minutes into the game. These guys have been controlling vision the whole time. And reason, they've just been looking too scared to make their moves. I've not seen a single teleport gank from Senkux. Trashy's only made a couple things happen for these guys, and they've just been kind of sitting there in the laning phase, waiting for NIP to make moves.
And recent gaming, we actually saw one of their sweepers get turned back into a warding totem.
Really?
Yeah. Just now, I believe it was Senkux, who threw it back in. He's like, I don't need this. I need vision. I don't need to deny it. I just need more vision. Give me more.
They do need some vision, though, to be fair.
It's definitely something that's going to help them in this game because they are severely lacking in vision. If you look all across the map, it's mostly NIP because they're sweeping it out. There are some good wards placed, but I don't know how long they're going to last.
We'll see. I mean, at most 3 minutes. Maybe even shorter, depending what they can do. But NIP happy to take their time with this one. The split push top lane. Like, the Dragons have been 45 seconds. They had Baron buff. They had plenty of time to sweep away all the lanes and get the minions in a good order. But NIP completely taking their time with this one, 25.5 minutes in. Completely no rush for these guys. They're so confident in the way they're going to progress through this game that they have no rush in this matchup whatsoever. Zoro 0 going to help the team push down towards the bottom lane, but I really haven't seen a team play like this, where they are so slowly measured the whole way through.
Only 7 kills in this game.
Yep.
About every 4 minutes a kill will go down. Man, it's just so methodical, just piecing them apart. Like I said, no gold generation item onto Annie. So this gold is just pure out-CSing and rotating, taking objectives. Sieging up here. They get Dragon after this too and just increase it even more.
Yeah. I mean, if Ninjas in Pajamas were a rapper, they're so methodical they'd be Method Man. That was kind of forced.
Kind of?
Only kind of. You said methodical and I was like, I got this.
God, you just keep drag on. Anyway, we're going to be going for the Dragon here. And we see the Rod of Ages. The build for Caston is now complete at the 26-minute mark, ramping himself up, trying to get to that point, but Void Staff complete for Nuke Duck. Magicist, if you're going to stack it on,
it's gone.
Which they haven't. Ooh.
Yep. Still no Sword Shoes, though. Nuke Duck doesn't want to be a sorcerer, just wants to embrace the Void. I feel like Void Staff shouldn't be useful against Kassadin. That's a lore mishap right there. Come on, creator design.
Well, he was tainted by the Void.
Yeah.
He doesn't come from it.
But it's
so
like getting...
You just taint him more.
No, it's like getting a vaccine. He's got a vaccine to the Void.
So he has
Void
antibodies
Staff. Yeah, he has antibodies for Void. Like, he's fine now. He should be immune to Cho'Gath, too. What? You don't agree with my vaccine theory for the Void?
I think the Void just consumes what it wants when it wants to.
Not Kassadin, clearly. He's chill.
Yeah, no, he...
He was fine.
No, he doesn't look fine to me. He's on a respirator. That does not look fine to me. You don't go to somebody in the hospital who's on a respirator like, you look fine.
I mean, you don't have a 100% pick ban rate in the LCS without being pretty fine. Just saying.
No, we just want to
That's
deal
a
with
rare
him.
order. Yeah, because he's so hardcore and awesome. NIP looks like they're going to start push number 1 for real this time, though. NIP going up towards the mid lane right there. Baron buff has timed out. They took all the second-tier turrets during their Baron buff, and now they look for the inhibitor in the mid lane. 3 men in the mid lane. LeBlanc coming in as well. Hook's going to land on a Hilberto. This could be a sign of life. Reason don't quite find enough for it. They get some damage. But NIP ready to keep going. Huge damage comes out. And that's the Nuke Duck we saw during their series against Gamers 2. Waits for the super late game, and then has crazy burst damage by the end.
Doesn't even have DFG. And
doesn't care.
Pulling them apart with his spells. Ripping them apart with the Void.
With the Void.
Staff.
Power of the Void. There's the engage in from Mithy. The fight has begun. Will they find much here? Mithy low, 500 HP. They disengages. Great ulti in from Trash. He finds some major damage. A lot of low health bars. Zilberto will go down 1 for 1 though as Wukong also falls. low up for NIP, and they've got to back off.
Nukeduck and Zoro0 got so low. This team is not tanky. That is the fallback here.
Yeah.
The problem for NIP is that Recent Gaming is going to get tankier. NIP, if they don't close the game out, they're going to be sitting on a very squishy LeBlanc and a very squishy Gragas, who are very susceptible to the silence of Kassadin. So they could be caught out, they could be completely taken advantage of and destroyed.
See what they can find with this one. Freeze still taking the red. Honestly, NIP, despite, I don't want to say losing that fight, they went 1-for-1 to be completely honest. Despite pulling a close fight and losing their health bars, still able to invade the jungle, still able to look for ward control there. Reason starting to get rid of the pink wards finally. Baron's up in a minute 20. Now to be fair, 12,000 gold lead, hard to contest a Baron. But that might still be what happens here.
Yeah, we now see Seraph's Embrace completed. He's reached his final form. He can start building other items for Kassadin.
Yay!
And that was a really good fight. I actually want to touch back on it. Because Trashy, the initiate there, Mythy's initiate with the Tibbers. Multiple people, 3 of them. Trashy returns in kind with a 3-man Cyclone. Sets up his team. Doesn't exactly have the damage. If his team was a little further ahead or they were equal, that would have been a fantastic engage on this very squishy composition of NIP. They're putting themselves in a position to contest that Baron, get it again. Because I think if Reason Gaming pick up the Baron, they can start pushing back very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get one leg back in as a late game team, and you get to crush people. We'll see if Reason Gaming can do it there. They're showing that the defensive style, I mean, might just pay off, right?
Yeah.
I criticize them for not making a lot of moves early on, but they don't have to. Then maybe that's the right way to go about it. Senkook splitting on the bottom side. Still has the teleport available, but with no ward coverage, can't keep splitting bottom. Pulls rotations. His blue buff is back up. And there's actually a decent scattering of wards on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that's true. Keeping himself safe. Still 100 CS down. He has some ways to go. When we're talking about how squishy Nukeduck is, he went for Merc Treads. Didn't want to be a sorcerer, like you said.
Yep.
He's going away from him. He's going to be a mercenary. Drop out of school. It's a cool thing to do.
I mean, that's Mercury, not mercenary.
It's Merc. Merc Treads. Mercenary Treads.
That's not...
renaming him. Anyway.
Nope.
Anyway, it's going to stop the silence duration on him. He wants to be in a thermometer, man.
Okay.
See, that doesn't make any sense.
No, that's great. Keep going.
Okay. So he's going to stop the duration of the silence on him, which is what he needs in order to get away. Previously, I said he's extremely susceptible to it. That is the exact pickup that would help him in that situation. Zoro0, though, he wants to be a sorcerer.
Does want to be a sorcerer. It's a good way to be. Gragas doesn't look like one, but he is. Here we go. The engage might come in from Freeze. Alberto jumps into the sky. Not going to quite find the engage, though. No one's going to follow up off the cocoon. They're going to back off. The minions died down, but it's just an ulti for nothing.
No on the hunt. It's good for Reason Gaming, especially since Baron is live. That's mostly their engagement tool here, aside from the Flash Tibbers. They can explosive cask.
Yeah.
But getting everybody in range for it is the key.
They can find. Ooh, Trashy. Smite is down. That might be actually really relevant right now. Baron
so
up.
is this.
Nukeduck's going to find Trashy. Gets the root down, but doesn't want to keep on going. There's a lantern, keeps him safe.
That's enough to get him low.
Yeah.
To start out the Baron here for NIP.
Okay. Well, can they fight against it? Senkook's not going to hit the chains. Nukeduck going to get the silence back down, though. Half HP on Kassadin, not ideal right here.
Oh,
explosive cast. Big damage now. Kassadin super low. Wukong low as well. They just might not have the health to fight for the Baron right now. Nukeduck goes in. Huge damage on a Barney D. Honestly, NIP just pushing them back away from it. Oh! He just got trashed.
Wow.
Baron's going to go to NIP. Great play, honestly. Absolutely great play. Just dealt damage to get him off the Baron.
They didn't even have to kill anybody aside from Trashy. He was backing anyway. It would have been fine. It's a peace treaty.
I mean, gold is gold.
But they got Senkook's extremely low. They got Trashy extremely low. Then they got Barney D low. All because of Nukeduck and Zoro0. They were really the only two pokers on it. Everybody else is focusing on Baron. And they pick it up for themselves. 14K gold advantage here. Temporary combat stats, turret in their sights. NIP really rocking it with this early game comp.
Doing a good job of this one. 1 second till the respawn for Trashy. Nukeduck is splitting in the top lane. NIP still playing the very patient game, even in a 5v4 with Baron buff. Taking the time with this one. There's a big minion wave pushing in the bottom lane. NIP might go clean that up just because they have been playing that patiently. Still 4 men mid. LeBlanc keeps going back and forth between top lane, mid lane, looking for the opening there. More pokes still coming through.
And I like seeing the success of different things in top lane. Like the Gragas. Call it an early game comp score, but big game.
Barney D engage goes in. Down goes the Thrash. Can't cast any of his spells. Cast forced to run away as well. LeBlanc on the inside track there. Looks in for Beansu. Can he land any more damage here? Doesn't want to. Gets some hits from the cast in there. Silver ulti has been popped. Will they find more? In comes the jump into the back line. Will they get much? Trashy with the knockouts, but very low health bars. The guy's going to pick up one, going to pick up two. So far, 3-for-1 battle so far. It's going to be a very good fight for NIP. Can they close the game out on top of this one? Still moving forward with this one. Mid turret's going to be going down. Top lane under fire. Mid lane inhibitor also going to drop down. 4 versus 2 inside the base.
And we can see 4-0-4 for Freeze. 70 CS lead. CS leads all across the board here. Senkux, what can he do?
Oh, the spell shield for Freeze keeps himself alive. Senkux is going to go down. Everyone has dropped now. Barney D has respawned, but it's not going to be enough. Ninjas in pajamas, 12-4 in kills. Going to close the game out in just over 34 minutes here. I don't see Barney D saving the base. 1-0 NIP.
And NIP, remember, if they make it to the finals, then Cloud9 Eclipse will get that second bot.
They got to win the finals.
They do have to win the finals. That's absolutely right.
So C9E rooting these guys on from the sidelines at this
probably
point.
At home. NIP!
Yes, keep it going. So, and again, same game plan for NIP. Same game plan as we saw against Gamers 2. Very slow, methodical game, taking advantages when they occur, relying on teamwork, relying on dragons, and then say, okay, we've got vision control. Okay, we'll take Baron.
Yeah.
Taking the time the whole way through.
Yeah, I was calling it an early game composition. It's more of a mid-game composition.
Yeah.
Because you have so much AP, and Gragas just dunks people, LeBlanc just dunks people. Early game composition would be something with a ton of like lane bullying.
That would be like 4 people top lane with like Sona and Ezreal killing turrets. Like there's no really like early game comps. Like there's early game champions, guys that'll win lane. But as a team, you got to win in the mid game.
Yeah. So it's the early mid game.
There you go. Early hyphen mid game composition. Everybody counts.
But previously, it was like that composition doesn't usually work. And now I think with 4.3 changes, maybe it's in a better spot.
I think a lot of it was also the lack of engage. I think to me there were like 3 main factors.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
One is a lack of engage. If Wukong went in, he could get explosive cast out or just take too much damage and drop. 2, I think some misplays early by Reason, giving away kills when they shouldn't have. They contested that second dragon. That was a bad mistake. They opted in to losing 2 kills in the dragon. I think that was one. And then, honestly, 3 is just then kind of playing around the end game at that point, getting too far back.
So it wasn't really composition that was the story of that. It was more the shot calling in the game.
I think so.
The 2v1, taking the turrets and creating, like transitioning that advantage into things for your team.
Yeah.
The Dragons kept going over to NIP over and over again, just really shutting down Reason Gaming from that.
Yeah.
And then the Barons, too. They really had Reason Gaming's number from the start.
Yes,
this objective-based team couldn't keep up in objectives or team fights.
Nope.
And NIP, they looked extremely convincing there, and that's why they have that automatic buy.
Yeah,
NIP
crafted a great victory there. We'll see if they can do it again. 1 game's in the books. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, but up next is Game 2 of the semifinals between Reason Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas. Be right back. welcome back to the 2014 European Spring Challenger Series. We just saw how Ninjas Pajamas took Game 1. Now will Reason Gaming have enough to take it back and force a Game 3?
Yeah, they pulled ahead early and never looked back.
Yeah.
Reason Gaming's Trashy, their jungler, had failed ganks early and didn't have his first kill until the 16th minute.
Yeah.
In that end of laning phase.
The whole team was scoreless till 16 minutes.
Yeah.
They didn't get anything except the turret because of the lane trade.
Reason Gaming just fell behind, and NIP, with their superior shot calling and rotations, were able to just take that tiny advantage they had made with CS and what that kill? I think about 3 kills for themselves very early on. Just very low kill game.
Yeah.
Just kept zoning them out, kept taking objectives without any answer.
That's the NIP way. They play those slow games.
Yeah, and NIP, they controlled all of the dragons, turrets, barons from start to finish. And if Reason Gaming doesn't step up and contest those early on, it's going to spell disaster for them. And Trashy was on the Wukong.
Yeah.
Needs something a little more early game oriented in terms of aggression. Wukong is very good at that, but he needs something that will create these, like, they banned the Evelynn, the Lee Sin, a lot of junglers targeted at him.
And think about it, Elise was first picked.
That's true.
They removed the early game options. Their NIP did that. So, like, I think a lot of that was still planned.
Yeah, and Reason Gaming's Trashy, he needs that, because as soon as they get behind, their shot calling does not seem up to par to play from behind.
I don't think so.
Their dragon contesting was very haphazard.
Yeah.
Was not very good. And they would show up, but then they'd be like, oh, well, we're not going to go in. And then Trashy kept using his smite before the fight would start, and that just keyed in to NIP. All right, let's go do the objective now.
Yeah, right. Let's take a dragon with no smite and there's no contest whatsoever. Yeah, honestly, and the thing is, I know that Reason has a bunch of individually skilled players.
Yes,
you look at like solo queue, you look at how they play in general. Like, they're holding up the laning phase.
Yeah.
Like, most of the minion leads were either because it's like, well, Caston's a bad laner, you're going to get that deficit. Okay, fine. Or it's going to be like, well, you know, Gragas had like the early lane pressure, and, you know, because of how the lanes got set up and because of how the jungle pressure went, well, there's a certain CS advantage into one of the other lanes. But honestly, yeah, NIP's really big advantage is the fact that they are out-rotating, making better moves, making better calls. And I think Reason, yeah, they get the early lead. They find something to make, like they find something to force, and they hold on from there.
Yeah, and I'm curious if NIP are going to pull out the same strategy, or if they're just going to go back to standard meta and see if they can just beat Reason Gaming at that. Be like, we're not even going to play a Gragas top this time. Ball's in your court. See if you can actually beat us at a standard game.
Yeah, I think part of it is NIP's gonna have to see like what comes on in Champion Select. I think part of that whole sort of pick ban phase was like, okay, we've seen enough of these champions here. You know, we can get away with double AP here because we know what you guys got. You guys still need a mid laner. No mid laner will counter this. Let's go for the double AP strat. Your engage isn't good enough. I think that very similarly, we won't see both solo lanes picked up by NIP until they know what kind of comp's being run by Reason, and then say, okay, we'll run this. I think top and mid lane both are very flexible in terms of going on like an early late game slider or a physical magic damage slider, and then kind of choosing composition from there.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You know, there's a lot of mid game champions that NIP could use to push an advantage if they pick them up.
Yeah.
But like you said, that slider, they could go AD, they could go AP, and Freeze in the bottom lane. Haven't talked about him yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
His AD threat was huge. He participated in the most kills on his team. Was a part of them, was able to just get his 2 cents in, get his damage, his physical damage that nobody was building resistances towards except for the standard like Sunfire Cape.
Yeah.
No Zonias, no nothing for that.
No,
it was like, we have such AP threats, but here's this fed AD carry.
Yeah, and we've seen Sivers carry some games, despite the short range, despite how threatening it can be being a Sivir on the battlefield. Guys are making it work. I gotta say, I'm impressed with the AD carries here in the European Challenger Series. We are in the game 2, Evelynn banned away from Hilberto again. Could be a one-sided ban, not a huge opponent of that. Trashy. NIP, will they ban away the junglers or will they allow him to play something early game, play an Elise or a Lee Sin that he could carry with?
We'll have to see. Ryze being banned out here against the top lane. Beansu, you don't want him on that Ryze. He's been playing a lot of it. It's his pocket pick.
4.3.
625 range on that Q.
Yep. Bit more health.
Yeah, he's extremely strong. He's extremely fun too, and he basically destroys Renekton in the lane and the top lane passive. Top laners, he'll just get tanky and do more damage than them in the late game.
It's true.
And his lockup, his CC, is such a great utility tool, but we're not going to see him. And LeBlanc, boom, taking that off the field. They don't want Nuke Duck on that.
Lulu dropped away as well, honestly. She's been kind of the favored first pick in the scene right now. If you can get Lulu, you tend to pick her up. So banned away by the red side. It's new Kassadin. Lulu's the new Kassadin to 4.3.
Except she wins lane every time.
Yeah. So, you know, the inverse of Cassidy, but also, as far as champ size concerned, it's kind of
Still really good.
Still really good champion.
Wins lane,
Still
utility.
purple.
It's true.
Yep.
Force Pulse. Wonder if that tastes purple.
I'll bet you it does. It definitely looks purple. You and your sound effects, man.
I don't know. They just happen. I'm just saying
I
that
know.
I'm like, I feel like making a sound effect. But
you and your sound
Anyway.
effects. They're not as catchy as puns, though, so you'll
That's
never...
true.
They're really hard to put on Twitter as well. Good luck with those.
people have like typed.
It's not the same effect, man. Renekton banned away here, away from Zoro0. He does not get that champion. They don't like him lane building. One more ban going to come through, and it's going to be Caitlyn. So a lot of the junglers left available. Beansu, what are you going to first pick here? You can get a jungler no matter what. AD carry is slightly contested now with the bans.
Probably Elise. It's
yeah.
Probably Elise here for Trashy. He's had a great showing on that in the past.
Another great option.
It's still a bug.
Yep.
So Elise's brother, sort of.
No.
It'll count.
Definitely in different kingdoms there.
It'll count.
Arachnid versus
it'll
insect.
count.
Nope.
It'll count.
Okay, it'll count.
Okay, good.
Basically,
say it enough
Elise.
times and it'll
Kha'Zix
stick.
is basically Elise. You've heard it here first. European Challenger
Both
Series.
junglers, both bugs.
Yep. Both
have
a color
claw.
that starts with B.
Blue, black.
Yep.
He's kind of
purple.
purple.
Lucian.
No!
So there you go. Lucian picked up there for the AD carry role. Caitlyn, of course, banned away. So going to be Krislin picking up Lucian again here.
Not a bug?
Nope.
But he does bug you in lane.
Yes, he does.
He really
He's an
does.
annoying man. He shoots light at you. Got a bug zapper in both hands.
Ah, now you don't want to play a bug against that.
Yep.
But there, once again, highly contested Thresh. He's going to be going over to Mithy's hands this time. And like I
Shyvana
said,
is well traded away.
Just these top laners. So when you ban out Ryze, you kind of show we want to play Renekton.
Yeah.
And so once those are taken off the table, Mundo hasn't been seeing a lot of play lately. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Beansu ends up picking up Trundle here. He did play it previously against Gamers 2, and that would be his go-to against Shyvana. And if this also signifies that NIP aren't going to do a Gragas top, and once again go with that mid-game composition and try to crush Reason Gaming early on. Now they're going to try to scale.
Yeah, they got a great scaling opportunity there with the Shyvana. There's like the 10% chance, well, it's probably like 5% chance that it's Shyvana jungle. If you used to be played there, I mean, I don't think it's likely. I think it's very likely to be Shyvana top. But you always got to like open those opportunities just in case. The Elise is going to come through, though, I believe, for Trashy. That's going to be picked up. The Annie support coming through as well. So these guys just swapped supports, basically.
Bugs.
Swap top laners.
Everywhere.
The bugs come through. All right.
So I guess we're both happy.
Yep.
There we go. Okay.
Got both the bugs in there. Same champion there.
And a bug zapper. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
With Lucian. So then we have Annie on the field too. Very early aggressive lane here that can transition into part of the late game for Reason Gaming. And the Elise, now they have that early aggression jungler, probably the best dueler, levels 1 through 3. So you can go harass people in their jungle, you can go fight them, you can go ahead and push objectives, and if you're in a 3v3 or 3v2, whatever, you're going to win that if it's even. Because she has all her moves available to her at level 3. Whereas Kha'Zix, not as lucky, but he's still extremely powerful.
Definitely is.
His isolation mechanic too. If you meet him in the jungle, it's actually negated by Lisa's spiders.
It's going to help her a little bit there. You're going to hope like your W and E do enough AoE to remove that. Unlikely, but I suppose a possibility. But honestly, yeah, a very melee-heavy team with a Sivir to push the ball in. Gotta say, NIP's comp looks great already. We'll see what else they synergize with. The Trundle does come through for the top laner there, Beansu. And it's going to be Nidalee in the mid lane there. So a whole kind of wide range of abilities here for Reason.
He had a great performance, Sencooks did on Nidalee. He went 6-3 and 9 against Gamers 2. And not against Gamers 2, sorry. Against MYM.
There you go.
That's who it was. But NIP played Gamers 2. They swapped sides. My brain didn't do it yet.
It's fine. But now we're there.
There we go.
Both bugs.
Got it all in. Both bugs. Two bugs.
2 bugs.
So now we have bugs, trolls, and cougars. And little girls and bug zappers. But still, the Nidalee is a great pickup. And in this composition, you have the Trundle. You have the disengage. That is the disengage top laner for poke compositions. So now Reason Gaming, they see the Shyvana. They say, you guys are looking to scale. We'll do it too. We will have a poke composition on top of you. And now NIP, they need to pick their mid laner to deal with this Nidalee.
I like this. I like as they picked up Fizz for it. That was a jungle Kha'Zix all along, which is actually standard at this point. But Nukeduck, a big Fizz player all throughout the European LCS summer split. He's going to be fighting up against Nidalee, which should be a good lane for Fizz.
Yeah, and we see that Sencooks, he's hovering over barrier right now. Typical on Nidalee, typically if you're in range to use Ignite, you're playing Nidalee wrong. If somebody's in range of you for you to use Barrier, it's the same range, but still against somebody as bursty as Fizz, which is one of the champions that NukeDuck popularized over the summer. I remember he brought it out and everybody's like, oh my god, Fizz is amazing.
Yeah.
And High's like, well, I'm going to play Fizz. And then everybody just jumped on top of that.
Yeah.
And so,
fun, bro.
Composition here for Reason Gaming is disengage with a little bit of engage from the Annie and the Elise, which can still be used as multi-purpose. But then NIP have a pick comp here within their jungle and their mid laner. And that's what they're looking to do. They can also have the Stampede from the On the Hunt from Sivir and just get the Dragon in there, get him into the back line, have NukeDuck causing so much damage coming in from the side as a Fizz is something that he's very popular with, and then just slinking his way out.
Yeah.
Ridiculous on that champion.
And I want to see if NIP plays the same playstyle now. Because in all their wins that we have seen, slow, methodical, objective-based, take your time, low kills. They've got a whole bunch of assassins and a crap ton of engage. Are they going to play the slow Fizz split push and then show up when there's a fight? Or will they pick off people in the jungle, make a lot of things happen, and get like 20 kills in 10 minutes? I want to see which one it goes with.
Well, they have a lot of assassin potential here with the Fizz. This is a pre-Lichbane nerf, so he's still extremely strong, still a great item on him.
Yep.
This is actually buffed Kha'Zix, 4.3.
Yeah.
He can...
Great ulti.
Has an amazing ultimate right now. Borderline ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty much.
So much power. People are evolving it first.
Yeah.
Just because of the extra second. Just adds so much. Increase the abilities, I guess, effectiveness by 100% by doubling the duration.
Oh, it's more than that because you get 3 charges too.
Yeah, you get 3 charges, 50% damage reduction, 2-second stealth, which increases your movement speed for the entire duration. Doesn't like last 1 second then trail off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm really fast and I do it 3 times.
Yeah. 3 times the stealth overall.
Yes.
You go from 2 seconds to 6.
Yep.
And you get an extra slow, which is big. I remember seeing the jungle ganks come through and be like, oh my gosh, he can slow you with W, slow you with his basic attack the first time, and then get 3 more from his ulti, and have leap and have W come back up.
Yeah, Unseen Threat is ridiculous.
That man will catch you.
You can't escape. You can't escape.
It's going to be hard.
And then he'll leap after you. Ah!
Exactly. Life is pain when you fight against a Kha'Zix.
But anyway, pick comp versus disengage composition here with a little bit of early game aggression in that bottom lane and the jungle. So we're going to have to see how Reason Gaming decide to play this one. And NIP, if they change their style, like you said, if they adapt to the composition that they've selected, which I think that they will. I think that they have a lot of potential to contest objectives in the early game. It's the late game where they might have to give some up to some poke. So
no, Chrislin, why would you do this? Something's happened before. It's going to be so much pain coming on this poor little Lucian. 211 that guy. What is with Lucian's face checking that brush? They did it yesterday.
It's a cost-benefit analysis thing. It's like, all right, what's the worst that could happen? Definitely not worth the best thing that could happen.
Nope. So early lane start to NIP, but both teams trying to shove this lane as hard as they can to get that level 2 advantage. Honestly, I think Reason has a slight lead right here. There's going to have more minions there. It's going to be NIP forced to the back pretty soon. And some good damage on a Mythi in the process, so...
Yeah, Krislin's good. He's good. He's got the...
He lost his potion for
lifesteal.
He lost his potion, so he's down 35 gold. And a CS lead to NIP. Freeze.
Didn't blow a summoner. That's the good news for him.
Yeah. I would almost rather lose Barrier than the potion, because I feel like Barrier's going to come back up. The potions are forever.
Potions are forever?
Potions are forever. It's the new James Bond theme.
It's like diamonds are forever. Potions are forever.
Potions are forever. Actually, only 15 seconds, but you know, whatever.
So Trashy, he's going to have more mana coming into the first gank because he started at his blue, whereas Hilberto did not. Now he's just going to have it up, and if they go into a 1v1 skirmish.
Yep.
Or they go to the bottom lane. Squirmish. Oh, they are bugs.
Yep.
Like you squeamish, squirmish.
Yep.
Skirmish each other.
Level 3 was level 2 NukeDuck.
But they're just farming.
Yep. Chilling for now. I mean, this early game, like Fizz can't do any real damage because he'll get crushed by a minion wave. And so he's going to wait till he's big enough to kill the minion wave off, like while dealing damage, or at least have a small enough minion wave that it won't counterattack him, and then put the damage in. But with a giant caster wave, there's no way you go in this early.
Yeah, and the jungles are being very passive as well. They're just farming up. If you look at the farm here for Trashy, 15. He's in line with his solo lanes.
That's a good start, though. So, I mean, at least both these guys are really able to jungle or gank now. 3.5 minutes in, both buffs. If there's an opening, they could look for it.
Not a lot.
You gotta do the cost-benefit analysis.
Yep.
Right? Can I get gold from the jungle? Yes. Will I get the kill? Probably not. Okay, maybe we won't gank yet.
True. There's a lot of slippery members here all across the board.
Ooh, what
Barney.
a hook on a Barney D. Spell Shield comes in, but it's no stun just yet. Nice play comes back as well. Barney forced to flash at that one. I think he missed his Incinerate.
Yeah, he didn't hit Sivir with it. It was because the Flay came out at the same time. Got knocked a little bit to the side, only hit Mithy.
Well, not the best start there. Trashy going to look down towards his bottom lane a little bit. What can he go for here? Uh-oh, no! Barney D. Again, this is not good. Ignite's going to come down. Surely to be first blood. Barney D trying to go for the counterattack, though. Decent damage coming through Chrisland. Not going to do much more, though. Doran shield for Mithy helping out a little bit. Trashy still on the wings.
Oh, he's going to bait him in.
The overcommit going off to the side. Freeze is chasing. Cocoon, it's not going to land. Flashed away by Freeze. It was going to miss anyway, but Chrisland does survive.
That flash was so good. Even though it looked like it was going to miss, Cocoon's hitbox.
Pretty wide.
If it had ignored the minion that was right in front of him and hit him, but the reaction time on that was so fast because there wasn't a ward there. He had no idea that Elise was there. Just a little bit of an instinct. Saying to himself, if a Cocoon comes out from there, I'm ready.
And he was.
It was quick.
Still traded summoners with Chrisland, and of course the first blood did come through. That was picked up by Mithy, the man who does not buy GP10. So Sightstone into Chalice is my predicted build for the Thresh of NIP.
We'll have to see if it comes, and then you'll be Zyrene.
I will be Zyrene.
You'll be Zyrene. You'll be me with the crystal ball.
This is the second time that I've been Zyrene while
You'll be
casting
Freak with the crystal ball.
Yep. I prefer to be Zyrene.
You
Can I
prefer?
just be you some more?
No.
Okay.
I want to be me.
I mean, we can both be you.
I want to be me.
It's fine. Zoro0, level 5, top lane, very equal CS with these guys. Beansu's Trundle pick is holding up, which you gotta say is a lot better than it was last game. 800 gold though for NIP is a laning phase lead.
Trundle is a very good early game champion. Goes ahead and sustains himself just by minions dying. And he can hold toe with Shyvana and then basically descale her in the late game with his Subjugate and just increase his own effectiveness. I'm curious as to whether Zoro0 will go straight for a Blade of the Ruined King first so that he doesn't pack on defensive stats that that Beansu can take away. But Beansu will most likely be going for a Blade of the Ruined King for himself. It's typical Trundle build. It synergizes so well with his Frozen Domain.
Oh yeah. It's great stuff for these guys. We'll see what they end up going for. It's going to be a little while to the top laners recall. They've chugged their potions, but I think that they both are going to be able to sustain enough that until a jungler shows up, no one's going to die. It's actually going to be an early back from Zoro0, so he went back earlier than I thought he would. Good block there by Freeze. No sun going to come through. It's going to be the early Cutlass does go through for Zoro0, so you're right. Ruin King going to be the early pick up there for Shyvana. Recall is available for Trundle if he wants it. We'll see if he goes for anything.
Not hitting the B button just yet.
There he goes. Okay, he's still finishing the minion wave. It was pushed up from Zoro0. Trashy is also winning in the wings. Now there's no ward in the brush he's standing in. He will get the opportunity to get much here.
They actually just pinged the river bush. And we're going to see Mithy put a ward into it.
Trashy, no.
Oh.
That's fine. I don't know if there's really an opportunity.
Bye-bye. He's gone.
Oh, the pole vault comes through. Good damage there.
The troll pole.
Good trade back, though. Senkux, you saw, he went immediately into Cougar form and traded right away. Say, I'm not going to let you get free damage. I'll trade back with you when your cooldowns are down. That was a really good play.
Good, just very quick presence of mind.
Yep.
To know that matchup. And look at that.
Evolved R.
Exactly. He turns red, gets himself that huge burst of utility. No Q evolution first, no E evolution.
I really like that I've seen in competitive play, Kha'Zix evolve every single one of his abilities first.
It's true.
I've seen all of them now, which is I'm really glad to see that.
See W for wave clear if you need the poke.
Yeah.
Q if you just want to rip people apart. E for the distance, and R for, well,
that's a 4.3. It's crazy. So
really annoying.
Pick it up. A lot of damage from the passive for that one. We'll see what else these guys can go for here. Senkux still chewing in his lane, 62 to 65. I gotta say, although I still think that Fizz has a really good ability to deal great damage late game, the lane is completely held up there. Needly not getting pushed under a turret, but Fizz, I gotta say as well, surviving a lane as a melee champion against a ranged one is also a great play. So
his passive helps him.
It does, it does. But I gotta say, it's still impressive to just like completely survive your lane as Fizz and hold up in CS. Usually, you've got to kind of hold on for a while.
Yeah, the Chalice definitely helped him out in that regard. Now, once again, across the board, CS leads for NIP in the early game. No Dragon yet. No turrets yet. It's going to be a different game. It's going to be more kills coming out here. And Trashy, he's not been able to get a gank off at all. He's shown up to the lane, got a flash for it, but that flash is almost back up for Freeze, and his window of opportunity is basically gone.
Yeah, there's really no openings that any of these guys have been able to capitalize on. Just the 1 for 0 so far from the bottom lane. Great hooks from Mithy made that one happen. Flash back available for Barney D, so next hook, easy to get traded away from.
And Barney D, he looks like he wants to go.
Ooh, what a hook by Mithy. Krislin not in a good spot. Deadly gets blocked by minions. Has to stop it. The flash stun comes in for Barney D, but Freeze is going to take a lantern. It's a flash for nothing. Javelin doesn't do much either.
Sencooks came down to try and throw some spears into that fight. Nukeduck's actually going to cut him off and make him go the long way around. This is a minion wave just getting destroyed by a turret right now. If you can deny the CS, it's great.
If he hooks in, he's going to get the play down the box as well. Barney D not in a good spot. There comes the engage. Alberto going to come in, get the kill onto Barney D. Culling. Not going to stop anything. Great kill picked up. Just walked forward, made it happen.
Oh, he's still got more in him.
Trashy, you got to be careful. All right, it's good. Bugs are safe.
Bugs don't kill other bugs. They're friendly.
That's going to prove wrong later in this game.
No, well, they're going to end 0-0. That's my prediction.
I don't believe you. Mithy got a sight stone. I was right about the first part
he
of it.
hasn't gotten Chalice yet.
It's fine, he will.
I don't know.
It's Mithy. Who has the same things every game. Here we go. Pick up on the Dragon. Now started. Pink ward goes down just to make sure, but honestly, except for a Miracle Javelin, I don't see Reason Gaming contesting this one. Javelin comes out, does not land on Alberto. Freeze blocks a Spiderling with Spell Shield. The Dragon still taking damage. RG are definitely trying for this one. Honestly, there's some good damage coming through. Reason actually are going to contest. Wow, I am very impressed by this play by Reason. They did push NIP away.
It's a better contest team here.
Yeah.
With the Nidalee and the poke available to them. You just throw it down that choke point. If somebody walks up, it's going to hit them. It has a low enough cooldown that you aren't punished for throwing a Javelin out. So just throw them, even if you miss. It was worth it. And look at that.
Here we go.
Right into the game.
Dragon picked up. Nice stuff here. 1,000 gold now, only separating the teams much closer than this time before. Still 2-0 in kills, but Dragon to Reason is a good start. Sencooks is still being Nidalee. Still kind of away. These nice little minions getting the gold for himself. 17 minions do separate the mid laners. Top lane is pretty close as well.
Mithy got Ancient Coin. You owe me a hat. All right,
We didn't bet hats. We're good.
We didn't bet anything.
Yeah, so no hat. Chump. Trying to steal from me.
I guess. Anyway.
I hat that.
In the top lane, though, we saw 0-0. He went ahead and proxied a wave and backed. And now Beansu is just now backing for his Bilgewater Cutlass. And in the mid lane, there's a lot of gold on both of these champions. They haven't backed in a long time. Now, basically, they're going to play the game of who gets back first, who is going to allow the other, and it looks like Sencooks wins that one.
Yeah, Sencooks going to be in a happy place. Athene's is done. Lichbane likely to start for Nukeduck. Frizzland could hold on to his bottom lane turret. 12 minutes in, just trading objectives every once in a while whenever the Dragon's back up. But with the 2-on-2 lanes, the 1-on-1 up the top, no major pushing is happening. Just small minion leads as these guys can try to outplay each other. Bloodthirst is going to be going for both AD carries as well.
Trashy down bottom again. Can he get something? I love these wards, and there's the hook.
Engage in a freeze, but a great land going to keep him safe. There's the culling, not doing a whole bunch of damage. Even Mithy going in there to block damage for his AD carry, making that one happen. Alberto's going to keep farming, and this Kha'Zix is growing a minion lead very slowly over the Elise on the other side right here, on top of getting a kill already.
Barney D has been both deaths, and his stuns have not been on point this game, not lining up Trashy for any kills.
Yeah.
And they have gotten frustrated to the point that they are pink warding that bottom lane. Trashy's on top of a pink ward right now. He knows that he can't be seen. And 0-0 is going for a kill on Beansu.
This is not good for Beansu. Flash over the wall. He's not going to be doing much of this one. Kill picked up in good form by 0-0. No tank stats were there for the Trundle, and it was an easy pickup.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't have anything to leech from him with the Subjugate, just some extra HP from the Giant's Belt.
Yeah.
But wasn't getting any tank gear with armor, wasn't getting any magic resistance off of the base.
And nothing was picked up by Morsu.
Yeah, they both flashed. They both ignited. And oh, this is going to be huge. If he takes away the blue from the Nidalee.
Yeah.
Ooh. Once again, Trashy's seen down bottom. It's got to be so frustrating when that happens. Just over and over again. You come down bottom, and now they basically know your strategy that you want to come bottom.
You're really trying to get that bottom lane going. And I got to just give so many props to Mithy, though. He made all of the kills happen by himself. Two hooks in a row on Annie, then the walk forward flay box on Annie, getting 2 kills there. Now he's saved Freeze multiple times with lanterns. Mithy's huge this game.
And Nukeduck, he's at that point where he's going to just harass under turret. Playful trickster himself out, avoid the turret shots. And now he's going to get a blue. Another advantage over Sencooks here.
There we go. It's going to be another blue buff picked up, but just more happy things for Ninjas in Pajamas. Honestly, over and over, life is going good. If you're a dude with a little fisherman hat and have the ability to summon Earth, that would be Nukeduck here. On Fizz, he's going to be happy. Trashy, level 9 there. On Elise, but getting farther and farther away from Gilberto in terms of gold. I got to say, it is NIP playing the same game. Nothing really rushing. They're going to find ganks if they're there for them. They're going to try to play the game smartly if they can. 0-0 making the individual plays in his lane as we expect from him.
So our featured matchup was Trashy versus Gilberto.
Yeah.
And really, it's been a team effort by NIP to shut down Trashy and stop him from getting those windows of opportunity.
Yeah.
Right now, he's been coming bottom over and over again. The ward coverage has been superb. Even though there's a pink ward in that bush, Mithy has been warding around it to keep their eyes open. And they've been pushing the lane, and it's keeping their backs covered. And look at how long Trashy's been sitting in this brush. He's getting nothing accomplished right now.
Okay, here he goes.
And here he goes.
And look at the position, though. Mithy can easily Lantern Freeze away. Flash Cocoon's going to land onto Mithy. The flash dunk comes in Randy. That's finally going to be enough. Kill does get picked up there. Sencooks on the side right there, chased around by Gilberto. Not going to mean too much. They finally get the kill picked up. Takes a couple flashes for it, but finally some gold on the board.
The Flash Cocoon, necessity at that point. They knew that the flash was down for Mithy previously, and now that's going to key Nukeduck to go ahead and go top. Beansu, they know he doesn't have flash either.
And look how tanky 0-0 is happily taking the turret, does not even care. Beansu going to put the nice pillar down, pops the ulti, but it might not be enough. There comes the Fizz, and there's the Earth taking the kill. Nukeduck in a happy place, 4-1. They trade the bottom turret for it, pretty much worth it.
Yep, 1.2k gold difference between these teams, and that is mostly spread all the way across them very equally. CS advantages, also kill assists. Now they might answer with a turret of their own up top.
Nukeduck gonna flash in, gets a slow and a Sencooks the jump in from Gilberto. Their flash Q attack comes in, lands a point blank, a shot right there. Gilberto got another kill.
He did the basically like a flash body slam.
Yep.
He flashed the trickster part of his playful trickster and did the damage to Sencooks. Very unexpected. You think he's just gonna come down right on top. As he's coming down, boom, extra damage, Urchin strike into you.
Made it happen.
Incredible burst there from Sencooks, from Nukeduck, and well played on the Sencooks.
Well played stuff right there. Mid lane turret very low on health now. You're going to see that one get picked up before too long, but these guys are going to be sure about that one. Beansu, unfortunately, not in the best spot. Down 14 minions to 0-0. So, man, we talked about, say he will win his lane, but can he convert it? He's won the lane. It's going to convert. It's already converted, actually, into the top turret. We'll see what else 0-0 can do against in the team fights, but his whole team is set up for success.
Yeah, he's usually the split pusher who says, I'm just going to win the lane, and then, oh no, my team is fighting 4v5.
Yeah.
I should keep split pushing. But he's actually kind of turned that around in this set from what I've seen. He's done a very good job of collaborating with his team and just creating a unit. And Nukeduck, I actually want to touch on this, bought Moby Boots. He's going to be roaming around the map trying to make picks, trying to get assassinations alongside the other Moby Boot person, Gilberto.
Wow, so the roaming assassin squad is here. NIP are looking for a little bit of a different play here. They still wait for the items to come in. They still wait 15 minutes or so, but they're definitely itemizing for the playmaking. Nukeduck moved to the bottom lane himself right now. Does not have any backup though, so it's going to be Trashy, able to pretty easily kill these minions off. But if he overextends, Nukeduck is just waiting in this brush. I mean, Fizz is short enough. Like, you can't see over those leaves. He's hidden.
And no.
No attempt, so just going to clear the wave nice and easy.
You max the Playful Trickster first.
Yeah,
it's
you
got
do.
the wave clear. It's got the great utility for dodging out turret shots. And oh, to the face.
And Mithy maxes the hook. It's pretty standard fare for Thrush. I've seen other builds, but mostly I see the max the hook right there. He's going to have a lot of opportunities there for himself. He is going for the Ascension. There's Trash taking a bit of damage. Nukeduck not overcommitting though. Look how reserved he's playing. Even with a decent amount of ward coverage, doesn't rush that down. Mid lane going to be swept away by the culling from Krislin. So the push is being stopped by NIP, but they're doing the 1-3-1 split right now.
And now we see pickaxes for both AD carries, and we were actually talking about this a while ago.
Yeah.
Like, people aren't going for PD anymore. I'll actually touch back on that in a second. Beansu. Okay, nothing's going to happen. So people have been abandoning the Phantom Dancer immediately after the Bloodthirster for Last Whisper.
Yeah.
And you love that.
Yeah, this was the old summer split AD carry build when Varus was big. It was called the Legolas Varus build, where you'd always go BT Last Whisper, then oftentimes Infinity Edge, then 4th item Phantom Dancer. I'm a really big fan of that on caster type AD carries. Champions like Sivir and Lucian, who are relying a lot on ability damage. I think it's the best way to multiply that damage output. You could be a true auto attack AD carry late game, but amplify your abilities for the mid game for the burst ratios. I like this kind of build.
Yeah, and just hearing it now for the 4th time, I'm like, I can see it. I definitely see it. Because attack speed just multiplies your attack damage, but when you have such great spells at your disposal that are physical damage, why not just multiply that? Yep. Why not just shred some armor? Dragon's up. Nuke Duck's going to get his blue. They actually took away Nidalee blue again.
Who'd it go to?
It went over to, I think it went to Roberto. Yes, it did.
Oh, yeah, okay. You got that one right there.
So Nidalee, Sencooks has been starved of his blues all game. It's a good thing he has the Chalice, standard build for Nidalee. Also, especially against somebody like Fizz. But they're going to start up this Dragon, and nobody's there to answer.
Working through all for these guys. Dragon is going to go down right there. Reason Gaming going to answer for the mid lane, though. I like this adaptation. They couldn't contest
They're
Dragon.
They're going to get pinched from the side.
Oh, man, you're right. They don't get it in time, so the mid turret doesn't even go down. Nice play, NIP.
It's a Moby Boots, Fizz, and Kha'Zix. If they had stayed there, they would have been able to just come up behind them and be like, hey, here's a nerf in your face.
Absolutely. So Hilberto going to take away the rest of that wolf camp. And one thing I've been seeing from Hilberto, and I like this, is the right choice for jungle Kha'Zix. He kills the little monsters first to give himself the isolation damage for the big one.
Just those tiny things.
Yep. It's a small increase or a small hastening in your jungle clear speed. Great choice.
Remember when people were getting Tiamat and Hydra on jungle Kha'Zix? It's a very expensive item and not very cost-effective.
For the damage? No.
Especially when you're not clearing waves, minion waves, and trying to push all the time. It's a very niche item that you only buy on a couple champions. And so completely solving that problem by, hey, I'm just going to void spikes these, and boom. Now,
gonna be all right.
Auto attack them. And speaking of auto attacks down in mid lane, it only takes a couple more before this turret goes down. They're so scared. Here comes Nuke Duck from the side. Oh, whew.
Juke's back on that one. Didn't want to go for it. It's fine. All of Reason was there. 5-1 in kills, 5,000 gold lead as well for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to send Fizz back to the bottom, but Reason with 5 men mid means they're going to outnumber this turret push. They're going to get down. Barnady's going to go in. There's the engage. There's the 5v4. They got to be careful. 3v5, actually.
Something to touch on here before they engage. Zoro, level 15. Highest level on Reason Gaming, 12.
Wow.
He's 3 levels ahead of anybody else in the game.
That's a little...
On the enemy team. NIP, we have Zoro at 13. But
Nuke at 13, happy man. Javelin in the back of the head. Barely even hurts him. I can't even tell the guy took a javelin to the back of the head.
Yeah. Doesn't even have magic persist either.
Nope. Full armor, doesn't even care.
His passive helps him a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's decent. 77 MR, not bad.
Just a huge advantage here in terms of levels. And like we said, he's going to win the lane, but can he transition that into team fighting? We saw just there that there was kind of a trigger pulled, but it was a blank.
Yep.
Didn't go for it.
Didn't fire much. Shot a cap gun at him, maybe.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Makes a very loud noise, but nothing's going to...
Nothing actually painful out of it. Some smoke.
Be painful to your lungs.
Yeah. Don't inhale afterwards. Yeah. So Talisman Ascension is there for a bit of more mobility there for NIP. Mythic going to lead the charge out of the mid lane. No one really there to defend it. They could take this one down pretty quickly. Spell Shield going to go through. There we go. Mid lane turrets now have been traded. I believe 1-1 in Dragons. And now 3-2 in turrets. Kill lead as well. The hook on the Sencooks. Huge damage coming through. Barrier pop, but it's not going to be enough. Kill goes through to freeze right there. Mythi again making the play.
And now Zoro in the mid lane, transferring this into some damage on the turret. Beansu a little late on the rotation. Free damage to that turret. 2/3 HP. Nuke Duck once again roaming around, trying to clear out the jungle. Basically NIP once again saying, this is our jungle. It used to be yours. But it hasn't been Reasons for the last 7 minutes. Even longer than that, actually. They've gotten 2 blues out of it, so 10.
Yeah, awesome play so far with these guys. Just really overall. Nuke Duck is going to split push towards the bottom side, going towards, I think that's usually Zhonya's second on Fizz after the Lich Bane. So he has really, really good just like escapability and just messing with cooldowns.
I would laugh so hard if it ends up being a DFG.
I'm just
DFG,
wrong by
4th item on
everybody.
LeBlanc, second
on
item
Fizz.
on Fizz.
Why not? See where it goes. Could be Death Cap too. I've seen that one as well.
It's very possible. And now Nuke Duck, he's going to sit here and wait for Trashy.
Oh, what a good choice. Good choice. Trashy's like, you know, he might be baiting. Put the thing down.
He saw that.
Sencook's kind of brave. He's like, you know, I don't think he can kill me. I'll put this ward down here in the Tri-Brush. Doesn't get punished for it. Has some vision control. So now actually Nuke Duck, he's got the sweeper, but he has no wards in inventory. So he has no way of basically guaranteeing his safety on the split push. So he's going to go back over towards the mid lane there. Look for something else to do. Now, last game around this time, NIP went hardcore with 4 sweepers and controlled the Baron area. so far not the choice for these guys.
Yeah, and once again, the blue, Alberto is there. Reason Gaming said they were an objective-based team, but NIP just playing it better. All game long, this game and last game. Dragons. Yeah. They did give up Dragon to Reason.
One.
Backing off on it. But gave them a little bit of light of hope for Reason Gaming.
Yeah.
Still 7K down, 6.5. But NIP, like I've been saying, their shot calling, their decision making, their timers, on point.
They play very slow and methodical. They give up so few kills.
Yeah.
That's the one defining characteristic is they do not take chances where they're going to give up kills right there. They'll show up for an objective, but they'll back off in time if it's an outnumbered sort of situation. And they're relying on those solo lane split pushes. Nukeduck and Zoro0 always off on the sides, trying to make plays for themselves, getting very big minion kill leads, 60 in the top lane, 70 in the mid lane. They're getting gigantic, and they can collapse for team fights later.
They've had control of both blues, which gives them a lot of sieging potential, gives them a lot of pick potential. They don't have to back as often. And when they back, they have more gold in their inventories, and it is a death cap for Nukeduck. Straight out of the needlessly large. Dragon up in 30. They're there a little early. That gives them time to set up for it. And now, I'm a little surprised that Beansu didn't take teleport on Trundle.
Yeah.
But the kill potential that you have in lane over Shyvana is higher. But you typically see a teleport for the map control, for your objective control, for you to get around the map and be relevant in these fights as Shyvana pushes. So you say, I'm going to duel the Shyvana, even without Ignite, that's fine. But that's not the case. We see Shyvana Zoro0 extremely well farmed, still 3 levels up, and the Dragon, once again, NIP on top of it with the ward coverage, the objective control, and another one straight to them.
Take forward order there for it. Pretty convenient pickup for these guys, still growing the gold lead. 8,000 now. Ninjas in pajamas, and let's see. Just kind of chilling around there. They're definitely taking the time with this game. Par for the course for these guys. Reason, unfortunately, still not finding their way in on this one. And it's just like the same slow strangle over and over again. Catching the Alberto. Here's the lantern, though. How does he not click the lantern? Bugs are attracted to bright light, and he walks away from a lantern? I don't even understand that.
The void changes people.
It really does.
Kha'Zix has seen some stuff in his days.
Doesn't even care about lanterns anymore. That's how scarred he is.
Lanterns are bad news in the void.
Man, apparently.
They're going to pinch them from behind here. Nukeduck isn't there just yet, and it's going to be a 3-on-4.
Oh, it's going to be the stun on the freeze. Lantern is there, takes it all the way across the map, but the flash stun lands on a 2. It's going to be 1, it's going to be 2 kills picked up there for Reason. Signs of life found by these guys showing back up to the mid lane. That's a big opening.
Nukeduck, they're on to Beansu.
Uh-oh, not good for the poor little Trundle. He's going to be going down. Irv helping him to make that one happen. Oh my god, he flashes out Alberto. The Baruna getting used. Wow, Beansu not going down. Oh, it lands Alberto. Picks that one up. Zoro0 now on the wrong side of the track. Barney D puts a stun down, but here comes the engage. 3 versus 4. What can NIP do? Barney D running away, taking still a lot of damage. Ignite goes down. There comes the jump in from Alberto. Kill picked up there by the Kha'Zix. Leaps away. NIP just picking up kills as they please.
It's a 3-on-3 now. Sencooks is going to try to chase this out, but wow, that looked like it was going in favor of Reason Gaming. Beansu on the wrong side, not with his team being zoned out by the cutoff from NIP. Reason Gaming does not have a minion wave. It's being cleared out by Zoro0 at the time, so they can't push the turret either.
They got it anyway. They backdoored it.
Yeah, they backdoored it. It was rough because they overstayed.
Yeah.
And then they let Beansu die. And then Barney D takes the route of I'm going to stun you and walk by, and NIP's not having any of that. Dragon's Ascent immediately on him, and Alberto in tow. And Nukeduck looking for a piece of the Crystalline here.
Okay, jump's going to be back up in 2 seconds. Doesn't go for it.
Decides not to. Sencooks down to the bottom, farming himself up, still down 80 CS, and this is the story of last game too, is Sencooks was down all game on the Kassadin. You know, it's Kassadin, that's fine.
Sure.
Nidalee, not as fine.
Still no death cap. Yep. No very little magic pen.
1 item.
Yeah.
He has 1 completed item in his inventory.
Exactly. It's going to take a little bit more time. Not the best spot to be if you're Nidalee. It's going to be soon for him. But MR already starting to come through. Spectre's Cowl on 1. Already the Maw of Malmortius for Alberto. And Zonya's now to be started for Nukeduck. So the defense item's really already there before the death cap ever comes through for Nidalee.
And Maw Malmortis, you typically see people sit on the Hex Drinker. That's a very, very conscious decision that I want that magic resistance. I want that little bit of a bigger shield for when I get low, so I don't get blown up by the Nidalee Spear on the retreat.
Yeah.
So I like that choice by him instead of going full tanky immediately, which it looks like. It's not, I don't think it's going to be a Sunfire Cape. It's very possible. But it could be a GA and a Randuin's. He's kind of split on it.
He's honestly got a lot of pieces of different items.
Yeah, it's true.
Like those, like Longsword doesn't build into all those things. Like, we'll see where it goes.
He just wanted to be a knight, so he got himself a belt, a chain vest, and a sword. They don't build into anything, but he's got them.
Does make him a knight.
Yes.
I mean, you say the Void changes people. That wants to be a knight. Bug Knight.
That's why he doesn't like lanterns. He likes the knight.
I think that'd be like a good Pokemon. You just cross the two. I feel like there's, like in Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or something, there must be a Bug Knight somewhere.
I mean, he's pretty much not Scyther already.
I mean, he's Rainbow Scyther. That is his.
He's a shiny.
Shiny Scyther.
All right. So back to the game, we see Trashy going after Zoro0, but that's a big dragon, level 18. Still 3 levels ahead of anybody on Reason Gaming's side.
Yep.
If Reason want to get back into this, they have to stall a long time now.
Yeah.
We're talking like 15 minutes.
They need javelins to wreck tanks, which is going to be like 4 items.
And he just completed his 2nd item.
Yep.
So
he needs at least the Void Staff.
It's going to be a while if Reason Gaming want to get back into this. And NIP, they aren't afraid to take Barons at 23 minutes. I'm sure 30 is fine too. And Chrislin, Barney D. Oh,
he hits him with the Q. He doesn't know. Oh, now he catches them. Nice. That was convenient. He got him to half HP, by the way. I got to point out that was a full HP Fizz with 2 abilities, not even an auto attack, half HP on Fizz.
That's
Legolas has to be aware of that. Yeah, that's why I like that build.
Went for PD 3rd. So everybody, we saw it in the previous game too. Oh,
ooh, wow.
Oh.
The jump in, the W's going to land. Chrislin with the outplay on the 1v1. Nuke Duck did not need to wait around that long.
Wow. So he just destroys him.
Yeah.
Piercing light.
That's the kind of damage you got when you have that build on Lucian.
And now that gives an opportunity to to Reason Gaming to push this top lane of NIP. Hilberto gets his 3rd evolution, goes for the claws there. And now push this turret down. They do have the Lucian. And I like that people have been abandoning Trinity Force on him lately. It's such a late game item, like mid-late game item. Like
which
one? Trinity Force. Laning phase.
It's a laning phase item.
Laning phase is almost over by the time you complete it, though.
Yeah.
And the parts of Trinity Force versus a BF sword in lane on most champions, with the exception of about 1 or 2, make it not very effective in lane. So he went for the straight-up damage, transition that into some team fighting abilities.
Yeah.
And now Reason Gaming, they take 2 turrets very, very quickly. And they're back in this. They're getting some life.
Yeah, only 7, actually less than 7,000, more like 6,000 gold now separating these guys.
And Dragon's up too.
Yeah, exactly. And Reason Gaming, thing is, they don't really have the inside track. They're holding onto the mid lane, and already you can see NIP starting to control that area. Pink Ward there, Zoro0 waiting in the brush, Mithy coming down as well. Pink Ward already there for the Dragon.
Zoro0
is actually recalling.
Zoro0 is going to be the huge point here. He has so much durability and damage. The fact that he's level 18, the fact that he has that Blade of the Ruined King, he can zone people off. He's such a big threat in multiple ways. Very tanky, you can't kill him. High damage at this point in the game.
Dragon
they
taken
need
down
to try and
solo. Solo Dragon kill, whole bunch of gold, more than 1,000 by a lot. 6K NIP with the gold lead. Sorry, 8K NIP with the gold lead. You can see 13,000 gold for their top laner, Zoro0. Massive force for himself. Everyone on the team aside from Mithy holding on to 10 to 11,000. For reference, only 2 guys on Reason have more than 10,000 gold, so you can see individual players pretty big right there.
Yeah, and Zoro0, he's stepping up his game from when we saw him up against Gamers too. Really just bringing it. Level 18 before anybody else. Just amazing. Highest gold in the game. Transitioning that into a lot of combat stats. Being the tanky frontliner. Nuke Duck, he needs that frontliner. We saw him just get blown up there by Chrislin with no return to aggression. Both flashes burn, so they know he doesn't have his available.
Yeah.
And Hilberto, there's a pink ward there.
That's going to be the slow. Nice slow by Hilberto. Jumps away as well. Pretty good way to get yourself the heck out of that one. Nuke Duck, though, coming around to try to help a little bit. I like that. He playful tricks to put a ward down and jump back out. That was awesome.
And he baited the cocoon, too.
Yeah.
So it created a vacuum where RG has to back up.
It's finally going to go down. Hilberto clears that one away. NIP, you can still see they're the guys who are in control. Just by Kha'Zix showing up, the rest of the team does back away from it. Reason's still a little bit gun shy, and for good reason. See if they can move for anything else here. Javelin's going to land on a nuke duck, though. Some good early damage there. Half HP. I mean, if those things can land, Reason can keep creating these 5v4s and make moves, but it's hard. They've got to land the Javelins.
They're going to get pinched off here.
They're spotted, though.
Oh, but...
He's actually had a lot of those that just trail a little bit.
Yeah. Senkuk's, he's got the right idea. At the same time, he turns it. Oh no!
Broken, but there comes the engage. Silver pops guilty. Big Timbers comes down. Who's going to go down? W9D trying to run away, but there comes the Kha'Zix. Picks up one, has the reset, goes in for Trashy. Big damage there. Box comes down. It's going to be a nice flash by Beansu. 1-for-1, though, as the Fizz does go down to Lucian. Beansu still getting chased down. Great play comes down. Lantern. Not going to be much, and actually another Javelin misses. So 2-1 again for NIP.
Lantern was really good by Mythy to get Freeze into the fight to take out Beansu at the end.
Yeah.
And Senkuk's, like you've been saying, his spears have just been about 4 or 5 pixels to the left or right of his targets. Granted, he does get like the Playful Trickster out of them, does get them to dodge or use an ability. But it'd be so much more beneficial if they landed. He'd be able to actually get this poke composition to fruition, which is the problem. We've seen it before with many people who run the lane. Senkuk's is caught out here by the huge Zoro-0.
Not exactly the best spot, but Zoro-0 not the best chaser overall. Going to the back up right there. The AD carriers continuing their builds as well. I got to point out. Hold on, we got to fight. Hope I'm taking damage. Okay, so I saw Strider today in the LCS. It's really interesting to me. The AD carries, I see a lot of them getting Blade of the Ruin King 4th item, even with a Bloodthirster still there. They're going super low crit builds, just like high attack speed, sort of on-hit proc type builds, which is very interesting to me. But Freeze is going Infinity Edge.
I'm okay with that on Lucian because of the attack speed scaling on the culling, and also the fact that it helps him with tank busting, and the fact that he can double shot.
Yeah,
the apply both.
The double shot I like because I don't know which way it works. So you do half damage. I don't know if that's half of like your total damage, or if your like attack damage is halved, but the on-hit damage is the same.
I know that I think the on-hit damage is the same.
Okay.
It crits at a lower multiplier though.
Yeah, your base attack damage gets halved.
Yeah. I remember when Lucian first came out, I was like, it's time for Lucian. Build Manamune.
Yeah. It's not bad.
It hits both times. Takes a long time. I like spell slinging.
Takes a long
ADCs.
time to build up, yeah.
Get that Ezreal. And he's actually doing really well on his team. He's participated in every kill, but Senkuk's.
Not good for Senkuk's. Gonna take a whole bunch of pain, and down he goes. No chance to react there. 0-3-1 for this Nidalee. Not having a good game here.
And that's going to queue them up for a Baron. They no longer have that member of Reason Gaming, the poker, the main part of this unit that the team composition is built around. Go ahead and throw spears into the pit and get people lower.
Yep. So without the poker, NIP gonna all in here for Baron. Zoro-0 holding up a little right here. Gonna go in. Ooh, stun comes in from Barney D. He's just holding up the team by himself. Bad dragon jump. Gonna be Baron going down. A lantern over the pillar right there. He's gonna be safe. Baron picked up plus the kill. Another lead for NIP.
Mythy with the save. So Dragon's Descent, always one of those where you're like, oh, no!
Yeah.
I like how it happens
Jumps
in slow
into the
motion,
air
too.
and just, like, glides back down. Yeah.
Because the animation lasts the same amount of time. But then if you don't go very far, you're like, oh.
It's like you've got a parachute, and you're just like, I'm in the moon, I'm leaping.
Woo. Whee! But he gets out of there with a great help from Mythy, who's been on point all game with his Thresh, showing that even though they gave it to Barney D previously, having a great game on it.
Absolutely is. So Nuke Deck here puts the Shark down on the other side of the wall. Uses that actually for vision control. Now has a flash away. Did get the blue buff. He's going to run away from this one. Can he get the escape going, though? NIP Zoro-0 putting onto the mid lane. Looks like they will leave Nuke Deck alone. And Zoro just, honestly, just pulling so much attention to himself. He is a gigantic nuisance for this team.
Yeah, the fact that he got ahead, has the most gold in the game, you can't take him down with this, that Reason Gaming has. So NIP, they can just initiate right now. And oh my, Mythy took so much damage.
Uh-oh. We'll to run the side. Good damage coming through. There comes the engage from Zoro-0. Barney forced to run away with the Incinerate going down. Grizzlin trying to run away. There's a first kill picked up onto the AD carry.
Alberto's gonna
the chase comes in. 3-4 kills picked up. Senkuk's last man alive goes down. All 5 drop. Ace for NIP.
And like I was saying, they just have to engage at this point. They had such a gold lead. Now it's the 14K, and nobody can kill Zoro-0. He was on top of the team the entire time, just creating havoc. They're going to go ahead and close this game out.
Yeah, push in towards the base. I believe this roundabout might have gone through in the background, but either way, it's going to be a bunch of damage going through to the buildings. 30 seconds until anyone respawns. There is a surrender vote. Nexus blows up. NIP 2-0, just over an hour total game time.
And that shows that Reason Gaming, they beat MYM, the third
Yep.
place team previously. They can't beat the number 2 team
No.
from the last spring. NIP, they're going to go on to the finals and definitely secure their spot as number 1 seed.
Oh,
They
yeah.
get that first round bye. And Cloud9 Eclipse, they're still looking to get that number 2 spot. Even though they're out of this tournament, they still have enough points if NIP win the finals.
Yeah, NIP versus Departed going to be a very fun final. Of course, our third place match, we're going to know that one as well. Reason Gaming versus Never Give Up. It's going to be a fun one, of course, as well next week. So NIP, every single time, same game plan in all of their games. Slow, methodical, play the laning phase, control dragons. Don't give up kills, the number one thing.
Superior laning phase.
Yeah, true. I mean, that was the Lemon Dogs way. They would win the laning phase and play a slow game and just kind of control it throughout.
And we didn't. I touched on this earlier in the day with you, that we're looking at people from the Lemon Dogs here. They were number 1 in the summer.
Yep.
Back in the LCS. They are an A-class team.
Yes.
Bring in Nuke Duck. Bring in Zoro Zero.
Yeah.
Bring in Freeze. These are just all great players, and they've all played on the LCS stage before.
Yeah.
Roberto was in
Gambit in Pajamas.
Gambit in Pajamas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Good
they've
name.
So at the finals, I don't know how many nerves they're going to have.
Yeah.
I think they might just be back at home there, and they're looking to get back into the LCS.
We'll see if they can do it. They
Yeah.
did have an unfortunate showing in the promo tournament. We'll see if they can do it here. Now, the semifinals are all wrapped up. NIP, with 2 straight wins over Reason Gaming, brings them to the finals. Let's take a look at the updated Challenger bracket.
Yeah, the EU Challenger Series finals are locked in. The best of 3 set between Ninjas in Pajamas and Departed will be on March 28th.
And, of course, tomorrow, the North American LCS kicks off Week 9. The day starts off with Bjergsen's return to Team Solo Mid versus a revitalized Man, Cloud, and XDG.
Then, after High and Cloud9 take on Pobelter and EG, it's the first semifinal match of the Spring North American Challenger Series 2, LMQ versus VVV Gaming. And remember, all that league action begins at 12 noon Pacific, 8 p.m. Central European Time.
And with that, our time together has come to a close tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now, for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night. GG.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.